Chapter 9, 51 Retreat. The Marionette Lord's attack was a 20-stage process. The first 10 illusions were each targeting a different weakness in one's identity, while the remaining 10 were more of a combined assault that became more intrinsic with every step, digging deeper into one's psyche to disrupt them. However, while Damien steadily made his way through one illusion after another, there was something he didn't know. It was incredibly rare to see the last 10 illusions in the sequence. When the illusions were performed with the Marionette Lord's full strength, even weaker demigods would fall by the 10th stage. This time, it was proper to say that the Marionette Lord's presence was largely influenced by fate. It wasn't easy to steal a body before a seed had sprouted within. On a power like puppeteering, the universal restrictions were many. Perhaps they didn't need to be followed as strictly in the abyss, but when they wanted to attack someone within Grand Heaven's boundary, not only did a seed need to be sprouted, the target needed to submit. As such, to take Lord Garvey's body urgently, the Marionette Lord had to sacrifice a considerable amount, leaving them with a relatively weak sliver of consciousness remaining by the time they entered Damien's spiritual world. Damien's mental fortitude was a known strength of his. The Marionette Lord's improved challenges might have been an even better challenge for him, but fate understood better than anyone. The universal flow had been pointing toward a certain event for not just months, but years on years. Currently, Damien's need for a challenge wasn't as strong as his need to attend the Grand Assembly, which required Beast Emperor Stars matters to be concluded. As he destroyed the final of 20 illusions, he found himself back in his spiritual world. The Marionette Lord splayed out before him. "You're an entertaining human." They immediately jumped up and set upon his return. "And you're the second most annoying Nox demigod I've met. I guess we are on the same level," Damien quipped back. "Why did you come here anyway?" The Marionette Lord's brow raises curiously. They flashed forward, their face only centimeters from Damien's. He could feel their poisonous breath against his cheek as they stared into his eyes. The Bloodlock clan is one of your universe's most influential holy lands. Damien shivered, feeling the odd incongruity from the Marionette Lord's expression. "Isn't it only right I wish for compensation?" The Marionette Lord's expression was playful, but their aura was anything but. It was eerie, cold, and looked down upon all beings as playthings to be used and replaced. But there was something else too. I don't know. The darkness behind their words disappeared like it never existed. And there it was. They were really brought here by fate. As Damien saw it, the connection between Arthur Bloodlock and the Marionette Lord was formed by the universal flow. However, the connection between the Marionette Lord and himself was formed by fate. Damien urgently wanted to understand the connection between these two esoteric and formless forces that supported the universe, so he could unearth the truths of universal flow. But he had no connections to fate. The concept simply eluded him, even when Historia allowed him to search her memory for clues. Nevertheless, the matters of fate could always be handled later. Damien currently needed to find a way to get this crazy demigod out of his head before he was forced to personally experience why they were termed the most insane Nox demigod of them all. He threw a glance at them, watching them casually eat from a bunch of grapes they'd materialized through spiritual intent. They clearly won't leave on their own. "Didn't you say you'd give me a reward if I passed your trial?" he asked, introducing conversation. The Marionette Lord looked up. For a second, Damien got chills from their gaze. "I think you should take a look at reward. Did I say something like that? How about you become my subordinate? I'll offer you plenty of rewards." Then, the Marionette Lord said, "Funny. I'll pass on any reward that involves switching sides or betraying my homeland." "No thanks. Why should I give you one?" "Wow, I never expected a great Nox demigod to go back on their promise. That kind of thing won't faze me, boy." Damien furrowed his brows and frowned. He originally breached the subject of a reward, so he could ease into some more leading questions, but he was even getting tripped up at this step. He wondered. He could definitely get information elsewhere if he tried hard enough. Time and effort would allow the Nox memory fragments in his mind to connect and form a more cohesive picture as well. He could imagine the frustration he'd encounter if he tried to question this irregular being. and he didn't want to deal with it at all. "Fine. Instead of a reward, give me one favor," he finally said. The marionette lord echoed. "Right, a favor. At any time, allow me to request one favor from you," Damien repeated seriously. The marionette lord gazed at him, never breaking their eyes from his own. Damien felt like his soul was being scoured, like countless incorporeal hands were feeling over his body. But he didn't bend. A favor from a demigod, especially a Nox one, was worth far more than any material reward ever could be. The marionette lord's lips parted into an amused sneer. They said mockingly. Damien grinned as well. The marionette lord's eyes widened slightly. Suddenly, they began to laugh. "Ha ha! I like you. I really, really like you. Fine, I will accept one favor from you as long as it doesn't hurt me too much," they stated confidently, their eyes sparkling. Damien smiled back, but he truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Having the interest of a character like the marionette lord wasn't necessarily a good thing. However, it was good that he'd received this word. "The word of a demigod cannot be broken," he said. "Whoever taught you that must have been a con artist, but you don't have to worry. You being alive is more entertaining for me, and I'm sure your favor will be even more fun." The response wasn't strange on paper, but people who could go to any lengths for their own entertainment were some of the most terrifying in existence. Nevertheless, with that out of the way, "When are you leaving?" Damien desperately wanted this crazy person out of his spiritual world. Chapter 9, 52 Retreat. Getting the marionette lord to leave his body was far more taxing than Damien ever expected it to be. No matter how much they claimed they would leave him alive, it was clear that they still felt unresigned about his survival. Nevertheless, he eventually managed to convince them, not through any sort of negotiation or promise, but rather a certain strand of divine power that was residing in Damien's spiritual world. Tiamat's had gone into a hibernating state after their conversation, but her divine power was still present. Damien couldn't absorb it, nor did he want to carelessly release it into the atmosphere. Therefore, while Tiamat herself wasn't present, traces of her existence were. And as Damien learned through the marionette lord's quick exit after sensing those vestiges, there were no beings in existence who could make the marionette lord retreat without a rebellious word besides Nox emperors, denizen demigods of the same level included. I was once again saved by her, but I once again have to raise my guard against her. Damien was curious about who designed the seal. Back then, he never found any traces of the dungeon's creator, nor did Kurt Galloway mention anything in his notes and research. However, that person was definitely not a simple character. Tiamat's imprisonment was clouded in a layer of mystery that had to be revealed before Damien could decide how to proceed in his relationship with her. Whether they be friends or enemies, only time could tell. Damien opened his eyes slowly. The first thing Damien saw were wisps of Nox mana evaporating off his body. He was afraid that if he was outside, someone would have killed him before he had a chance to explain himself. "I thought I'd age another few years, so I set up a time dilation, but it looks like the marionette lord didn't affect my physical body at all since they wanted it for themselves. On the other hand, that means this time dilation was useless." Damien understood through his body clock that not even a few seconds had passed since the ordeal began. And considering the time dilation, it was possible that those outside hadn't yet perceived his disappearance. Return? At this point, all that was left to do was clean up. Though it was shameful to admit it, the marionette lord helped greatly this time. They directly crushed most of the Black Dragon's strongest experts, leaving only a few officials and many lesser soldiers in Beast Emperor Star. With his skills, Hedrick could lead the charge against these forces and achieve a victory. It was more beneficial for Damien to spend his time elsewhere. After all, there were several things in his body that needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Just as Damien predicted, Hedrick didn't waste time pondering his fate and instead took the opportunity to lead his army to sweep the Black Dragons. That tutor is strong. This was Hedrick's thought. He and Damien weren't close to begin with, and his position as Astoria's teacher hadn't shown its value yet, so there was no reason for him to spare more than a single thought. However, while he had no idea what Damien did with the Nox demigod in that final instant, He respected the man for creating such a wonderful opening. The Black Dragon army was already defeated mentally by Lord Garvey's betrayal, and when they were assaulted with the Golden Dragon army's full power, they couldn't provide any resistance. They were promptly captured, not killed, and held within the estate's specialized dungeon. When the Black Dragons were cleaned up, the army spread out and quelled the unrest plaguing the world, eliminating any lingering threats along the way. It was a long process that took several days, and by the end of it, the sky was shining gold, illuminated by a canopy of fake clouds. There was one specific section of the world. As civilians calmed themselves and let go of their fear, as soldiers finished their duties and finally had time to rest, all beings slowly gathered here. In this place, there was a single gargantuan fake cloud that all others strayed away from, creating a halo of natural light among the golden sheen held by the rest of the world. It was understood not long after the cleanup began. I think you should take a look at, and thus, this place became a place of prayer and hope, said to bring good luck to anyone who prayed under it long enough. After 5 days, the clouds slowly dispersed into the surroundings, filling in the circular gap around it, and finally connecting to the rest of the clouds. Ding! A high-pitched, ringing bell sounded as the fake clouds shined brightly, lighting up Beast Emperor's star and creating a spectacle for those who saw it as part of their night sky. In the midst of the beautiful heavenly glow was a single woman who gracefully descended to the ground below. She opened her eyes to be greeted by several million people staring at her with widened eyes. Her head tilted to the side. One could almost picture the question mark floating over her head when she spoke her first words. Her eyes turned to the voice who called for her. A smile spread on her face soon after. Elizabeth ran forward and embraced Astoria tightly. "Thank the heavens," Elizabeth cried as she held her younger sister. Astoria's eyes slightly narrowed as she picked up the meaning behind those words, but she didn't mention it. "Eldest sister, let's go back to the palace and meet father." Astoria grabbed Elizabeth's hand and pulled her into the air, moving as she said. She left behind the crowd below, unaware of the impact she'd left on their hearts. And when she arrived at the palace, she finally heard of what happened. She wasn't too close to most of them, but half of her siblings had died. It wasn't something she could just accept. While she was being selfish and getting stronger by herself, they were living and dying together with their family. "I feel useless," she muttered to herself as she collapsed onto her bed. Though she'd been informed of the outcome of the war, that was it. The Emperor ordered her to rest and return tomorrow to tell him in detail about her experiences after she left. And now that she was alone, it struck her just how close Beast Emperor Star and the Golden Dragon clan were to perishing. "I wish I could have helped somehow." A voice refuted her soliloquy. Astoria immediately teleported away and raised her guard, only to widen her eyes and immediately rush back. She jumped into Damien's arms like a koala and dug her face into his chest. Damien smiled wryly and sat down on the nearby sofa, patting her back comfortingly. It couldn't have been more obvious that Astoria was trying to bottle up her feelings and stay strong, but he wouldn't allow it. No disciple of his would be allowed to follow the same mistakes he'd made in the past. So his first priority, now that he'd finished up his own errands and returned, was to make sure she was okay. Chapter 9, 53 Banquet. Astoria broke down once she felt Damien's warmth. She didn't cry or shout, but she dug herself into him and trembled, unable to find a way to properly express the emotions inside her. The sadness was minimal. As of those who died, none were close to her. One of them was even the fourth prince who'd caused her so much trouble when she first met Damien. The main emotion plaguing her mind was frustration. Frustration that even after she worked so hard to gain so much strength, she still wasn't able to contribute to her family and fight by their side. Damien sighed. In terms of the conflict itself, it was true that Astoria had no involvement at all. Yet, her non-aggressive contribution of restoring the fake clouds did far more for the world's safety than any of the slaughter and death taking place elsewhere. Everyone else secured short-term safety, while Astoria restored long-term security. If both didn't happen concurrently, Beast Emperor Star would have faced far worse threats in the future, when their enemies came to prey on them while they were weak. Convincing Astoria about her importance through words is no use, even if it's coming from me. It was definitely a huge flaw in their thinking that only the Emperor had overcome, but since the recent calamity happened due to the lack of strategy and wariness, Damien was sure the Golden Dragons would improve from this point forward. Damien grabbed Astoria's hand and pulled her off the couch. "And Master?" Astoria blushed, her mind suddenly filled with stray thoughts. "Come with me. Let's go have some fun," Damien proclaimed with a smile. Astoria's blush deepened. She exclaimed in embarrassment. "HM?" Damien asked, tilting his head curiously. Astoria gritted her teeth and shot a hateful glare at him. "Oh, really?" she finally exclaimed. Damien stared at her in disbelief. Astoria lowered her head, directing her eyes to the ground. Her face turned the same color as a tomato, and then went deeper red until it looked like she was seriously about to explode. Astoria expressionlessly grabbed a dagger from nowhere. "All right, stop fooling around," Damien said wryly. "Master, this is social suicide. Relax, it's fine for you to have these thoughts occasionally. Don't worry about it. Anyway, come with me." He and Astoria flashed away from Beast Emperor Star entirely. When Damien was thinking about how to cheer up Astoria, there were a few ideas he had. The first of which was to take her somewhere with dazzling scenery, so she could find peace and clear her mind. "I think you should take a look at Damien," and Astoria arrived at the place where he felt the universe's grandiosity with his own body for the first time. Just a few 100,000 kilometers away from Dawn World, in the middle of the starry sky. A place where beautiful stars of all different colors, shapes, and properties decorated the blackness. Where sky castle luxuriant shone like the North Star, so blindingly bright, yet so incredibly far away. It wasn't a particularly special place. Honestly, the same view could be found anywhere in the divine realm. However, to a spatial practitioner, the view itself wasn't what mattered. Just standing there, one would get immersed in the ambience and fall prey to the universe's ebb and flow. It was a beautifully serene and calming experience that Damien wanted to show Astoria. As a talent not much lower than himself, how could Astoria fall short of his expectation? She synchronized with the universe's body, relaxed her mind, and found the security to view the situation on a greater scale. She gained the peace and quiet she needed to gather her thoughts and strength so she could move forward with peak performance. And when she opened her eyes, Damien flashed away with her once again. This time, they arrived on flat ground, in a world filled with the color orange. Orange sands made up the ground below, and orange dust flowed through the air. The sky and sun were mellow and pastel, making the entire environment feel strangely bleak. Astoria asked, now in a far better state than before. Luckily, Damien had appeared before she let her feelings fester for too long, so clearing her doubts was also easier. Damien looked over with a grin. "This is an abandoned world I came across a few years ago." Astoria raised her eyes in interest. Damien exclaimed happily, "My dear disciple, the reason we came here is simple. In this abandoned and empty world, you can destroy any and everything without consequences." Astoria's eyes widened. Her expression slowly morphed, becoming more and more excited. She asked with the hope and exuberance of a little girl going to a theme park for the first time, and Damien was happy to say he could meet her expectations. "Go wild." Astoria jumped up and gave Damien a quick hug before rushing away. Distant booms resounded in the next instant. Damien sighed to himself with a defeated smile. Damien returned to Beast Emperor Star with a happily skipping Astoria precisely 2 hours later. Damien walked through the palace halls with Astoria and arrived before the dining hall. The guards outside bowed upon seeing them, pushing open the massive doors. The master-disciple duo walked into the dining hall with confidence, panning their gazes across the room and taking account of everyone present. The Golden Dragon Emperor, his 3 wives, his remaining living children besides the first prince, and many unnamed officials that Damien didn't bother with. Damien's eyes landed on the Emperor, a smile spreading across his face when he noticed the latter looking at him as well. What a grand reception this is. Chapter 9, 54 Banquet. What a grand reception this is. An immediate voice of protest rose from among the officials. Damien sneered, ignoring the man and walking over to one of the two empty seats near the Emperor and taking his place. Astoria followed after him and took a seat as well. As they did so, the Emperor sent a glance at the previous official, warning him to not speak carelessly. At the same time, a transmission entered Damien's ear. "Brat, you should at least respect my status in front of a crowd like this." Damien shrugged. The Golden Dragon Emperor clicked his tongue without a response, because he actually didn't know how it was. The Emperor sighed to himself before standing up and addressing the room. "We Golden Dragons have faced an untold calamity caused by both the strength of our enemies and our own carelessness. While we somehow managed to succeed this time, we have learned our lesson." He raised his glass, his eyes sharpening and his aura flaring out domineeringly. The crowd enthusiastically followed his exclamation, and a feast began soon after. Dish after exquisite dish was presented to the attendees, and a jovial atmosphere soon overcame the Golden Dragon estate. After a few hours of miscellaneous greetings and conversations, the Golden Dragon Emperor finally brought Damien and Astoria forward. Originally, they were supposed to meet in a more private setting, but the situation didn't allow it. This banquet was organized mainly to reassure the people that there would once again be peace on Beast Emperor Star, so it was imperative that it took place. But since both Damien and the Golden Dragons had too much work to do and not enough time, plans were merged. When she arrived before the Emperor, Astoria immediately bowed with respect. She said with emotion. He asked lightly, putting up a barrier around the three of them, as well as some of their nearby family, including Elizabeth and Hedrick. Astoria nodded slightly, straightening herself and looking her father in the eye. This action alone inwardly impressed the Emperor, who maintained an indifferent facade for the sake of face. His daughter, who had never had a serious moment in her life, was suddenly looking at him with such firm eyes. How could he not be surprised? "I think you should take a look at," Astoria began recounting her experiences and travels with Damien that spanned almost 2 years, leaving out only the most secretive details involving Damien's strengths. The story was fantastical from the start, and as it continued, more than Astoria's journey, Damien's power came to light. The ability to control time so Astoria could train properly, the ability to teleport all across the universe to find the perfect environments, and strength that Hedrick and the Emperor had personally witnessed during the war. Wasn't Damien a bit too monstrous? Nevertheless, Astoria's achievements didn't go unnoticed, especially when Damien explained her maneuvering in the fate clouds. The small crowd around them was filled with gasps of astonishment. Nobody doubted Astoria's claims. After all, with the Emperor present, how could they dare to lie? If such an event occurred, the Emperor would have personally witnessed it from his throne. Therefore, he would have been furious at the slightest fallacy. Astoria soon became a hot topic. She was crowded by her family and barraged with an assortment of questions that she did her best to answer, but she wasn't used to having so much positive attention on her at one time. Damien smiled warmly as he watched her slowly get used to the atmosphere and adapt to it. Astoria was originally a very joyous person, but the smile she carried now seemed to have more depth to it, giving her a more mature and put-together atmosphere than the little devil Emperor she used to be. Damien almost couldn't believe that Astoria used to have such a reputation. I guess her puberty phase finally ended, he thought proudly. Speaking of women, Damien's thoughts suddenly shifted onto a different track as he turned to the Emperor, remembering a question he'd been wanting to ask. He asked through mental transmission. When he returned to the real plane, he brought her out of the sanctuary and handed her over to the Golden Dragons. But seeing how well she was treated by the palace staff, he got a little curious. She's a lone Valkyrie who aided us immensely in this conflict. The Emperor responded. Damien muttered. Her goal is the Genesis bead. Damien's eyes narrowed. Haha, we're bound by mana oath, are we not? Damien nodded. Where is she now? She is in a private room in the east wing of the palace. No need. I'll go see her myself. I felt something about that barrier the last time I saw it. The emperor acquiesced with a shrug. Soon after, Damien found an opportunity to excuse himself from the banquet. It was Historia's day today. The banquet was her stage to shine, and while he wanted to accompany her for it, he couldn't be there for every big moment of her life. Therefore, it was better to leave this to her as an opportunity to adjust to this situation she'd likely encounter often in the future. As he walked to the palace's east wing, he fell into thought. The Genesis bead was important to his mission, but he wasn't worried about receiving it. Since such a thorough mana oath was in place, he was sure it had come into his possession one way or another. However, it was truly interesting. The Emperor wouldn't even let me see the Genesis bead when I first arrived. He arrived in the East Wing and found the room in question, knocking lightly on the door before opening it. The answer to his question was right before him, unconscious and behind a veil of black and white. Chapter 955 Cocoon. Daughter of the Void. When this title awakened, everything changed. The battlefield faded away. The universe itself faded into the distance, as Elena's consciousness was taken on a journey through the vast unknown. And naturally, her body changed along with her mind. The black and white cocoon's energy was fueling Elena's comprehensive evolution into a greater state of existence. Then, what was truly happening to her? Elena's current situation was odd and unexplainable from the outside, but in truth, its roots were very easily traceable. At that moment of life and death, a seed awakened within her. It wasn't some esoteric concept like Damien's seed or the Nox seeds, but it was a seed nonetheless. And its planting, well, it could be traced back to a night of passion shared within the Empyrean Dragon realm. Elena had no natural connection with the Void, nor was the Void an existence that was friendly to those other than Damien, but Elena had achieved a hidden requirement even Damien didn't know of. She'd been accepted by the Void as a spouse of its progeny, and as such, it saved her from death and bestowed her with a blessing. The cocoon was a representation of this blessing, a safe space where she wouldn't be interrupted before she completely digested her gains. It had been 5 days already. Elena immediately understood that the title's awakening was an opportunity rather than a disaster. And with her quick thinking and intuition, she absorbed anything and everything she saw around her. The problem was that the things she was absorbing had no physical presence. She simply exerted the will to absorb and focused on the mystical and hazy environment, gradually gaining a hold over the ambient natural forces. The scene became clear with time, revealing Elena to a lush, jungle-like habitat overflowing with vitality. Decorating the sky were grand floating mountains and palaces, and in the very middle of the ecosystem stood a towering Yggdrasil that Elena soon recognized as her own. Her eyes widened in astonishment at the natural beauty, as well as the thickness of the law fluctuations coming from this jungle. It was as if this place was the origin of life, the place where the concept of life first introduced itself to the universe. Elena's body suddenly jerked as something flew out of her chest. Elena's shock only increased when the treasure appeared. She hadn't bound it or claimed ownership in any way. So why was it following her soul to this alternate dimension? She wanted to ask, but there was no one around to answer. As such, she instead chose to follow the flying bead through the forest until she arrived before the massive world tree. She raised her arm and gently brushed her fingertips against the bark. Bazoom! Bazoom! She could hear the jungle's heartbeat, a pumping flow of vitality that powered the entire jungle and allowed this haven to exist. Meanwhile, the Genesis bead spun on its own axis in the air, absorbing the purest concentrated life laws from the world tree and internalizing it. Soon after, a new stream of energy left the bead and flowed into Elena's mind, spreading through her avatar body and filling her to the brim. Boom! Stray foliage whipped into the sky as the winds swirled around Elena and lifted her into the air. She didn't know why exactly this was happening to her, but she could at least understand one thing. The life law comprehension that was flowing into her mind far outstripped anything she'd been able to perceive in reality, and the longer the energy stayed within her avatar, the greater the comprehension became. Mystical abilities that she could never even imagine became possible evolutionary paths, and somehow, it was almost as if the law of life itself was beckoning her towards it. The scenery of the jungle changed. Behind the world tree, 3 pathways appeared, leading into the distance beyond perception. Elena intuitively understood that she was being made to choose. I think you should take a look at there was the path on the far left, personal life laws. If she chose this path, Elena would continue on her way to becoming an infinite warrior who could constantly buff and heal herself to become undying. This was the path she pursued when she was just starting her journey to the peak, but as she aged and matured, she realized it wasn't necessarily the best path. This path would make Elena a great independent force, but with the universe's current situation, a single Elena wouldn't have much impact on the battlefield as an infinite warrior. The middle path, emitted life laws, was far better in this sense. This was the classic healer path. If she traveled it, she could become a goddess of life who could even bring the dead back to life. Yet, Elena never wanted to be a healer. She didn't want to be relegated to the back of the battlefield with no choice but to watch and passively react to the battle situation. Then, the final path on the far right. As Elena gazed upon it, she noticed that information on how this path would proceed didn't appear in her mind as it did with the other 2. Instead, a much more esoteric sensation filled her systems. It was grand, magisterial, and primordial. It was so close, yet separated by distance, uncrossable. Elena thought to herself, this feeling represented what life truly was. Only, Elena wasn't able to understand it at her current level. The final path was one of comprehending the universe, and, as a byproduct, life. It was difficult, almost impossible to traverse, but encompassed the other 2 paths and provided an even greater horizon for those who could climb up high enough to see it. Elena had several ambitions. She wanted to stand at the top, just like any other practitioner, but such a goal didn't need to be mentioned. At the moment, her goals were 2. The first was to grow strong enough to repel the Nox from the universe and save it from destruction. Elena had formed several personal grudges with the Nox over time, which, along with her sense of justice, made her an avid loyalist who would try anything in her power to aid the universe. This was her most grounded goal, as it didn't just pertain to her own survival, but the survival of everything. The second goal was more personal. She wanted to return. She wanted to return to her friends and family and once again enjoy the warmth they provided. Rose and Ryue were great sisters who motivated her to do better and always challenge her. They were her closest friends and strongest rivals, people she never wanted to forget. Damien's status in her heart didn't even need to be mentioned. After so many years, she still thought of him so vividly. Did it need to be further elaborated on just how deep her feelings were? And aside from love, Elena wasn't an outlier to Damien's exclusive motivation effect. Anyone who came in contact with him for long enough would end up setting him as a goal to surpass due to his heaven-defying talent, and surprisingly enough, they would always see far greater results with this motivation driving them. It was almost like the motivation was a true universal force with how effective it was. Nevertheless, even her short-term goals required her to be excellent above all others. Therefore, a mediocre path simply wouldn't fly. Elena stepped forward without hesitation, her foot firmly crunching against the soil of the universal life law path, and she walked, following the path to the ends of the earth. The processes of her body and mind coincided in that moment, and the final stage of her evolution began. Chapter 9, 56 Cocoon. To be a daughter of the Void meant more than just being Damien's spouse. While Damien was something like an apostle of the Void in Grand Heaven's boundary, he wasn't yet at a level where he could contact the Void's will and control it. The Daughter of the Void title and the seed that initiated its blooming wouldn't manifest in the bodies of every woman Damien had relations with, only those the Void approved of. This was why the seed would only show its presence in the very final moments before death, saving the woman in question and presenting her with power. Those who were worthy of the seed's existence were recognized by the void itself as people with potential. As for the identity of this potential and how it would be used for the void's elusive agendas, that was something that could only be discovered in the future. Elena was undergoing a cohesive transformation far above the level of something like body reconstruction and almost approaching a race change like Damien underwent when he achieved samsara. However, there was no such thing as a free meal. For the void to give her such a profound blessing, whatever it required from her would definitely be harsh enough to balance it. Creak. The door creaked as Damien pushed it open, revealing the luxurious setting of the room within. It was filled with the most pristine furniture and decoration, along with the top physicians of the Golden Dragon clan who were keeping close watch on the black and white cocoon laying on the massive bed. One of the nearby physicians recognized Damien and slightly bowed his head in greeting. The others also turned and gave their short greetings before continuing their work. Although it couldn't be compared to Elena, Damien also had a certain status within the palace. He was young, powerful, charismatic, and mysterious, making many wonder about his origins and identity. He'd only spent a few days with the palace staff, with the rest of his time occupied with teaching Astoria before they left, but it had been enough to strike an impression, especially with the grand entrance and preceding show he put on in front of the emperor. Still, he hadn't shown his face enough to warrant such high-quality treatment like Elena was receiving. His role as a teacher wasn't very well respected at first, but now that the war was over, who would dare show Damien disrespect? Even if he couldn't do anything for the princess' growth, his own power and character were already exemplary enough. Of course, Astoria's contributions hadn't yet spread amongst the common populace, so these people didn't know about her rapid growth, or else their reception towards Damien would have been far, far warmer. Despite the size of the clan, they had a surprising amount of loyalty and a very familial bond that one didn't usually find amongst larger and more powerful influences. He asked the first physician, curious about what they'd found so far. The physician handed over a tablet filled with information for Damien to skim as he began to explain. It is impossible for us to penetrate this cocoon with any of our latest artifacts and technology, so we haven't been able to probe it at all. He tapped a few times on the tablet, bringing up a series of research results gathered over the past 5 days. By our calculations, the cocoon is made up of mostly solidified life laws, but the main structure is supported by an unknown substance. It was just a fancy way of saying they didn't know anything. Damien glanced over at the cocoon in understanding, approaching it with the physician. No wonder I've been feeling strange since I first saw it. He thought to himself. It was a little silly that he knew more about the situation than the professionals. But what could they do? This simply wasn't a medical or scientific problem. Damien had personally experienced his own share of cocoons. They were very clearly the void's favorite way to initiate an evolution where it intrinsically changed one's body into something else entirely. I think you should take a look at. He smiled to himself as he reached out, brushing his hand against the cocoon's smooth surface. Gently, he tried to insert his mana into its surface. BZZT. HM? Damien's brow raised in surprise. This was the first time he'd ever seen the void outright reject his touch, making him ever more curious about the individual inside. I guess whatever's happening in the cocoon is only for that person to experience. Well, it's not like it matters. As the owner of the void physique, Damien was definitely a bit baffled that the void was showing its presence so easily, and even more so that it was supporting another being. If it's like this, there's no point in me being here. Damien turned and thanked the physician who gave him the information he desired before walking towards the door and leaving the room. However, just as he closed the door behind him, boom! A huge burst of mana violently whipped the door back open, slamming it into the unprepared Damien's body and pushing him back a few steps. Everyone calm down. Set up barriers. Damien rushed back into the room to the sound of the physicians desperately trying to adapt to the change in the situation. The cocoon was glowing fiercely with pure white light, emanating a suffocating density of vitality into the surroundings. Damien thought with widened eyes, but soon corrected himself. No, there are no death laws involved in this, but that life law fluctuation alone has the same complexity as my samsara intent. Life was only a part of the whole in Damien's samsara, so purely in terms of the element, Damien actually lost out in comparison to this fluctuation. His heart raced at the connotations, and under his unbending gaze, the cocoon slowly melted and dispersed into the air. Flash! The light became blinding, even hindering Damien's perception before dying down. Now, instead of a cocoon, only a single person remained on the bed. Her eyes shot open, immediately scanning the room and assessing her surroundings before. Her expression morphed into astonishment as her gaze landed on a specific figure, and that figure shared her emotion, unable to rationalize what was happening. Damien and Elena looked into each other's eyes. Silence filled the room. A reunion after almost so many grueling years of loneliness. Finally, it was taking place. Chapter 9, 57 Reunion. From Dawn World, the Storm Heaven's mystic realm, Azure Rain Star, and Death Emperor Star to Calypto, Ion, the Wild Continent, the Ancient God Clan, and finally Beast Emperor Star. In the almost 10 years since he left the human domain, Damien never stopped moving. He became stronger and stronger, and even fumbled a few times along the way. He met countless friends and enemies alike, and suffered untold pain to rise as fast as he could. Somehow, he'd been able to propel himself from the very beginning of 4th class all the way to its extreme peak in the same amount of time most people took to just cross 50 or so levels. And yet, he was never satisfied. The longer he stayed in the wider universe, the greater he felt those forces that held him down, and the more he realized the need for forces that kept him grounded. It was difficult to think about family in Damien's situation. After all, if he ever allowed himself to waver, he'd fall. He'd been on an incline ever since the 5th primal sovereign died. But the steeper the incline became, the easier it was for the smallest touch to send him tumbling back down the mountain. To adapt to this pressure, his mind changed and elevated itself, viewing the world similarly to an emperor, though Damien's behavior didn't match his mentality. It had been several years since the last time Damien truly thought of his family, barring the traumatic illusion the marionette lord showed him not long ago. He didn't want to admit it, but he'd pushed them to the back of his mind because he didn't believe he'd be able to see them anytime soon. It was the same thing that happened when he first surfaced on a Pyron and realized how difficult it'd be to return to Earth. Only, the scale was far, far more massive. However, recently, with the Grand Assembly approaching, Damien had been gradually preparing himself for that moment of meeting again, so he could embrace his loved ones at his full capacity. Still, for someone as in touch with himself as Damien, his feelings always manifested vaguely, and he was forced to step back and ask himself, just what was he supposed to be feeling right now? The Valhalla mystic realm wasn't like most others. Rather than a mystic realm with a task that needed completion before it opened, it was a prison realm that trapped its successors until it felt they were ready to leave. Elena stayed there for years on end, trying her best to grasp the abilities of the Valkyries, but as she did, she realized that the grand race of the past had several flaws. Aside from their black and white perception of the universe, they were extremely reclusive and rarely had contact with outsiders. Even when birthing new members of the clan, Valkyries would get pregnant on the outside and return to their clan land, cutting all contact with the father without making him aware of the baby's existence. It was a cruel method of survival that the Valkyries felt justified as it maintained the sanctity of their clan. However, as a descendant, Elena couldn't agree with this philosophy. The longer she stayed in the Valhalla mystic realm and learned about the Valkyries, the more she believed there was a justified reason for the clan's downfall, and a large part of it was their own fault. Therefore, she vowed to never become like them. Being honest, Elena's past self wasn't much different from them. She also had such a decisively one-sided view of justice that separated the world into black and white. And when it came to interacting with others, she was never the best at expressing herself, making it difficult for her to find people she could genuinely trust. And in a fit of youthful impulsivity, she ran away from those people with her black and white worldview guiding her actions. She always believed she was right in leaving, and that didn't change because of what she saw, but she came to regret the method by which she left. It was hurtful and cold, almost as if she was casting aside those she cared about. I think you should take a look at almost like it was also aware of the flaws of the Valkyrie race. Nevertheless, from that point, Elena traveled to Ion and spent years fighting on the deathly battlefield, making several connections and enemies of her own and establishing a position in the universe. Even though she hadn't spent much time climbing the dimensional leaderboard, her name was quite well known in certain sectors of the universe. And as she grew, her desire to return to the human domain only heightened. That was until she one day saw a familiar name at the top of the dimensional leaderboard. She suddenly realized that something must have happened in the human domain, and if she wanted to meet all her loved ones at once, returning wasn't the best solution. Instead, she turned her eyes to the upcoming Grand Assembly that she heard so much about from her comrades. Supposedly, it was a meeting of the universe's top forces that only the most prestigious could attend. It was said that all sectors would come together, even the ever-elusive human domain, to plan a true counterattack on the Nox. However, the only people allowed at the Grand Assembly were those top forces, as well as the best of a younger generation from these forces. Thus, as someone who'd wandered as a vagrant for so many years, Elena needed to find a force to join. Didn't the Genesis bead reveal itself at the perfect time? Elena originally planned to gain both the treasure and the Golden Dragon Clan support in this escapade, granting her a spot in the upcoming event, but an entirely unexpected turn of events took place and landed her here, on a bed somewhere in the Golden Dragon Palace, a higher existence than she arrived. Yet, regardless of the elevation of her being, she was still at a loss for words. She could confidently say that at this moment, she was prepared for every possible situation except for the one she was in, and she couldn't form a single cohesive thought on how to proceed. In the silence of the small, isolated room, two people stared into each other's eyes, never breaking the connection between their gazes even as minutes passed by. Noticing something odd about the situation, the physicians and medical staff excused themselves several minutes ago, but Damien and Elena didn't even notice. They were still lost in each other's eyes, neither able to formulate thoughts or words to break the ice. Damien could feel his palms becoming sweaty. It was a strange feeling, one he'd forgotten with his control over bodily responses. However, today wasn't a day where control held much value. In the end, he raised his eyes and cracked a half-smile, letting his words flow as they wanted. And the result made him want to bury his head in the concrete and die. Chapter 958 Reunion. The pregnant silence was broken by an attempt at communication, but not a successful one. Elena's eyes widened slightly as she watched Damien. It was impossible to see it normally, but in Elena's eyes, Damien's awkward fidgeting was clearly displayed. A warm smile spread on her face. Even after so many years, his romantic awkwardness was the same as ever. "It's been a while," she said lightly with a smile. Her words were simple, but carried a mysterious air that washed over Damien and calmed his anxious mind. As he looked on at the woman in front of him, he barely recognized her. From her personality, which had become so firm and calm, to her appearance, which had matured and bloomed into its full potential, Elena was truly a changed person. "It's been a while" held far more weight than its simplicity let on. "How have you been?" Just how was he supposed to answer that question? He tried as best he could, but all that came out was, "You know how it is. I've just been doing this and that, making my way around." "Same," she responded lightly. The room was enveloped in another lull of silence. The tension between them was thick, so thick that they weren't able to maneuver through it. They'd both changed so much over the years. What if they weren't compatible anymore? What if their feelings were mere idealizations that only existed in their minds? They were useless doubts, but doubts that surfaced naturally and couldn't be ignored. However, Damien would no longer allow these doubts to rule him. That was the greatest difference between him in the past and present. He asked lightly, holding his hand out to Elena. She looked at it, her eyes serene and without waves. When she looked back up into his, they softened. She gracefully held his outstretched hand and nodded happily. "I'd be delighted," she said, standing up off the bed. Damien nodded, and soon after, the duo vanished. When they reappeared, they were on a beach at the edge of existence. On their left was nothing but blackness, and to their right was an ever-expanding ocean that was illuminated under the light of 6 moons. There was no better place for a serene walk than this place that left one alone with their thoughts and the beauty of the world. Damien and Elena experienced this personally. They walked along the beach for hours without a single word, their entwined hands never separating and their minds and bodies slowly melding into one. It was true that neither of them could quite put what they wanted to say into words. But in the current situation, they didn't need to. Wisps of pitch-black mana flowed between their interlocked fingers, turning the previous expression literal. Their minds and bodies became one. They could feel each other's hesitation and anxiety, and gradually, even their memories began to intermingle and display themselves. It was dark and quiet. The cascading waves of the ocean ebbed and flowed against the beach, slowly pulling inward with time. The subtle light of the moons that shone on its surface rippled, creating beautiful lunar phenomena over the water. And Damien and Elena slowly learned each other once again. Hesitation faded into the background, and rather than a silence brought about by tension, the silence shifted into one of understanding. Words were no longer needed to convey their feelings. The two of them were mature now. Damien was already in his 30s, and Elena wasn't far from reaching that point either. I think you should take a look at without them realizing their love for each other had become deeper and more rooted. It had matured into something more intrinsic that didn't manifest itself so powerfully. Because it didn't need to. They simply didn't need to be so explosively affectionate to convey their intentions anymore. The sand crunched under their feet as they came to a stop. As if already aware of each other's intentions, they sat down on the beach and faced the sea. "You've been through a lot," Damien muttered, never breaking his eyes from the horizon. Elena quipped back with a smile. "Haha, why can't I? Aha. So all that targeting was because of main character energy. Naturally, it's because I'm a peak genius that can't be matched." "Oh, that makes sense. You didn't? Then what was all that black flaw? Wow, bringing up decades-old dirt." Right. I'm the devil who seduced you, Mr. It's really annoying." "Definitely. What should I do?" Damien and Elena smiled at each other. This dynamic, it was different from the past, but it hadn't changed as much as they'd expected. Because no matter how they changed, the cores of their personalities remained the same. And as people who'd known each other from young, how could their relationship be broken by just a little tension and doubt? After viewing each other's experiences, they understood each other perfectly. Elena's Daughter of the Void title also acted, bringing her and Damien's souls closer together, though the two in question didn't realize it. It was something they were both terrible at. When they saw each other's perspective of their separation, they felt their faces burning up in embarrassment at how childish and stupid they used to be. But back then, they were right about one thing. Their relationship had become too twisted by needless complications to function. They needed a fresh start. Now, meeting at a time like this, they were finally given that fresh start, and neither of them planned to waste it. Their conversation continued until the moon set beyond the horizon and 2 suns rose above the ocean, one red and one yellow. They talked about the experiences they viewed, Elena taking an avid interest in Hidden Death Valley and Damien's encounters with demigods, while Damien was more interested in how Elena maneuvered herself in Ion to rise the ranks so fast. Eventually, their conversation branched away from the past and became more random as they talked about even the most mindless topics for hours at a time, just to listen to each other's voices for as long as they could. They relished in the feeling of closeness between them, a feeling they'd both missed for so long. This was it, that grounding force that Damien was searching for, and that beautiful connection that Elena had been chasing. And now that they'd taken hold of it, they never planned on letting it go ever again. Chapter 9:59 Reunion. Another day cycled past as Damien and Elena remained on the beach, but with a newly set time dilation supporting them, they had all the time in the world to waste. At least for a bit. For hours on end, the two talked about their experiences, their thoughts, and so much more. Even though they'd viewed each other's experiences already, there was a different feeling hearing it directly from the other party's mouth. They laughed, they mourned, and they reached a point where they understood each other far more than they ever did, all in the span of that single day. Only with the Void's quiet support was this possible, and the duo themselves completely embraced the elusive forces pushing. After all, now that they were older, they truly understood how key communication was in a relationship. When they were younger, this was another fact they thought they knew, but of course, considering how their relationship derailed so rapidly, it was clear that they didn't know anything at all. What they thought was communication was just venting. They merely threw their emotions at each other and expected the other party to accommodate them. But since when was that viable at all? If anything, it could even be considered toxic to an extent. With calm minds and connected hearts, they solved any previous misunderstandings between them easily. Though they'd already moved on from these issues and grown out of them, it was still important to clarify so they could truly start over. And that's what they did. They ignored the universe. They ignored their responsibilities. And with this time they had alone, they made sure nothing would ever drive a wedge between them again. Jealousy was the emotion Elena felt so fiercely back then, jealousy that clouded her positive feelings and drove her to act impulsively. As for Damien, while his main problem had always been biting off more than he could chew, there was a common saying that it was impossible to love others if one didn't love oneself, and Damien somewhat embodied this concept. He was never ready to have more than one wife, but in the heat of passion and romance, he'd foregone his better judgment and made a mess. Did he regret it? Not all. But did he feel sorry for the 3 women he'd disappointed with his bullshit? Absolutely. In the end, both of them were blaming themselves and absolving the other party of all blame. It took a very long time for them to finally accept that the problem was in the relationship's very existence. Luckily, the past existed to reminisce on, not to live in. You were the Valkyrie aiming for the Genesis speed? Huh? That damn Emperor should have mentioned a name or something. It would have saved me so much trouble, Damien complained as he lay back in the sand. Elena chuckled, summoning the bead from her spatial ring. It's the same for me. Damien shook his head. No, it's fine. He glanced at the bead and cracked a sly slime. You noticed quick. Even I don't know what happened. It suddenly appeared before me while I was stuck in that strange space and bound itself to me. Elena reached out and touched the Genesis bead, causing it to lightly ripple with light fluctuations, almost as if it was happily receiving her touch. That strange space, Damien muttered, glancing at their interlocked hands. The wisps of void mana surrounding their clasp didn't disperse even now. He asked, it says daughter of the void. Cook. Why, yeah, very cool, Damien stammered. I think you should take a look at, he wondered to himself, trying to calm down the slight fluttering in his chest. If there was anything he expected, it definitely wasn't that. Of course, while Elena knew about the void physique, she definitely didn't know about the strange relationship he had with the void, thus leaving her unaware of the title's true meaning. Luckily, the void hid anything about itself in our memory exchange. Otherwise, I would be dying of embarrassment right now. While I didn't want to admit it, he was definitely already dying of embarrassment, but that didn't need to be mentioned. Putting that aside, being acknowledged by the void is definitely a good thing. You're already at level 399, right? Stepping into the extreme peak should be a breeze now that you have the void's backing, he commented. Right. Haha. Then you'll finally be able to keep up with me, Damien stated, puffing his chest arrogantly. TC, you only know how to brag, Elena said teasingly, lightly punching his arm. Damien glanced over, catching sight of her and inexplicably getting lost in her eyes. Those deep, ocean blue eyes that were even more beautifully pronounced with the true ocean in the background truly had a soul in a chokehold. Elena suddenly said, looking into the air. Damien repeated hesitantly. "We have to," Elena said with a smile. Damien asked again. "Milimetrów, vedo." I mean, we could always go to the sanctuary. Elena's smile widened. She giggled lightly as she stood up and reached her hand out to him. "What are you hesitating for?" Damien returned her smile warmly, grabbing her hand and standing up. "Indeed we do," he said, gazing into the beautiful horizon one last time. He really didn't want to leave. He was afraid that once he began working again, he would never have the time for a moment like this again. Ironic coming from someone who could control the concept. Yet it was true. He had a history of neglecting the most important things when he became too set on a task. Damien shook his head and cleared his thoughts. His eyes went down to his and Elena's hands as the smile on his face widened. Thinking too much was a habit that always wronged him, so he would crush it right here and now. With that final thought filling the air with an aura of determination and spirit, Damien and Elena vanished from the mysterious world. Their presence was the first in several million years, and perhaps it would be the last for several million more. As time passed, perhaps the beach itself would be swallowed by the ocean current, and perhaps this entire world would become an aquatic paradise. Yet, the vestiges of two lovers who finally reunited on its sands would remain with it for eternity, just as they would each other. Chapter 9, 60 Reunion. The duo returned to the separated room in the East Wing together and calmly exited, walking through the halls of the palace with no particular destination. Damien wanted to introduce Astoria to Elena, but that would have to wait until after the banquet ended. So for now, they were going to enjoy just a bit more alone time before returning to the tasks at hand. The first to see them were the very physicians who watched over Elena while she was comatose in the cocoon. They didn't approach or say anything outright, but both Damien and Elena were more than powerful enough to hear them whispering and gossiping to each other. What they didn't expect, however, was for the gossip to spread like wildfire. The palace was in an incredibly precarious situation right now. Everyone was finally winding down from the Great War that just barely ended, which meant any and all pieces of good or juicy gossip were passed from jolly denizen to even jollier denizen with the speed of nervous response. The rumors got so big that they even entered the banquet hall and the emperor's ears, by that point becoming so out of proportion that Damien and Elena were painted as some sort of group sent from a mysterious god clan to audit the golden dragons. The result was a summon from the emperor, who currently gazed at the duo with mild surprise coloring his eyes. He had called them into the banquet hall, and while it was awkward, they were now sitting at the head table together with the royal family, including Astoria, who was watching Damien with eyes wider than saucers. The emperor asked with genuine curiosity. Damien glanced at Elena and grinned, turning back to the emperor. "How could we not? We're husband and wife, after all," he proclaimed proudly. Bang! An abrupt exclamation came from the side, where Astoria had slammed her palms against the table and stood up in shock. Damien asked. HNNGH. Astoria whined as she slumped back into her seat. Damien grabbed Astoria's ear and pulled, making her wince in pain. Ow, ow, ow. I was just joking. Spare you. Gliptunget brat. T. Damien let go of Astoria's ear and subtly healed a red spot with his trait while she giggled to herself. On the side, Elena raised her brow as she looked at the young princess. Astoria also looked over after feeling her scanning gaze. Elena's eyes were serene and without ripples like a secluded lake. It was especially intimidating to Astoria, who was currently in the position of a daughter meeting her new stepmother. Soon enough, Elena shifted over, sitting next to Astoria. Hello, Astoria greeted, slightly bowing her head. You must be Astoria, right? I've heard a lot about you from Damien. Elena entered the conversation with a small grin. Astoria exclaimed, hurriedly covering her mouth and glancing around to make sure nobody heard. Elena's grin turned sly as she continued. Right. I've known that bastard since we were kids, so I'm more aware of his tendencies than anyone. If he ever bullies you, just call me over. Astoria's eyes widened. She even teared up a little. She exclaimed, Elena gasped in shock. Storia repeated again, jumping into Elena's arms and hugging her tightly. You're right. Master is the biggest bastard in the world. I think you should take a look at... Elena laughed brightly at Astoria's antics, understanding why Damien was so animated when he talked about her. A harmonious atmosphere formed around them as they began to converse about this and that, glancing over at Damien every once in a while and giggling. As for the man himself, he'd been pulled into another conversation with the Emperor now that such a development had taken place. So in the end, it turned out like that. The Emperor commented as Damien gave him a brief overview of his and Elena's past. I guess so. Damien responded with a smile. The Emperor teased. Hey, let's not sweat the small stuff. I'll make it work somehow, Damien mumbled, looking away sheepishly. I also believe you will, the Emperor said. Truly I must. Thank you for what you've done for both my daughter and my domain. Then give me some more, Damien replied instantly, money signs lighting up his eyes. Ha ha, I like a man who knows what he wants. Damien grinned. To say he wasn't curious would be a lie. A reward chosen by the Golden Dragon Emperor himself couldn't be something simple. Then, what are we waiting for? I'd like to see just what our gracious Emperor has prepared for me, he proclaimed with mock sarcasm. Whoosh. It happened before his brain could adapt. It wasn't spatial transmission, but Damien was somehow transported to an entirely different space in a single moment. This is... Damien squinted his eyes as the scenery revealed itself to him. He was in a small grove in a forest. Trees lined the horizon, and the vicinity was decorated by several beautifully intricate statues depicting different dragons and domineering figures. In the midst of these statues was a small and almost unnoticeable path that led deeper into the forest, towards something whose aura was attracting Damien like a tantalizing snack. He followed the path until he eventually arrived before a large spring of deep, azure-blue water. A translucent waterfall crashed into the spring, but despite its force, not a single ripple was formed on the water surface. The Golden Dragon Emperor's voice resounded from a location unknown, reverberating through the strange realm. Damien echoed, activating his all-seeing eyes and gazing into the water. Roar! He immediately stepped back as a wave of ferocious, draconic intent overcame him, pressuring the dragon bloodline hidden in his body. And in that same instant, his mind was submerged in a wave of uncontrollable excitement. The Golden Dragon Emperor's following words did nothing to calm his raging emotions. The original purpose of the Ancestral Dragon Pool is to cleanse bloodlines and build the perfect dragon body for those who enter it. But though you have traces of dragon bloodline in your body, you are not a true dragon. Thus, this effect will not be particularly useful to you. In truth, this is the first time an outsider has entered this sacred land. In most cases, I would not deign to allow such a thing, as doing so would be useless to non-dragons. However, you are different. You will have 7 days. After this, we must set off for the Grand Assembly, and you must also leave for the Ancient God Clan to do the same. What benefits you obtain will be entirely up to you. Damien grinned. His grin widened with every passing instant as he did everything he could to suppress the urge to dive straight into the pool. He looked up into the sky, hoping his gaze would reach the Golden Dragon Emperor. Emperor, make sure to take one last good look at me before I go in. Finally, with his words all said and his spirit raging, he let go of his inhibitions and jumped. Splash! Chapter 9, 61 Dragon Pool. There was nothing special about the Ancestral Dragon Pool from the outside. It was definitely a beautiful natural spring, but if one didn't have the perception ability of the all-seeing eyes or something of the same caliber, it was impossible to find anything special about it. At least from the outside. Splash! Damien's body submerged into the spring, splashing its water into the air. As he disappeared beneath the surface, the various statues in the surroundings began to glow with a strange hazy light. The scenery changed drastically. The beautiful forest and grove withered into an apocalyptic wasteland, and from this wasteland rose blistering volcanoes, heaven-piercing mountains, and even roaring rivers that rushed through the sky. Roar, roar, roar. Draconic roars reverberated through the air. Streams of mana came together to form massive projections that danced through the sky, depicting countless mythical beasts and heroes in their prime. The glowing statues opened their eyes, beams of light connecting them each to a unique projected phenomenon. And while it was so subtle that it was imperceptible, their attention turned to the pool nearby. The pool filled with several different colors that emanated a strong, bloody scent. It was difficult to see if one was within the scene, but if one took the time to view it as an outsider, it would become clear that the multicolor blood pool was the source of all else taking place in the surroundings. Massive changes were happening outside, almost as if to represent something grand, but Damien wasn't privy to any of it. The second he was completely submerged in the water, he felt like he was transported to another world. He thought to himself, as he gritted his teeth and endured the water's pressure. He could still see the surface. He wasn't even a few feet deep, but he was already feeling pressure as if he was at the bottom of the ocean. It was a surprise, but this is still bearable. He turned his gaze downward into the abyss that lay below. The water turned pitch black, not even 100 meters deep, and what lay beyond was hidden behind its veil. However, ever since he entered the pool, Damien felt like he wasn't the only presence within. He could vaguely feel a variety of auras. The closest ones were weak and faltering, but the more vague ones made their presence known despite the vast distance that separated them from him. These auras must have something to do with the actual ancestral ritual that dragons get to undergo when they enter the pool. The Golden Dragon Emperor warned him from the beginning that the pool was unsuitable for outsiders, but he didn't take those words seriously until this moment. He finally realized that it would genuinely be impossible for him to gain anything the conventional way. Well, I bet if I try hard enough, I can use the breath of all things to change my body structure into a dragon body. But why would I want to do that? There was a time when Damien looked up to dragons. There was a time when he saw them as peak existences that he wanted to chase, a race he held pride in being associated with. But now, Damien grinned to himself and kicked off the water, shooting into the pool's depths. He passed the 100-meter mark in an instant and found himself submerged once again, this time in darkness. The pressure constricting his body became fiercer with every passing second. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 9 kilometers. By the time he made it to the 10-kilometer mark, he finally started feeling its effects. I think you should take a look at a small fracture appeared in his forearm, alerting him to the fact that the pressure bypassed his defenses. At this level, transcendent regeneration can easily cope. Or at least, that's what he thought. Hush! When he reached the 20-kilometer mark, he was met with a terrifying underwater current that slammed into his body and manhandled him, throwing him around the depths and completely disorienting him. He exclaimed as he rapidly used his mana to stabilize himself. However, his defenses broke in. A single second, Damien's mana dispersed into the water the second it left his body. And to make matters worse, the dispersed mana was absorbed by the current, which enhanced it to a new level. Whoosh! The current came back a second time to harass the unprepared Damien. He could feel his skin and muscles rapidly tearing under its razor-sharp force. And as if aggrieved that Damien forgot about it, the ambient pressure returned in spades, exponentially strengthening the deadly environment. Damn it, the current tossed me at least a few kilometers deeper into the pool. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, trusting transcendent regeneration to keep him alive. He sunk his consciousness into his own body, rolling void mana through his systems and absorbing how it reacted to external stimuli. The mana dispersal is an inherent effect of the water, so trying to overcome it would be useless. Instead, I need to adapt. Damien wasn't a member of a dragon clan. The Golden Dragon Emperor never expressly mentioned it, but Damien was certain that there were residual spirits and soul wisps in the area observing him, likely remnants of ancestral beasts. Those ancient ancestors, how would they feel when they were suddenly awoken only to realize the individual in the ancestral dragon pool wasn't a dragon at all? Damien's opinion of the Emperor changed as if he was bipolar. When I reached demigod level, I'm going to embarrass the shit out of him in front of Astoria. Damien shook his head and focused his mind once again. He was certain the current extraneous circumstances were a result of this hostility, and if he wasn't able to triumph over them, he would be directly killed by these long-deceased experts. Honestly speaking, I could probably escape death, but if they target my soul, I won't be able to defend at all. Plus, it's not a good idea to make an enemy out of the Golden Dragon clan right now. He couldn't use brute force, since destroying the ancestral dragon pool definitely didn't align with the decision he'd just made. He couldn't devour it either, since that would probably provoke an even worse reaction. Void abilities were out of the question from the start. It didn't matter if they were dead. Those remnant souls were experts in life. They would definitely be able to sense his greatest secret. The Saint Emperor was enough proof of this, as he was able to sense the void in Damien even through an avatar. With all these factors taken into consideration, Damien was left with only one option. He smiled wryly at his fate. If all else failed, he'd just endure the consequences with his body. This was the secret way of a masochist. Chapter 962, Dragonpool. Bang, 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 bang. Muffled explosions sounded through the depths, blasting air pockets into the tightly compressed water and disrupting its flow. However, contrary to what one might think, these explosions didn't originate from the environment at all. Swish! Damien's body raced deeper and deeper into the ancestral dragon pool, surpassing the 5-kilometer mark quickly and continuing without pause. As he moved, his body emitted a series of concerning popping noises, each of which was followed by a miniature explosion that rocked the pool. Right, the explosions weren't an external threat, but rather the effect of external threats on Damien's internal body. The underwater current and pressure were both still attacking his external body, but after he crossed the 100-kilometer mark, a new danger joined them. Small, barely perceptible bubbles rose from the depths. Damien couldn't see them, even with the aid of all-seeing eyes. Though ironic, this only meant he was forced to take yet another attack with his bodily strength. The bubbles were far more dangerous than the other two. Damien couldn't understand the mystery supporting them, but whenever they came in contact with his body, they'd directly bypass his physical defense and enter his internal body before exploding outward, essentially blasting Damien's organs out of his body. Transcendent regeneration worked as fast as possible, and while making sure to conceal it within his body, Damien used a wisp of the breath of all things to enhance its effects. This was how he held up until now, finally reaching 500 kilometers deep in the seemingly endless pool. Bang, bang, bang. His body jerked forward, to the side, and straight down as 3 explosions rocked his body and threw him off course. He wanted to take a deep breath to calm himself down, but he could only do so inwardly. After all, he was currently underwater and unable to mobilize his mana. If he lost control of his breath, he would easily be swept up and suffocated by the currents. He thought, gazing in the direction he assumed was downward with a frown. Shick, shick, shick. His body was impaled by multiple razor-sharp water jets. He gritted his teeth and pushed transcendent regeneration harder, moving to avoid any incoming projectiles. Fuck, I don't even know what I'm doing right now. In the Wild Continent, Damien could act as he pleased because the fallen emperors were without affiliation or escape, which meant even if they knew his secrets, they couldn't spread them. Adding to that the fact that Damien took the Wild Continent for himself, he never had to worry about using his void abilities back then. The problem here was less about the remnant souls themselves, but their affiliation with the Golden Dragon clan. The outside world, the real plane, was what he needed to be careful of. As he hesitated, he failed to notice the lack of attacks he'd faced as he did so. Around him, the waters stilled, and Damien finally looked back into the surroundings, his eyes widening in amazement. Discounting Aquazel, he hadn't spent much time underwater, so Damien was still a stranger to many of the environment's phenomena. Therefore, the current scene was an amazing novelty, even in his eyes. The 5 meters of space around Damien was still and quiet, almost like the surface of an undisturbed lake. It was serene and gave Damien a subtle feeling of moonlight for unknown reasons. However, Outside that small haven was utter chaos. No light could reach this depth, but the darkness in the water still whipped back and forth like a rampaging bull, terrifying storms tearing up the water, and even more terrifying pressure forcing the water to compress to untold levels. Deadly attacks zoomed around without any target in particular, merely hoping to impact anything before they dispersed. Explosive pockets formed thousands of times every second, and just vaguely, the smoky cyan shadow of a massive dragon revealed itself. Yo, Damien tried projecting his thoughts, but even that was silenced by the water. Oh, rumble. The dragon shadow let out a cry that reverberated through the water and shook the very foundation of the ancestral dragon pool. Through the vibrations tearing through the water, a string of words boomed in Damien's ears. I think you should take a look at act. Without. Resignation. No. Soul. Shall. Guitnis. No. Soul. Shall. Damien's eyes widened. Damien wanted to deny it, but there was no way he could just chalk it up to coincidence and move on. This dragon shadow definitely knew about his void breathing. What should I do? He wanted to contemplate his options, but how could he be given the time to do that? Damien watched as the safe zone was rapidly devoured by the outside chaos. He watched it approach him, its deathly maws hungering for his blood. There was no time to think. At this point, I don't even know anymore. Damien stopped holding back. Boom! The chaotic water flow finally caught up to him. But in that same instant, a terrifying wall of pitch-black mana slammed it back, forcefully taming the chaos. You want to see me go all out? Then, Damien roared with all his power. He infused the breath of nothingness into his words and forced the atmosphere to accept their presence, causing them to reverberate through the water in every direction, filling the space with his presence. Bang! His foot kicked out, pounding into the water like it was solid and using it as a foothold to send him flying deeper yet again. However, he wasn't going to lose this time. This time, shio, 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 hohush, bang, bang, bang. The countless annihilatory forces barraged Damien with fierceness like never before. Yet, he didn't pay them any mind as he pushed forward. Void mana raged into the surroundings, dissolving the water's natural mana and devouring it, feeding it to Damien, who then used it to power his regeneration. The energy of Devoured didn't stop there, though. It spread up into the areas of the pool Damien had already passed through and exploded into a black hole whose vacuum force voraciously consumed everything the water had to offer. The underwater current was sucked away like a living organism being drawn into a tornado. The pressure also decreased marginally with Devour's interference. Devour covered the retreat path, while void breathing took the role of clearing the path forward. The breath of all things and the breath of nothingness were both directly opposite and absolutely the same. This meant that, while they contradicted each other, they could be used in tandem and would actually boost each other's strengths. The breath of all things pertained to the material. Just as Devoured did from the rear, it cleared the water itself of any negative effects and destroyed the deathly phenomena that were awaiting Damien's arrival. As if this wasn't enough, it also imbued the water with positive effects that returned Damien the ability to use his mana freely. However, he didn't need it anymore. The breath of nothingness pertained to the ethereal. Unlike the other two void abilities in action, it didn't aid Damien's charge forward at all. Rather, it snaked through the surroundings on the prowl for prey. Its specific purpose, however, wouldn't reveal itself quite yet. Currently, Damien was 5,000 kilometers deep in the ancestral dragon pool. And from the looks of it, there would be at least another 5,000 before he could reach its floor. Chapter 963 Dragon Pool. The ancestral dragon pool, as the Golden Dragon Emperor mentioned, was originally meant for dragons to cleanse their blood and grow. This process was not just a matter of the body, but also the spirit. The blood cleansing process is the last that takes place before one exits the pool. Before one can gain the opportunity to cleanse their blood, they first needed to obtain the approval of the ancestors. This was naturally done through a series of tests taken once one dove to the limit of their endurance, offered by the remnant souls slumbering in the specified area. After obtaining the approval of an ancestral dragon, the young dragon would be granted a portion of the ancestors' bloodline memories and power, which would help them define their future growth path. The immense combined benefits of these many processes would gradually show themselves as the genius grew, manifesting as heaven-defying talent and potential. Knowing this, one might question, just how could the Golden Dragon clan maintain the ancestral dragon pool? Regardless of the clan's power, it couldn't change reality. Every ancestral soul wisp could at most choose a single genius before losing its power. So how could the ancestral dragon pool support the clan for generations on end? It wasn't due to an excessive number of deceased predecessors. That much was for sure. Actually, the ancestral dragon pool wasn't a treasure of the Golden Dragon clan at all. The truth was far, far more mystical. The true ancestral dragon pool resided in the heavenly world, far removed from Grand Heaven's boundary. However, the ancestral dragon pool was one of the dragon species' greatest treasures. It was able to project itself anywhere it could find dragons and present them with a minimized version of itself, empowering and uniting the entire dragon species under a single umbrella. No matter how terrible feuds between dragon clans became, they would never openly attempt to exterminate each other. At least, as long as there weren't extraneous circumstances such as a fate of enslavement. Nevertheless, the secret to why the ancestral dragon pool could support the entirety of the dragon species lay in the nature of dragons themselves. It wasn't known to many, but the soul of every dragon that reached the 9 revolutions of extreme peak 4th class or higher would be laying to rest within the pool. It wasn't just one clan or even one universe, but every dragon in existence that was subject to this. Therefore, how could the ancestral dragon pool ever run out of energy? Its closed positive feedback loop was precisely what allowed dragons to become such fearsome existences with both knowledge and power in spades. Most young dragons didn't make it very deep in the pool, but since the pool tested potential rather than strength, it wasn't too rare for those ancestral souls in the 5,000-kilometer depths to take interest in those who don't even make it halfway to their perch. However, the 5,000 kilometers of area below that point marked an absolute turning point. Every dragon soul existing in this area was extremely powerful, each a renowned expert of their era. It was rare for geniuses to reach these depths, and even rarer for these dragons to take interest. Unfortunately, today wasn't a day where they could maintain their nonchalance. Roar! A terrified roar rang out. A dark red dragon soul rushed through the depths with all its power, swerving through the deathly phenomena around it with precision and using everything it possibly could to block the path behind it and delay its pursuer. Yet, nothing it did worked. Boom! A pulse of pitch-black mana spread through the water and instantly dispersed everything it contacted. Rocks and obstructions were directly dissolved into nothingness, while every dragon's soul and mana phenomenon was devoured and recycled for a good cause. The dragon's soul panicked. It tried to escape with all its power, but there was quite literally nothing it could do. I think you should take a look at its body, suddenly shook. An eerie sensation crawled up its proverbial back. The dragon's soul froze. Its only option was to die. It didn't realize this until the very last moment. Whoosh! The dragon's soul was swallowed up by a beastly maw of mana. Its memories rushed into Damien's head, while its power incorporated with his own, strengthening both his mana and his bloodlines. Good. While Damien didn't know it, one was originally only supposed to absorb a single soul, and consensually at that. But why did he need to care? In the first place, this trial was rigged against him. Since that mysterious dragon shadow wanted him to go all out, he was going to give it a great show. After all, a dragon shadow that can directly suppress the ancestral dragon pool is definitely not a simple character. And even if it was, Damien would just devour it for fooling him. His plan was perfect. He was currently 8,000 kilometers deep in the ancestral dragon pool, and this red dragon soul was the 36th he'd absorbed. He slowed down his pace and set up a barrier so he could peacefully absorb the dragon soul's memories. Well, it wasn't like any dragon soul would take initiative to approach him after his rampage, but that was beside the point. Damien confirmed after watching through the memories. Of the dragons I've devoured so far, only 5 or 6 of them were at the demigod level when they were alive, but their souls were so deteriorated that they couldn't maintain the ability to speak coherently. The rest are all at varying revolutions of the extreme peak, but what all of them have in common is the 6th soul Damien absorbed was a great general who led countless armies to sweep the Nox 10,000 years ago. His efforts allowed the universe several years of respite, which then allowed the universe's forces to make an informed counterattack that almost drove the Nox out of the universe. The 13th soul was a reaper who served under a death dragon god beast. He was in charge of managing hundreds of millions of souls that were reaped every day to aid the demigod in his training. However, appalled by the inhumanity, he rebelled against the demigod with the help of several allies he met in his travels and overthrew him, bringing safety to an untold number of people in his era. The 36th soul, the red dragon soul, belonged to a youth no older than 20 years. His life was short, but he was a heaven-defying genius who was able to reach the extreme peak in that tiny amount of time. And while he didn't live long enough to have a long string of grand accomplishments, he held the monumental achievement of exploding his blood vitality to seal an abyssal corridor that opened in his sector, both preventing invasion and saving the entire sector from imminent doom. The feats that supported their legends were varied, but they were all fantastical stories of people who accomplished things many never would, even after ascending to divinity. In fact, divinities were even less likely to build pronounced legends, because they were more cautious than anyone. It's interesting. Damien grinned to himself as he clenched his fist and panned his gaze across the surroundings like a predator searching for prey. It truly was interesting. These legends were so great that they couldn't be wholly contained. A portion of their power leaked into Damien's legend when he absorbed them, empowering him and adding their stories to his own. It was a strange feeling that he couldn't quite pinpoint, and he wanted to know more about it. Chapter 964 Dragon Pool. Damien immediately acted on his desire. Before him, these dragon souls were mere worms. They couldn't resist the pull of the breath of all things and the crushing force of the breath of nothingness. Their souls were dissected and their strengths were divided and repurposed to aid Damien to the best of their abilities. As a result of their attempt to isolate and suppress him, they faced his wrath, and they faced it in spades. Damien didn't move from the 8,000 to 9,000 kilometer depth, taking his time to tear through each and every dragon soul he could find. The number of devoured souls increased from double digits to triple digits, and as time went by, it even approached the quadruple digits. Devoured, 776. Damien was once again forced to thank the mysterious technique he'd discovered in the cloud plane. Originally, it was supposed to be a sword technique, but Damien avoided the sword part like the plague. It wasn't his intent, it was just a result of the circumstances. In the beginning, Tianyang warned him to practice carefully so he didn't get turned into a heartless monster by the technique, so Damien was cautious in his usage. After he overcame himself, he'd thought about using the Void Heart Sword Law as inspiration to create more sword techniques of his own, but before he got around to it, he gained so many new abilities that he forgot about it entirely. Ever since then, Damien had never paid attention to the Sword Law half of the technique. However, he'd done plenty of work to improve the Void Heart section. The Mind Prison was always one of his greatest spiritual defenses, and as he grew, he made sure it grew with him. With its current abilities, not only could it hold his own memories and emotions, it could be used as a storage space for the things swallowed by the breath of nothingness, including intact souls. The previously figurative Mind Prison truly became its name. This ability was crucial in the current situation especially, since Damien would undoubtedly be corrupted and controlled by the memories he was devouring otherwise. After all, No matter how fortified his spiritual world was, he was absorbing millions of years' worth of memories from several different scattered eras and locations, some not in grand heaven's boundary at all. Yet, there would always be a limit. As Damien realized himself, the mind prison could only mitigate the problem, not solve it. On the bright side, it's not much of a loss. I'll devour one more, so I can hit the lucky number 777, and then I'll make my way down to the bottom of the pool. Damien made good on his word instantly. The next dragon soul, unlucky enough to find itself in his trajectory, was devoured without much of a struggle and integrated with the rest. Damien shrugged and pushed his spatial abilities, enhanced by void mana, to propel him to the deepest depths of the ancestral dragon pool as soon as possible. It was an incredibly effective method. Damien was able to directly bypass almost every threat awaiting him, and void breathing easily dealt with anything unavoidable. From 8,500 kilometers to 10,000 was a simple journey, but when Damien arrived, he realized 10,000 kilometers wasn't the deepest depth at all. He cursed inwardly, mildly annoyed. He didn't bother to loiter around at the false bottom of the pool. Now, his greatest priority was finding that dragon shadow. He teleported ceaselessly and used a complex combination of dimensional cages and other dimensional magic to efficiently traverse several hundred kilometers per minute, 15, 000, 20, 000, 25, 000. When he reached the 30,000 kilometer mark, he finally saw a difference in the black water. He excitedly shot down another few thousand kilometers, and finally, after a needlessly long journey, his foot touched solid ground. I think you should take a look at a breeze brushed past. Damien silently enjoyed Damien's eyes widened as he realized that the water around him was no longer water in any sense. Rather, it was air colored and textured to look like water. Damien wondered, but the all-seeing eyes didn't reveal any signs of spatial disturbance, so he was forced to throw away this assumption. These ancestral dragons are so flashy, it's impossible for a humble person like me to rationalize their ways. Damien's eyes turned west. It feels close. He rushed west, reaching his destination in a matter of seconds. He scanned the area, tried to locate traces of the blue dragon shadow. However, the only thing he found was a deep blue egg with several swirling patterns decorating its surface. It was about as 4 feet tall, and when Damien went to pick it up, he realized it weighed at least as much as a mountain. He exclaimed, even the biggest behemoths weren't this heavy in their prenatal states. Damien dragged the egg out of the hidden crater he found it in and placed it on flat ground before observing it with every perception ability he had. His awareness pierced it from every angle, but no matter how he enhanced his abilities, he could only vaguely make out the figure within. This time, my abilities aren't failing. I'm sure that both my awareness and all-seeing eyes are working properly. If his perception didn't fail him, then the creature in this egg was still incubating, and it was clear that the process hadn't started that long ago. Yet, the egg was already as heavy as a mountain and carried such a profound and strange aura. I should take it with me for now. Regardless of what it was interesting, and that was enough reason for Damien to take it. A voice boomed through the atmosphere, trembling the air. Damien raised his brow in curiosity and turned it around. A dragon soul with sentience. That's a first, he commented as he faced the being that materialized behind him. It was only a head. Yet, it was a head large enough to eclipse the entire secret realm as far as Damien could perceive it. A single eye of this dragon was larger than any star or planet. Damien's body shivered in unwitting excitement. It was an instinctual response. He gradually opened his mouth and moved his lips to speak, suppressing his emotions in the face of this absolute power. Not only did you just read my thoughts, you've maintained your sentience. Since I haven't met another dragon soul even close to that level, I have to assume it was you who called me here, he said, taking a deep breath. He grinned and firmly brought his fist to his palm in greeting. My name is Damien Void, future ruler of everything. Chapter 965 Ancestor. My name is Damien Void, future ruler of everything. Damien respectfully bowed his head and greeted the entity before him, but his words were as arrogant as they could be. When he first encountered this shadow not long ago, he hadn't been able to sense anything from it and could only gauge its importance by its abilities. However, after devouring a whopping 777 dragon souls, the situation was different. Damien felt an inherent reverence that stemmed from the very core of his being, from his legend. The memories he devoured from those dragon souls were still being digested, but for what he understood already, he could estimate the status of this blue dragon shadow. Its gargantuan, universe-eclipsing size and aura were one thing, but they could only attest to the fact that the dragon had definitely reached divinity in its lifetime, and not to a small degree either. The effect on Damien's legend, on the other hand, was unprecedented. The legends that merged into his own were practically forcing him to his knees, attempting to destroy his ego when he refused. He was able to tame them easily, since they were now his property, but their reaction indicated a single fact more than any other. This dragon soul was a true god beast. As Damien learned long ago in the first dungeon, beasts had multiple evolutionary paths. It wasn't rare for a beast to change its species entirely by the time it reached the peak of its power, but regardless of how it evolved, its growth paths would always stem from god-beast blood. Every single beast had god-beast blood, but for most, this blood was diluted and muddled until its existence lost any meaning. When a beast grew into its power, its god-beast blood would also grow and evolve, merging with its own blood and enhancing its state of existence. And finally, at the final step before divinity, beasts are offered a choice. Their first choice was to follow the growth path of their god-beast ancestor. This path was safe and relatively stable. As long as one possessed the appropriate potential and was able to stay alive long enough, they would eventually reach the god-beast level, even if it took 1,000,000 years to do so. Along with that, since these god-beasts were already well established, their bloodline memories existed to aid their descendants forward, supporting them and granting them compatible techniques to use. The second choice was much riskier. This choice meant to forego the ancestral path and carve one's own path. Following this path didn't guarantee success, and in fact, most who chose it ultimately failed and died without achieving anything monumental. However, for those who were able to succeed in their attempts and rise to the status of god-beast with their own power, sheerly through devouring other bloodlines and refining one's own, their power would far exceed those following the ancestral path. And even greater, their legend would morph, granting them immense prestige on the same level as those primordial god beasts who established the paths that most currently follow. It was a huge risk that most weren't willing to take since it concerned their futures. But this blue dragon shadow was not one of them. Not only did it take the risk, it succeeded with flying colors. Damien didn't know what kind of god beast it was, but he was sure that the path this dragon shadow built brick by brick during its lifetime was currently guiding countless dragons to their own peaks. It was only right for the residual emotions of the devoured dragon souls to feel inherent reverence for this being. Even Damien felt immense respect for its achievements. Yet, he maintained cautiousness. He didn't know this being's intentio. Must you be so wary? The dragon shadow's booming, disconnected voice interrupted Damien's inner thoughts, making him cringe slightly. You know, most people find it rude when you read their thoughts without permission, he muttered. I think you should take a look at... Damien's quip was entirely ignored by the dragon shadow, who easily swerved the conversation into its main objective. Damien sighed to himself and nodded, not saying anything. I mean, I'm definitely curious, but I don't like this feeling of losing the momentum. Anyway, this guy is already dead, and I doubt any Dragon Clan geniuses are making it this deep, so I might as well just listen. As Damien entertained himself with some devious thoughts, the blue dragon shadow began telling its story. The time of this emperor's beginning is lost and unattainable. The dragon shadow's words were accompanied by a change of scenery. The entire hidden realm morphed to follow its words, giving Damien a visual accompaniment. It was a dark sky that light simply didn't exist with enough strength to penetrate. There were a few thousand stars total, And while the blackness looked ever-expanding, the truth was that these few thousand were the only worlds in all of existence. This emperor was born Qi-Long, a lizard in the Ninth Water Tribe. The surroundings zoomed in on a single planet, and on that planet, a single small lake that was home to a group of roughly 80 monitor lizard-like creatures. Among them were 30 adolescents, one of which was Qi-Long. The tribe lived and died together, fighting off threats from nearby tribes and growing until they conquered the rest of the 41 water tribes in the world. When they achieved sovereignty, most of the clansmen became content and lived in peace, but Qi-Long was different. In this emperor's 50th year, the joys of life provided by peace became dull. Eventually, he decided to leave. He broke through the bounds of the world and traveled, eventually learning about power and the means to gain it, something the water tribes never came in contact with. And through these same travels, he realized that the blessing of water was actually a curse that limited and siphoned his tribe's potential. Enraged by this fact, he trained harder and encountered several opportunities, not only becoming an expert, but creating a path for himself and his people to follow that wouldn't be affected by the external curse of the blessing of water. This was one of the very first instances of beast evolution. And while this achievement was one unknown to him at the time, his repertoire was still growing by the day. He left his mark in every world he visited and even brought several hundred under his umbrella. Qi-Long, who was now in human form, stood above an expansive sea. Its water curled around his feet in worship and danced around his body in joy. The water of his home world was not normal water, but a portion of the heavens manifested as water. Its significance was far greater than anything Qi-Long could imagine. Through victory, this emperor ascended. From a mere, nameless lizard, this emperor became a true dragon. Azure like the ocean waves, azure like the sky above. Qi-Long was a being who came from the starry sky to force the seas of heaven into submission. And through this feat, unlike anything that had been accomplished in history thus far, he gained a control over water that was almost godly. Damien's eyes widened in shock. Don't tell me. Looking at the way this story was going, Damien could already guess this dragon shadow's identity. The legendary Azure Dragon, a god beast whose influence was so unbelievably widespread that even Earth, so far removed from the true universe until a few decades ago, had several religions that mentioned him. Chapter 966 Ancestor. Damien finally realized how important the dragon before him was, but his questions only became greater with this discovery. After all, if he truly was the great Azure Dragon, the first Azure Dragon to ever exist at that, then how'd he die? Damien hoped to find the answer as the story continued. Obtaining Azure was the first step in Qi-Long's grueling journey to power. Azure wasn't necessarily a direct boost in power, but rather a key that would only become useful in time. After defeating the seas of heaven, Qi-Long went along to conquer the 3,000 worlds. With his power and dominion over water, finding someone who could match him was almost impossible. The era and location of Qi-Long's story were both a mystery. But as the story continued, it became clear that Qi-Long's homeland was far separated from any sort of true universe. It took 1,000 years to conquer the 3,000 worlds in their entirety. Another 4,000 years passed after that, with Qi-Long training to his utmost and trying to find a way to further improve. Until one day, he finally broke the bounds of his small universe and arrived somewhere greater. Damien thought to himself. The scenery around him wasn't much different from what he'd witnessed in his many years of life, but something just felt different. The mana in the air was different, purer, and far more dense. This mana carried stronger power in its ambient form than most lower universe existences could output with all their strength. The lush grasses and greenery and the resident fauna were new and interesting, piquing Damien's interest even though he had no knowledge whatsoever of herbology and other related fields. There was simply something mystical about the place that Damien couldn't place his finger on, and Qi-Long felt the same. His adventure in the heavenly world began when he had yet to reach the extreme peak and continued until the very end of his life. For the most part, there wasn't anything strange about his story. It was a tale of hard work and effort combined with talent that could support it, creating a genius of untold proportion. Azure aided Qi Long until the very end, eventually allowing him to break free of the shackles of existence and become a true spiritual god. It was an inspiring and wondrous chain of events that would make any common practitioner worship the genius who overcame it. But Damien wasn't too interested in Qi Long's origin story. After all, wasn't his life already something similar? What interested Damien was the concept Qi Long began researching after he plateaued in his god-beast path. As someone who controlled the power of heaven, Qi Long was far more in tune with the universe than the average practitioner, and when he underwent cosmic rebirth, he felt the subtle force that guided all existence on its proper path. He became infatuated with the concept rapidly. He felt as if he discovered a hint at the answer to everything. He researched and researched, spending thousands of years trying to come in contact with the concept again, only to fail completely. He theorized that he just wasn't destined to comprehend universal flow. While destiny wasn't a tangible force and would usually be left out of any sort of research, universal flow was a concept heavily tied to the ethereal and intangible. By Qi Long's hypotheses, the concept known as universal flow was everything. It didn't influence the universe, it was the universe. It didn't influence events, it carried them out as they were supposed to be carried out. In some sense, the best way to describe universal flow was as the plot of a novel. Only, this novel had no writer. No being controlled the plot, but the plot was created nonetheless. Universal flow was the tale of this plot that peeked out of the clouds. Its body and head were too profound for even the universe itself to understand, let alone mere existences within it. Unfortunately, Qi Long couldn't get further than this point in his research without actually coming in contact with the Force again. It was especially frustrating since the memory he had of the Force was blurred as if it had been tampered with. Qi Long eventually gave up on his unattainable dream and returned to increasing his power as he'd always done. But little did he know that the small progress he'd made at this time would eventually be received by a junior untold years in the future. And that junior carried the destiny that he lacked. Damien's eyes were wide in shock, but also glazed over like a corpse. He stood frozen like a statue as Qi Long's story played out around him. Yet, he wasn't seeing it at all. I think you should take a look at he couldn't describe in words. How could he, a mortal, ever dare? However, it was beautiful and incomprehensible, almost directly shattering his ego with its presence alone. He suddenly understood. This wasn't a force he should interfere with. This wasn't something he should have ever touched. It was best if he followed Qi Long's example and gave up. It's impossible for a human to touch something like this. It's impossible for a human to gasp. Damien's eyes abruptly focused. He gasped for air and immediately used the mind prison to separate any and all unneeded emotions from his mind. Dangerous, he thought to himself. He saw it with his own eyes. He didn't just mildly feel it like he'd been doing thus far. He truly witnessed it in all its glory. It was terrifying, a force that was ever-present and constantly guiding all things on their proper paths. It wasn't just godlike, it was God. The Azure Dragon's voice rang out. Damien nodded slightly. Qi Long never made progress in his research on universal flow. He was still someone who'd made contact with it, something that only happened a single-digit number of times in the universe's lifetime. What Qi Long sensed from Damien when they first met wasn't the void, but universal flow. The reason he was called to this place was exactly this. Damien suddenly asked as curiosity overcame him. The Azure Dragon's answer was simple and perfunctory. "That's true," Damien said in response. "But what's the use? These memories will only be useful to the dragon you." Damien halted his words, his eyes shakily returning to the Azure Dragon. "You aren't thinking of. This emperor has rested long enough. Shouldn't you be appointing a dragon to be your successor?" The Azure Dragon's massive eyes rolled downward, his gaze meeting Damien's. An existence chosen by the universal flow is more valuable than the entire dragon species combined. Damien stared up at the god-beast at a loss for words. He was dumbfounded by this series of events that was taking a completely different direction than expected. And the worst part was, that direction was also the most obvious one. Honestly, there wasn't much to consider. No matter how incompatible he and Qi-Long were, the other party was a true god-beast. Damien was prepared to take anything he possibly could from the Azure Dragon without leaving a single scrap behind. Qi-Long closed his eyes. His shadow started to fade into the atmosphere. And ever so gently, a wisp of blue entered Damien's spiritual world. Little did he know, however, that this little blue wisp would make him suffer more than anything he'd faced since he arrived in the greater universe. Chapter 9, 67 Ancestor. The Azure Dragon's blessing affected both the material and ethereal, but its effects were centralized in the body. When that little blue wisp entered Damien's spiritual world, it immediately exploded into a rampaging wave of divine power that broke through the ethereal and flooded Damien's body from his head downward. The pain began almost instantaneously. The second the mana broke through into Damien's body, the first thing it did was refine his brain. And naturally, as his nerves were being directly attacked and restructured, he was subjected to unbearable torment that rid him of the ability to think at all. Damien gritted his teeth and let out a muffled groan as the divine power entrenched itself deeper into his systems. The process of body reconstruction didn't need explanation. Damien had already experienced it many times, and while this one was more intrinsic and targeted even his nervous system and other facets that were usually left untouched, it wasn't much different in the actual methodology. He was broken down and put back together over and over again until he was fortified to a new degree. However, the main physical focus of this ritual was never body reconstruction. The blood circulating through Damien's body was dyed in black and white, mirroring yin and yang at the beginning of creation. This blood was created and fueled by samsara, already placing it near the level of divinity in its worth. Even if it was the Azure Dragon, improving this blood was impossible. The Azure Dragon didn't have much expertise on life and death laws in the first place. Bloodlines, on the other hand, were a different story. Bloodlines were indeed incorporated into the bloodstream, but they had an ethereal element to them as well. Bloodlines weren't regulated by the heart and pumped through the body like normal blood. They were special and had their own metaphorical cores that held all of their base properties. These properties included purity, bloodline memories, strength, and many other things. As such, when one bled, their bloodline wouldn't be depleted, but it was still possible to burn one's bloodline to heighten its potential for a short period of time. Generally, every individual bloodline in one's body would have its own core. The only outliers were those who had multiple different bloodlines from beasts of similar species, whose bloodlines had the possibility of merging. The void physique naturally didn't allow Damien to follow this common path. When he was in the Feus dungeon and using Devour to rapidly grow his power, he devoured countless bloodlines that were all condensed into a single bloodline core, leading to a muddled and inefficient final product. This problem was solved later when Damien used the primordial undying tree's fruits to restructure his bloodline and purify it. His new bloodline was far stronger and aided him many times in the conflicts that occurred afterward. Still, the question remained, why did the void physique make him follow such a seemingly disadvantageous path? As time went on, this question remained unanswered and Damien's bloodlines gradually became irrelevant. His strength improved too fast. He devoured thousands or even tens of thousands of beings, but they were either beings with lesser bloodlines than his own or Nox, who didn't contribute anything to his bloodline at all. If there was any place for Damien to find a hope of increasing his bloodline's power, it was the previous conflict filled with dying dragons. Unfortunately, aside from a few black dragons, Damien was unable to devour the rest of the countless enemies he'd slain. It was almost as if the Azure Dragon was aware of Damien's flaws. Damien kept his mind focused on the pain and his perception focused inside his body. He watched with as much lucidity as he could muster as tiny blue wisps infected his bloodline core and altered it. It was an odd feeling that didn't contribute to his agony, but made him feel a sense of disconcertion and discomfort that stacked on top of the pain. He didn't know what was happening. Currently, he had two main bloodlines, dragon and demon. The first had clear origins and could be easily traced and improved, but the second, even Damien wasn't quite sure how he managed to extract this bloodline and internalize it, nor did he know its origin. Damien always figured in the back of his mind that this bloodline had mysterious and powerful origins, but the moment the blue wisps contacted it, his assumptions became truths. Damien's bloodline core tremored as the divine power of an ancestral god-beast collided against the unknown power. I think you should take a look at Fang. His body rapidly morphed, becoming tall, pale, and demonic. The unknown bloodline bared its fangs against the azure dragon's influence like a prideful lion resisting hunters. The bloodline's influence spread through his body and covered him in various blood runes, most of which Damien didn't know the identity of. He could feel the azure dragon's divine power reeling like an offended young master and preparing to strike back. Damien immediately became alert. If that collision was allowed to occur, his bloodline core would undoubtedly sustain damage. His bloodlines didn't matter much anymore, but Damien couldn't risk that explosion affecting his soul or abilities in any way. Whoosh! Damien's worries were solved before they could properly manifest. A stream of essence Damien hadn't seen in a very long time forced itself between the two powers. The pure force of the void physique, different from void mana and void essence, but sharing the same origin, rolled through Damien's body and reeled the many ongoing processes under its control. Phew! Damien exhaled slowly, believing he had a moment of respite now that the void physique would regulate the changes. However, did he forget? The bodily effects were controlled now, so they'd resume without the same pain or conflict they'd produced thus far. Therefore, the ethereal portion of the process could finally start. Gasp! Damien's chest jerked forward. He threw his head back, and his eyes widened into saucers as he gasped for air with everything he had. Divine power invaded the core of his being, the depths of his soul, and began a secondary metamorphosis. This time, there was truly no other sensation besides pain. Damien couldn't sense his soul yet, nor could he sense what was happening to it. He only felt that it was being torn apart. His ego was threatening to collapse directly. His mind almost shattered into a million pieces, mentally crippling him. Damien urgently moved everything important to him into the mind prison. Emotions, memories, the world core, fusion reactor, and the manifestations of stars in his spiritual world packed the mind prison until it couldn't hold anything more. And by the time he finished setting up this emergency countermeasure, he completely lost control of his mind and body. He felt like he was floating in a white space with no sort of definition. The pain that resonated through his body, yet didn't originate from it, at all manifested itself as several bloody illusions in this space that kept Damien company. With no witnesses, and to the knowledge of only a single remnant soul, a brand etched itself onto Damien's soul. The brand. Chapter 968, Ancestor. An unknown amount of time passed after the soul transformation began, and by the time it ended, the bodily processes reached their conclusion as well. Ah ha ha! Damien fell to the ground and desperately tried to catch his breath. That was truly an unbearable process. Usually, Damien could at least watch the changes taking place, and he could use this to maintain his lucidity and focus, but this time, he was alone with the pain. It was enough to make any normal person lose his mind. It didn't matter how strong Damien's mental defenses were. The divine power would have absolutely crushed his mind into oblivion if he didn't take the initiative to hide away everything that defined him. His spiritual world was an absolute mess in its current state, which made it extremely difficult for Damien to take his mind off the terror he just experienced and move on. It was only after he removed his ego from isolation and regained the warmth of a sense of self that he managed to calm down. He muttered inwardly as he inspected his body. First of all, his physical body had been strengthened to a new level. He would definitely be able to resist attacks from anyone under the High Commander level without any mana defense at all. His response time was nearly instantaneous now. His body could now react to his intentions before he could even fully realize them. His thoughts and processing ability were much faster than before, a noticeable change caused by the refining of his brain and spiritual world. Damien skimmed over these changes as he focused his perception on his bloodline core. It used to be pure red, almost like a blood clot. Now, however, it was entirely different. It was pitch black in its base, with intricate patterns of gold, white, blue, and a hint of red wrapping around it to form a beautiful and profound picture. Not just merged, but empowered. The previously immovable demon bloodline had somehow swallowed its draconic companion and merged with the Azure Dragon's divine power to create a completely new bloodline-like force that resided in Damien's bloodline core. What a good thing, he muttered somewhat spitefully as he realized that he'd have to put effort into fully digesting his bloodline change. No, instead of focusing on that, why does it feel like I can... Damien summoned a ball of void mana on his palm. He moved it around and played with its wisps, observing it thoughtfully. There was a new instinct in his body, backed by mysterious comprehension. Damien followed that instinct and altered the structure of his mana. The wispy, pitch-black, void mana gradually brightened and shifted in color as well as texture. Its entire state of matter changed. From what exhibited itself as a gas, the void mana became liquid. Damien flicked his finger and let the ball of water fly forward with the strength of a regular mortal's throw. Without much suspense, it arced through the air and separated into droplets before splashing against the ground. It was just ordinary water. However, Damien's reaction suggested anything but. Even the Saint Emperor can only imitate other elements with his mana. I have no affinity for water at all, and I've barely come in contact with it. How could he bend the laws of reality so easily? Affinities existed for a reason. Humans, or all living things for that matter, were granted affinities at birth and would follow their paths until death. It was still possible to gain new elements, but only those one already had some affinity with. Damien's time law was an inborn affinity that took time to manifest, but his lightning was a perfect example of the aforementioned phenomenon. If Damien originally had no affinity for lightning, the void physique wouldn't have been able to implant a new affinity into his weak and malnourished body. Simply put, to directly control an unrelated affinity was one of the greatest impossibilities for a practitioner. Or at least, it was supposed to be. Damien was in a rush to find out, because if it was the former, it was massively important, the most grandiose breakthrough in training he'd had ever encountered. The Azure Dragon's voice broke him out of his trance. Damien wasn't the slightest bit bothered. He directly stood up and bowed until his face was parallel to the ground, deeply expressing his thanks to this primordial being. I will never forget this graciousness you've shown me. He didn't just say it. He swore it on his mana and his soul, letting the universe acknowledge his sincerity. Disregarding every other benefit, the Azure Dragon gave Damien a hint about how to move forward in comprehending the void. This alone was worthy of utmost respect. However, the Azure Dragon didn't stop at this. Rather, he gave a greater blessing than what even the greatest geniuses of the Dragon Clan could receive. Damien raised his head to look the dragon in the eye. I think you should take a look at, indeed. Damien didn't respond. He walked up to the Azure Dragon and took a seat, leaning back against one of the being's massive claws. Nothing much. I just felt like sitting here for a bit. Silence enveloped the realm. Neither Damien nor the Azure Dragon took initiative to speak, but it was as if they shared an intrinsic understanding of what they wanted to and needed to say. Those words didn't need to be voiced. Time passed slowly. Every second that ticked by was perceived to its greatest by the only two beings existing in this space. Damien gritted his teeth. He didn't want to acknowledge the fact that the feeling against his back was disappearing. He didn't want to acknowledge that the Azure Dragon was fading. So he sat there. He stayed silent before this being who could passively read his every thought, until the Azure Dragon's body was no more than an outline of wispy blue energy. At that last second, I will fulfill your final wishes. The Azure Dragon's hazy consciousness snapped back to reality. His eyes widened. He showed true emotion, something he forgot after millions of years. A small smile spread on his lips. Pride, the expression he wished the world to remember him by, was the last one he exhibited. The hidden realm that housed only two was left with only one. The Azure Dragon's body slowly dispersed into a beautiful display of crystallized azure blue shards, like snow ascending to the heavens. A hollow smile surfaced on Damien's face as he watched it. He only knew the god beast for a short period, but in that period, he not only gained immensely, he saw how that being lived his life. He was a powerful divinity that provoked fear and reverence wherever he went, but he was always alone. He never met someone who could see the world from his perspective, and he ended up isolated in his own research and chasing after the peak. He lived in an era Damien couldn't imagine and fought millions upon millions of enemies that were equally unfathomable. He wasn't some kind of hero, nor did he have an exemplary character. He was arrogant and domineering and did anything to grow stronger, but he never crossed the bottom line he set for himself. And despite the sheer amount of failure he faced, he never faltered. The Azure Dragon was not a hero, but he was without question a being worthy of utmost respect. There were only two before him. Kurt Galloway, the spatial grandmaster of Apiron, Alaric Alfheim, the primordial undying tree, and now, the Azure Dragon, ruler of the seas. They were seniors who lit the flame in Damien's heart. Seniors whose memories and vestiges inside of him would always remind him that there was someone better, whether it be in character or strength. Damien sighed. Death was a concept all too familiar to him, but it never hit as hard as it did when these people he respected met their inevitable ends. If only I met them sooner. This thought clouded his mind every time, but he knew it was useless. They died with pride and were remembered in glory, exactly as they wished to pass. Selfishly interfering with their fates would be a sin. Damien quietly stood up and looked into the sky. There, the passage to return to the ancestral dragon pool revealed itself. He wished he could have spoken to the Azure Dragon more, but this was the end of their fated encounter. It was time for Damien to set his sights on the next goal and move on as he always did. It was time for him to set out for the Grand Assembly. Chapter 969 Prophecy. Damien was in the ancestral dragon pool for no more than a single day. As he left the pool and the scenery faded around him, he finally realized that there was a time dilation around the space. It was so flawless that he didn't notice it until he left, which was incredibly impressive. Damien thought to himself as he walked through the halls of the Golden Dragon Palace. The banquet came to an end not more than an hour ago, and countless people were moving through the palace halls, returning to their quarters or homes to rest and finally succumb to their fatigue. The atmosphere of the world had calmed down drastically. It was a miracle just how fast people could readjust after a tragedy. Now that the celebration of life had ended, the time to celebrate the dead arrived. The number of casualties from the catastrophe was in the several millions at the very least. People all over the world had lost their friends and loved ones to the war, and while the urge to place blame did exist in their heads, how could they? The Emperor himself suffered more than anyone else in this tragedy, losing half of his children to the enemy. The burial rituals of the Golden Dragons were quite fascinating. As beings who were so close to fate, they didn't view death as a sorrowful thing. Death was inevitable, and though fate could be cruel in the way it toyed with lives, it was a just entity. Those who died in this battle, those who defended their homeland or died innocent of any crime, would be reincarnated with blissful destiny. This was without a doubt. Therefore, it was not a time to mourn, but to celebrate. To celebrate the achievements the deceased made in their past lives, and to pray for their happiness in the next. Damien quietly watched the ceremonies without participating himself. He was just an outsider after all, and his achievements weren't broadcasted to earn the people's affection. Unlike him, Elena was widely accepted among the Golden Dragons. She was personally requested to participate in the processions, and her acts of spreading vitality across the world and healing its people practically made her a saint in their eyes. Funnily enough, being Elena's spouse granted Damien more status among the clansmen than his role as Historia's teacher. Not like he minded it, though. Who wouldn't feel pride seeing their wife achieve greatness? Damien had no interest in stealing her stage. Instead, he silently obtained the Emperor's permission and made his way into a secret corridor in the palace, walking down a damp hallway and down an extremely cramped and weathered staircase until he was near the core of the world. Another prison near the world core. It was also likely that the invaders who were aiming for the world core during the war were actually trying to enter this prison and let loose its inmates to cause chaos. Damien reached the end of the staircase and stepped on flat land again. He was met with a thick metal slate with no visible openings that was guarded by a group of 5 high commander-level guards. "State your name and affiliation," the head guard commanded, raising his weapon. Damien shook his head wryly. "You don't have to be so on edge." He took out a plaque the Emperor gave him and tossed it to the guard, who caught it and carefully inspected it with his awareness before nodding at his comrades. "I apologize for the misunderstanding, sir. Please enter," the head guard said as he returned his focus to Damien. Damien smiled and nodded. "Don't worry about it." He watched as the guards acted together, positioning themselves against nondescript locations on the 2 walls on their side of the metal slate with no particular rhyme or reason. Rumble. "I think you should take a look at." Damien opened his all-seeing eyes and took a deeper glance into their actions. Oh. With the new perception opened by his trait, Damien could see the mana streams exiting these guards' bodies. The mana streams entered the walls and flowed in multiple randomly intersecting paths. Each connection point would cause the metal slate to change properties and become illusory, and while the movements looked thoughtless, the mana control required to be so precise and intricate work like this was genuinely nonsensical. If they make a single misstep and the connection point is even a millimeter off, the formation will counterattack. It was an incredibly smart decision that Damien honestly didn't expect from the Golden Dragons considering their track record. It became clear to him that if these guards and this mechanism hadn't been so complex, the war situation would have been far, far worse than it already was. Those invaders who went down to the world core pretty much just disappeared by the time the conflict settled down. The metal slate finally turned fully illusory, allowing Damien into the prison. He was immediately struck by the stench. It was a putrid and disgusting mix of feces, body odor, varying body fluids, and several other unidentifiable yet repulsive scents, all enhanced by the damp environment of the underground prison. It was pitch black and lifeless in appearance. Damien could see clearly using the all-seeing eyes, but his regular visual ability wasn't nearly enough to see through the artificially amplified darkness. Damien walked through the prison indifferent to the maniacal cacophony of prisoners around him. They screamed and taunted. They provoked and pleaded. They did anything they could possibly think of to grab Damien's attention, with some even urinating through the cell bars or touching themselves when they saw him. Damien thought as he poked his senses through the air. The prisoners were from all different races, some human, some beast, some angel, and even some Nox. Many races that had death feuds against each other were placed near each other as if to create the utmost chaos in this controlled environment. However, Damien didn't come here for them, nor did he dare to entertain them. Any reaction he gave would be pleasure for them, even if that reaction was to torture or kill. He walked and walked through the seemingly endless single corridor of the prison, passing thousands upon thousands of cells and areas, until he finally reached his destination. "Look at this," he said with a slight smile as he looked into the large cell block. This isolated area was created with the sole purpose of housing black dragons. It was built with far worse conditions than any other cell block, and there were specialized guards who stayed in the area to torment the black dragons and break their spirits whenever possible. he inwardly noted as he watched a group of guards humiliate a group of older black dragons. He sighed and entered the cell block. The guards immediately looked up and turned hostile, but Damien just had to repeat the same process he did with the gate guards to placate them. After they left, he faced the millions of black dragons that were in the cell block. He knew very well that all of their gazes were currently on him, filled with hostility, hatred, and fear. He grinned. There was one more thing he had to test before leaving Beast Emperor Star. He raised his arm parallel to the ground and gracefully outstretched a single finger. He gently tapped the air. Chapter 9, 70 Prophecy. Thousands of years ago, an ancient prophecy was told. It was a prophecy that set two clans with no conflict against each other and made them mortal enemies. It drove them to clash swords and eventually to the war that finally ended with the past encounter. Yet, how could one be so sure that the war was over? The Black Dragons sent an army to Beast Emperor Star, but they didn't invade with their entire race. There were still several 100 million Black Dragons in their homeworld, including their demigod ancestor. Of course, this wasn't common knowledge. To most, the last of the Black Dragon clan was locked away in the depths of the world. Those with power could never rest as long as the Black Dragons remained unruly. They needed to be thoroughly tamed. This thought led to another question. How could one tame a clan that both concealed themselves well and had the backing of a demigod? The Black Dragons needed 1,000 years to whittle away at the Golden Driscons before they could launch a direct invasion. Spending that much time on internal conflict wasn't something the denizens of Grand Heaven's boundary could afford at the moment. It seemed that the universe was relatively at peace internally, but trusting this facade was only for the naive and willfully ignorant. 2 entire sectors had been destroyed. The lives lost were innumerable, uncountable unless one used increments of quintillions. An ancient prophecy, Damien learned about it while interacting with the Marionette Lord. The prophecy was centered around the so-called Golden Star, a being the Black Dragons assumed to be the Golden Dragon Emperor, as he was the man who ruled the Fate Star. However, Beast Emperor Star, the Fate Star, was an entirely different entity than the Golden Star in the prophecy. And even more so, the Golden Dragon Emperor was not the ruler of the Fate Star. He merely took residence on its surface and ruled from it. The Fate Star was an aged world that naturally had its own spiritual intelligence, and thus it also had the ability to choose who could command it. The Golden Dragon Emperor was powerful, but he never gained the Fate Star's acknowledgement. The reason was simple. This wasn't to say he had no talent. He was already a god beast, and it was almost guaranteed that he'd ascend to being a true spiritual god if he had the opportunity. Yet, his potential was blocked by 2 factors. The first was his decision to stay in the lower universe. He gave away his chance to grow further than the demigod level for the sake of his clan, and while admirable, it wasn't a smart decision in the slightest. The second factor was much vaguer. It was the very path he followed that hindered him. The Golden Dragon Emperor never made decisions without considering his people. His cosmic rebirth ended with him following the Golden Dragon God Beast's evolution path, which also meant his achievements would only ever reach the height of his ancestor, never to improve further unless he met some extraneous fortuitous circumstance. The Fate Star understood what it represented. Being its ruler wasn't a title, but a state of existence that put one in direct contact with the concept of fate that remained esoteric to all. It was extremely careful in choosing its master, but it eventually succeeded in finding a genius it felt it could put its faith in. For once, that genius wasn't Damien. It was a girl born and raised on its surface who finally received an opportunity to bloom into her potential just recently. It was none other than Astoria Golden, the Golden Star, not the master of the Fate Star, but the master of fate itself. Black lines of void mana spread from his finger like a massive spiderweb that stabbed into the heads of every single black dragon present. It wasn't possible before. I think you should take a look at, however, if she didn't have the kind of potential that could move the Fate Star, why would the Void ever bestow her a title? The event that made the impossible possible was obvious. Once again, it was the Azure Dragon whose aid gave Damien the proper tools to accomplish his goals. Damien couldn't completely understand this authority, but it gave him some sort of coercion over the dragon race. Those weaker than him would submit without question, and those stronger than him would be suppressed by its effects. This authority did not give Damien the ability to enslave an entire race of dragons. It was the key that allowed him to truly integrate himself into the fate of the dragon clan. After that, it was just a matter of following the prophecy. The Black Dragon clan was fated to come under his rule, and fate itself would go under Astorius. There was no resistance, to the extent that it was eerie. Damien furrowed his brows as he traced the void mana spiderweb with his eyes and noted down its processes. The fact that nothing was off was all the more disconcerting. If we follow the precedent, the ancient prophecy should have been the result of boom. Void mana burst out of the spiderweb's every thread and rocked the cell block's foundation. Damien's eyes hardened. He clapped his hands together and set up several thousand interwoven dimensional cages to isolate the cell block from the real plane and hide what was happening. As he did so, the void mana that burst into the atmosphere concentrated into several pillars, one for every black dragon. And then, zip! Each pillar impaled itself into its respective black dragon and disappeared into their bodies. One by one, their bodies jerked forward and they raised into the air as if possessed. Black draconic features polluted their human forms and turned them into half-human, half-dragon hybrids, almost like Damien after dragon transformation. The raging mana calmed down soon enough since it was all absorbed into the black dragons. The scene quieted down, but Damien could vaguely feel the pulses of void mana metamorphosing the black dragons from within. He smiled wryly. Well, it's not too surprising since this whole trip to Beast Emperor Star has been defined by fate and universal flow. Damien had no idea if it had its own ego, but he was sure of one thing. The void was always silently watching him. Recently more than ever before, it involved itself in almost every conflict he'd been a part of, almost as if it was urging him to focus on it rather than his law comprehension. And he listened to that call. The comprehension of universal flow, the constant usage of void breathing, and most recently, the discovery of elemental alchemy all contributed to the void's agenda. Damien thought, chuckling to himself. He swept his hand through the air and pulled the spiderweb of void mana back into his body, using the same moment to send the black dragons to the sanctuary. They were practically driven to madness trying to avoid their fate, so they definitely won't be pleased when they find out it came true. I'll send them to the wild continent for now and let Galantis whip them into shape. Damien patted himself on the back for a job well done and took down his dimensional cages. I'll have to find time to deal with the rest of them after the grand assembly. Damien nodded contentedly and turned around. Without a word, he left the prison, nodding at the guards in acknowledgement as he did so. He made it back to the Golden Dragon Palace without a hitch, but he was left wondering, just what kind of expression would they make when they realized what happened? He truly regretted not staying to see it. Chapter 971 Farewell. The Day of the Dead came to its natural end when the moon was halfway through its journey across the sky. The people of Beast Emperor Star retreated to their homes to enjoy the peace they once took for granted, and the people of the main clan returned to the palace to begin restoration procedures to heal the world itself back to its peak. Damien also finished his business and returned to the palace around the same time, making his way to a secluded office-like room to meet the Emperor thereafter. We've been having a lot of meetings these days, Damien said with a smile as he sat down in the seat prepared for him. The royal clan, including the Emperor himself, no longer cared if Damien followed the usual courtesies. After all, disregarding his achievements, his status as Astoria's teacher technically placed him equal to the Emperor in seniority. Indeed, the Emperor responded, passing Damien a glass and motioning for him to help himself to the few spirit liquor displayed on the table. Damien nodded. Now that I've achieved everything I set out to do, there's no point in staying. Good. It seems you have planned your steps carefully. However, you must still be careful. The emperor hummed as he poured himself a glass of spirit wine. Just a few things. There are more than a few influences trying to find your information, but you've hidden well. Damien smiled wryly. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this newly unveiled truth. First of all, wasn't the emperor insinuating that he was also searching for Damien's information? Putting aside that only slightly concerning fact, had he really been low-key in any fashion? He almost wanted to check if someone altered his memories and made his life far more exciting than it actually was. I can't decide whether that would be better or worse, but for now, let's stop thinking about it. Even if it's a joke, with my luck, I'll probably end up the target of a few trickster gods. Rather than saying he had hidden, it was more accurate to say that he killed everyone who would have wanted to sell his information in vengeance, and those who were left alive were simply too far apart for their accounts of his person to be assumed as the same person. After all, other than Damien, who else could move halfway across the universe in a few weeks or less? Even spatial practitioners didn't have this kind of mobility, so his existence was conveniently kept unrecognized. Though, he didn't doubt that if these people's memories were searched for his appearance, his entire hidden genius persona would die. He thought to himself, the enemies who wanted his life at this stage were mostly holy land-level influences or demigods. While his fame made him blush a little, he now had to consider the human domain again. To someone like immortal blood Azura, making the connection would be a piece of cake as long as he had a single lead. Damien said, returning his mind to reality. The emperor nodded. Yes, the plan has not changed. I will be personally attending the Grand Assembly. Damien furrowed his brows. The emperor asked. Damien nodded. You should let her remain here. The emperor raised his brow curiously. Damien realized once again just how esoteric fate was. Even at this stage, a demigod like the Golden Dragon Emperor could only sense that Astoria had become proficient in utilizing fate like a golden dragon. Damien sighed in slight wonder and began explaining everything from the beginning. He explained what he knew about fate, slightly embellishing the details with concepts of universal flow and samsara to make it more digestible. I think you should take a look at many events have been taking place outside of my perception. What a strange feeling, the emperor said somewhat wryly as he took another sip of his drink. Damien didn't speak further upon seeing the emperor fall prey to his own thoughts. There were many things for him to digest, after all. As a divinity, the Golden Dragon Emperor's mentality was far stronger than the average man, but he wasn't a brick wall. If he was, he wouldn't have sacrificed his future for the sake of his clan. However, to learn that this sacrifice was the reason he was never able to achieve the goal he'd been striving towards ever since his ascension to the throne was difficult to accept, to say the least. And even more than that, his goal had chosen his daughter instead of him. So this was the meaning of that prophecy. He thought to himself, the great blessing fated for the golden dragons wasn't external. It wasn't some sort of treasure. It was Astoria. This girl who had only ever shown herself to be a mischievous devil somehow matured into someone grand before he even realized it. Was this the shock every parent had to experience at some point in their life? A smile formed on his face. It truly did hurt, but since he never had a chance in the first place, wasn't this the best possible scenario? Astoria, you have finally found your place in the limelight. The emperor thought, his eyes half closing as he sent his thoughts into the sky. Deetria, I hope you are watching over her from your place in the heavens. He offered a silent prayer before opening his eyes and turning back to Damien. Damien's eyes widened. The emperor smiled. It was a smile that contained warmth, something he'd never shown Damien. If it wasn't for your aid, would Astoria have been able to bloom into her potential? If left to others, it would have gone unnoticed until the day she died. Damien shook his head. No, I only gave her the chance to grow. He finally poured himself a glass of dark spirit liquor and raised it in the air with a grin. The emperor's eyes widened slightly before he returned Damien's expression, flashing his sharp canines. He raised his glass to meet the one extended to him. Clink. Chapter 9, 72, Farewell. Master. Astoria's ear-rending whining resounded through the halls of the palace. making anyone who could hear her's expression wry. Damien was included among these people. He rolled his eyes and smirked, patting her on the head to placate her. Relax. Why were you acting like I'm going to go die somewhere? We'll reunite eventually, he said warmly. Nothing. Anyway, you already have plenty to do here. So what's the point of leaving? Astoria looked away, embarrassed at how well he could read her. Damien gave a half smile and sent her a sound transmission for only the two of them to hear. I have one last gift for you before I leave. Take this bead. Whenever you find yourself with some alone time, crush it. Damien passed her a small blue marble, which she took and eyed curiously. Master, what is this thing? She questioned. Don't worry about that for now. All you need to know is, as long as you crush that bead, you won't get bored during this period of house arrest. I'll guarantee that on my pride as your master, Damien responded smugly. Astoria's eyes brightened as she stashed the bead in her spatial ring. Master, I'm not patient, so I'm going to go try it now. She immediately ran over to the Emperor and spoke a few words before scurrying back to her room. Damien shook his head with a half-smile on his face. Astoria's behavior wasn't a facade, but she was far more complex than she was before she met Damien. She now had a sense of responsibility and understanding towards her position and power. Damien's smile was not a wry one caused by her mischief, but a content one, because he knew that his disciple was doing everything she could to grow stronger as efficiently and stably as possible. And she trusted their relationship enough to know that the gift Damien gave her would be the best first step for her to take. How could he not feel pride after seeing her determination? He wished he could help her more, but her path was never space. From the beginning, her spatial abilities were supportive. Only, her main strength was not the techniques of the Golden Dragons, but instead those of another being entirely. Damien turned his attention a few feet away, where Elena and the Emperor were having a conversation that had basically been going in circles for the past few minutes. Your contributions. It's nothing, Your Majesty. I was only acting for material benefit, so I cannot accept your thanks. For material benefit only? However, any normal contractee would not put in half the effort you did. I believe in your sense of justice, and I believe it should be commended. Damien appeared between the duo and swiped the box in the Emperor's hand, wrapping his arm around Elena and flashing a grin at the duo. He said teasingly, Elena froned. None. The Emperor responded with a smile. I think you should take a look at fine, but I still won't take it for free. The Emperor nodded contentedly. That goes without saying. Our Golden Dragon clan shared your sentiment and will aid you. Manifestations covered the sky as if to celebrate the existence of the couple. Astoria watched the fading spatial fluctuations with an unreadable expression on her face, tightening her grip on the bead in her hand. Her sentiment drifted into reality and merged with those of many others, and Astoria herself vanished into the air along with the spatial fluctuations. Major changes were going to take place in the universe soon enough, and while those involved didn't know it quite yet, the calamity of Beast Emperor's star marked the start of a new era. It was an era of war and death, an era of total uncertainty. Yet it was only this type of era that could birth ultimate geniuses, and it was only in this type of era that they could draw out every last bit of their potential. The stage was set for their debut. All that was left was for those stars to shine. The trip to the ancient god clan was simple and smooth, at least for Damien. While Elena had something of a shaky ride, it wasn't too bad for her either. The couple entered the ancient god clan's hidden world and met Dee within seconds of their arrival. Now that there were mere days remaining before the biggest gathering of the century took place, there was no time to dally and talk about meaningless things. First of all, the Genesis bead needed to be recovered. Otherwise, the ancient god clan couldn't confront other larger influences with confidence. However, when Damien and Elena actually got around to explaining what happened, the reaction was just as bad as they expected it to be. Chapter 9, 73 Grand. The ancient god clan once had 3 treasures. One was destroyed, while the other only dealt with internal clan matters, leaving only the Genesis bead with the ability to aid them against outside threats. Unfortunately, the bead was lost as well. It wasn't a matter of the ancient god clan being negligent. In fact, after the Alteran Star cruiser's destruction, they guarded the Genesis bead to the best of their capabilities. How could they predict its theft? And after its theft, how could they retrieve it when it was passed around several times with no true owner for too long? By the time the bead landed in the Golden Dragon Emperor's hands, the ancient god clan situation had deteriorated, making it incredibly inconvenient for them to retrieve it. Damien's existence was a slap to the clan's face, but Dee and Ran, its leaders, understood how significant he was to their clan's fate, let alone revival. If he could reach the level of the ancestor who originally created the ancient god clan, he could take them to higher heights than they'd ever imagined. Therefore, both in convenience and to test him, they sent him to the beast domain to reclaim their lost treasure. Did they doubt he could do it? Not all. No master of the ancient god clan could be so weak. However, did they expect him to do it so fast? And more than that, Rant's voice was practically like the screech of an eagle as she stood up and slammed her hands down on the table. Seated around it were Dee, Damien, Elena, Xin Yue, and Ran herself. They had only just reunited and begun their conversation, but she already felt like her head was going to explode. We sent you to retrieve our clan's artifact, yet you came back only to tell us that we cannot reclaim it at all. Rant's roars weren't too big of an overreaction, all things considered. Compared to her, Dee was far more composed. Still, his usually unmoving face was currently crinkled in a complicated expression. Of the three, only Xin Yue showed no reaction at all. She merely looked between Damien and Elena, seemingly quietly assessing the situation. Damien sighed and explained the entire story, starting from meeting Astoria and ending finally when he enslaved the Black Dragons. The further the story went, the more the expressions of the three ancient god clansmen changed. From intrigue to shock, from disgust to admiration, they absorbed the tales of the Great War of Beast Emperor Star and everything that came about as a result of it, including Elena's binding of the Genesis bead. At the end of the explanation, Elena directly stood up and bowed to the two clan leaders, expressing her apology. I still have no clue how or why the Genesis bead bonded itself with me, but I had no intention of plundering your treasures. If there is anything I can do to compensate, I will try my best to do it, she said sincerely. Ran ground her teeth, flashing Elena a glare that could burn a hole through the world itself, but she didn't speak. Dee glanced at Elena and shook his head softly. The situation is different from what we originally assumed. Rather than binding the Genesis bead, you were chosen by it. The Genesis bead, as a supreme treasure, had a rudimentary consciousness, which meant that while it couldn't communicate or articulate itself, it could choose its owner. In terms of intelligence, it was barely lower than Mirage. Nevertheless, the Genesis bead never bound itself to an ancient god clan member no matter how much time passed. It only ever allowed them to use its base capabilities, which still boosted their overall strength tremendously. I think you should take a look at. It is both a blessing for the individual and a terrible omen for the state of the universe. I am beginning to worry about what will happen during this grand assembly, Dee muttered. Looking at Damien and Elena, he continued, this matter cannot be solved simply, but we can at least put aside the more detailed conversations until the current hurdle is crossed. Until then, Miss Elena, please do not underestimate the Genesis bead. Elena nodded, firmly in acknowledgement, silently sensing the bead that resided in her body. Meanwhile, Damien continued the conversation, steering it away from his and Elena's blunder now that the air had been slightly cleared up. He asked, we are already prepared to set out. We were only awaiting your arrival. Damien nodded. The Grand Assembly is only 3 days away, right? This is not abuse in any sense. This is merely you doing your duty for your subordinates. Dee's voice was laced with just a hint of sarcasm that made Damien's expression wry. Weren't you supposed to accept me after I— Oh wait, I totally failed the task they gave me, didn't I? Damien shrugged. Not large. Don't speak my name so casually. But yes, I will not be attending. This time, each influence can only bring 5 geniuses and 5 elders. You should be thankful that 2 of those spots are being granted to you. Rand interrupted haughtily. Actually, I don't need one. What? Dash. I dropped down a lot in the time I spent away, but I'm still top 50 on the dimensional leaderboard. Damien said nonchalantly. Rand's eyes widened slightly, making it clear that she had no foreknowledge of this fact. Damien glanced at Dee, who shook his head in defeat. Even he couldn't control her behavior. Since she disregarded Damien from the beginning, she didn't bother doing any research on him. Damien sighed to himself. You probably need time to choose a 3rd genius, so let's set out tomorrow. Damien glanced at Elena, who nodded back at him with a smile. Taking her hand, he vanished from the ancient god clan, entering the sanctuary for a period of last-minute adjustment. After all, no matter how big an event the Grand Assembly was to the universe as a whole, it was even bigger to Damien. Because this event was the place where he would finally reunite with everyone from the human domain. His anticipation was practically explosive. Chapter 9, 74 Grand. The Grand Assembly. To this day, many words have been spoken of it, but not much have been said to describe what the event actually was. In fact, this wasn't without reason. The Grand Assembly's importance was obvious, and those involved in arranging it were extremely cautious about containing information. However, now that the day was approaching, those invited parties finally received some information. First off, the location. The Grand Assembly was set to take place in what could be considered the safest place in the entire universe, Sky Castle Luxurian. It was the very center of the Divine Realm, which also happened to be the widely regarded center of the universe. Currently, several hundred forces made their way through the Divine Realm, using teleportation arrays and starships to rapidly move through the starry sky. Of course, without special means, it was impossible for those further from the Divine Realm, such as the ancient god clan, to reach Luxurian in time, but that was to be expected. The Grand Assembly would begin soon enough, but it would continue for at least 2 months. The true conference to decide the fate of Grand Heaven's boundary would only take place after all forces were present. But there were many other events that would lead up to that conference, aimed to promote camaraderie and rivalry among peers from every corner of the universe. Naturally, most of these events were meant for younger geniuses, but there was plenty for the older experts to do as well. After all, at a time like this, it was best to make as many allies and acquaintances as possible, especially those with little influence like the ancient god clan, who operated mainly in Ion and had far more acclaim than their number suggested. A starship drifted through the starry sky. It was deep black with maroon emblems painting its surface, depicting it as a vessel belonging to the royal demon clan, rulers of the infernal realm. Helmed by the supreme, Lucifer, the royal demon clan was likely one of the most influential clans in Grand Heaven's boundary, with their numerous demigod ancestors outstripping the number of extreme peak masters most regular influences had. They, along with the heavenly clan of the Divine Realm, were the strongest singular influences in Grand Heaven's boundary, clans with status that made them utterly untouchable for all. However, surprisingly enough, this ship was not home to only demons. Among those on the vessel were many humans, and even a single angel. The angel asked as he gazed out a nearby window. Lucifer smiled slightly as he responded, "What? Have you missed the comfort of Luxurian so much?" The angel, Parcial, sneered. "If I was like them, you'd have killed me already. We should arrive on the first or second day of the assembly. Why must you worry when we've already been traveling for so long?" "That's true, yet." Parcial frowned to himself. It had been several years since he left the Divine Realm on a mission to find talent, and now that he was returning, he couldn't get rid of the wriggling discomfort in his chest. What was this feeling? Fear? Foreboding? Or maybe it was just anticipation. He didn't know, but whatever it was, it made him feel jittery and uncomfortable. He suddenly said. Lucifer responded immediately. "It'll be utterly humiliating. I think you should take a look at." The smile on his face became somewhat imperceptible, but Parcial knew exactly what he meant. Those people, well, It was best to say that their existence finally convinced Parcial that rumors of the human domain weren't embellished in the slightest. Perhaps they were even a little too mild to describe those monsters. To think someone can not only pass their baptism and enter fourth class, but traverse the entire thing and land in the late stages in the span of, 2 years? 3 years? If I didn't see it myself, I wouldn't believe a single word of it, he muttered, still shaking his head in wonder at this fact he'd known for a long time now. And it isn't just one, but 4. Chaotic eras truly do produce many. Heroes, Lucifer added. And the 5th is... Even I can't understand what that void, old immortal, is thinking. The two's conversation fell into a lull. For this event, they had taken the great risk of backing an unknown variable, the human domain's forces. Depending on their performance, it would either be a blessing or a catastrophe for many people, not just those directly involved. The human domain's status has fallen to an all-time low in the 10,000 years they've been disconnected from the universe. If those young geniuses excel, they will immediately regain their grand status. However, if they end up failing, if the human domain was secluded from the universe, not just physically, but emotionally, what would happen to them? Rather, if they lost their value and the influences that controlled Grand Heaven's boundary decided to forsake Sector 3 entirely, how would its citizens survive when the Nox eventually invaded? These stakes naturally weren't just known by Lucifer and Parcial, but by the human domain geniuses as well. Despite their comparative youth, they were beings who understood their worth and their duty, and none of them planned to fail. There were 9 rooms in the starship occupied by human domain forces. 5 of them contained demigod elders, such as the void old immortal Tian Yang, while the other 4 contained 5 geniuses. Unlike their peers, 2 of the geniuses decided to share a room, using the time they spent on the starship to train together and improve. Between them, there were no unfamiliar faces. A beautiful woman with light, almost pastel pink hair who had an aura of mystery and intrigue around her like a strange cross between a trickster and a goddess, and a woman with white hair that matched her ethereal appearance, who almost appeared like a lone moon in the sky, or maybe even a goddess of death. They had been training with their eyes set on the grand assembly for a very long time, and they didn't plan to relax even now. They remained with their eyes closed and legs crossed, seated facing each other with their mana intermingling and strengthening in the space between them. Unlike the rest, they had 2 goals in this expedition. The first was naturally to secure the fate of the human domain and gain allies for the coming outbreak of all-out war. And the second was to look for a person. His whereabouts were a mystery, and had been a mystery since he first disappeared, but they had a hunch. That man who somehow managed to get himself involved in every major event that he had the ability to interfere in, he would definitely be there. Chapter 9, 75 grand. Wow. The starry sky warped strangely as a starship catapulted through its folds and arrived several 100 million kilometers away from its starting position. The stars and planets that decorated space were beautiful, and though it would seem like a dreary and unchanging scenery, every celestial body had its own unique life signature, which, for those who could see them, painted the starry sky in a myriad of colors and visions. The Divine Realm's outer space was far different from the Beast Domain. If there was one main factor that defined the two, it was the atmosphere. The Divine Realm was still and calm, while the Beast Domain was far more belligerent. It sounded like a qualitative effect, but it was actually directly related to the qualities of the sector's mana itself. This mana was influenced by its users and influenced them in return, which established these qualities over a long period of time. But even without this mana, the Divine Realm stood out from the rest, solely due to the existence of Luxurian. The ancient god clan's starship traveled without pause, and those on board were almost collapsing from the constant spatial travel. But by sacrificing themselves, they made it to the Divine Realm in an incredibly short period of time, leaving themselves an entire day before the Grand Assembly's official start. Damien stood in the control center of the ship and stared out the windows, his eyes set on Luxurian's light, visible from every corner of the Divine Realm. I didn't really comprehend it back when I first arrived, but just how big is Luxurian for its light to shine so fiercely for hundreds of millions of kilometers? He didn't continue the train of thought for long, as after a few more long-distance teleportations, the castle's figure became clear in his eyes. Massive was an understatement. Damien just came from the Golden Dragon Palace, which was almost like a moon in size. But Luxurian was larger than suns, an entire gigantic world in the shape of a shining white and gold castle, a color scheme expected of angels. Damien deeply inhaled as he observed it. Compared to the castle, the starship looked like an ant. No, with the thousands of starships making their way towards the location, the castle was like the anthill to their colony. It was a silly analogy, but it also served to illustrate the humbling feeling that standing in front of such a structure provoked. The time and effort it took to build this castle and detail it so intricately, the power and finesse it took to fortify it and make it a true divine sanctuary that symbolized safety, everything that went into bringing this place into existence, and even its existence itself, made one understand just how far they were from the peak of everything. It was exhilarating and grounding at the same time, especially for younger geniuses like Damien, who were still filled with the motivation to grow and improve. As Damien entertained his anticipation, D took over control of the starship and maneuvered it into the line that had formed outside Luxurian. In total, the number of those who arrived a day early was only in the few thousands, most of these being affiliated forces of larger influences who could only participate in the festivities but were barred from the actual conference. Those not included in these were geniuses who wanted to scout the competition beforehand. Some of these geniuses were people with high status in the universe who hid themselves and traveled separately from their backing for the sake of a more natural experience. Among them, there were several familiar faces from Hidden Death Valley, including the one and only Atticus Flameworth. Atticus was one of the first in the wider universe to recognize Damien's talents, and though the man himself disappeared for almost a year, he didn't fade from Atticus' mind. No, the scars of defeat he still held from their battle in the celestial realm were a daily reminder of that monstrous being who could only be viewed as a goal to surpass. Atticus had worked extremely hard these past months and securely stepped foot into level 399, just barely missing the extreme peak. As he went through the many verification procedures to enter Luxurian, his spirit burned brighter. He was confident that Damien would appear at the Grand Assembly, and he was confident that Damien, who was still in the mid-ranges of 4th class when they last met, wouldn't be able to match his progress. And in a sense, he wasn't wrong. I think you should take a look at, however, Damien didn't have 9 months, but around 5 years and 9 months after the Void Corridor and Astoria's training. If Atticus came to know this, just how would he feel? It was almost certain he'd cough blood and kneel in seconds. But that was a story for a different time. Damien and his group weren't too far behind Atticus in line. Around 20 minutes after he entered Luxurian, Damien's group arrived and began undergoing security procedures as well. Atticus was definitely understating the security procedures because of his status as Fallen Star Holy Land's young master. It wasn't just strict and tedious, but absolutely airtight to prevent any sort of mishap. Confirming identity was easy, but after identity confirmation came an extremely in-depth and almost uncomfortable search, which was followed by stations that recorded one's mana fluctuations, blood, power level, soul fluctuation, and much more. Essentially, the procedures were less about confirming that those who entered wouldn't be a threat during the assembly. It was to ensure that they could be monitored and, if needed, controlled after the assembly ended. Damien passed the procedures without a hitch, calmly obeying every command he was given, though, Keek, let's see how you try to leash me with falsified information. You'll never be able to tell it's fake until it's too late, because you'll never understand the void. Keek. His inner thoughts were quite devious indeed. It would be a lie to say the grandiosity of this event wasn't making him giddy. After operating so seriously for so long, this opportunity to take 2 months off while waiting for the main conference was welcomed with open arms. Damien turned back and watched as Elena finished her own business and flew over to where he was waiting. she asked, glancing at the ancient god clan members, who had to go through a much more thorough questioning since they were an influence rather than individuals. From the original explanation, I thought it would be more difficult to get in, but it seems like they're letting anyone in right now. Let's just go. For now, I don't think Ran and Shinue appreciate our presence in the slightest, he said out loud, after thinking it over. Elena nodded in agreement. I don't know the full story, but it should be a matter of time. Damien smiled wryly and responded, Don't say it like that. Elena lo gid brigli. The two laughed together as they truly entered Luxurian. Show up and show out, huh? Damien's face twitched as he tried to stop the wolf grin trying to form on his face. Chapter 9, 76 Grand. The inside of Luxurian was just as luxurious as its exterior, perhaps even more. After all, with a castle the size of a planet, how would one fill the space? Naturally, the entire structure had high ceilings that could easily accommodate giants in their full size or beasts with huge forms, but that was still only enough to fill a bit more space. Luxurian was like a world specifically created for training and events. It was armed with countless facilities which could house hundreds of thousands of practitioners easily that contained state-of-the-art mana technology to train various facets of one's strength, as well as a plethora of arenas and ballrooms and other facilities of similar nature. Damien and Elena entered through the main entrance of the palace, which was on the north side. This entrance was used for public events where outsiders would enter Luxurian, as its other facilities were largely reserved for the angel race alone. It was their treasure, after all. Regardless of its universal importance, the angel race made the final decision on how it was utilized. Nevertheless, for the Grand Assembly, many areas of Luxurian that had originally been closed to the public were opened. At this point, everything is basically free game. We can do whatever we want until someone tries to stop us, Damien muttered as he glanced around. There were many people already in the halls, but they were spread sparsely in comparison to the size of the hall itself. Many younger practitioners were leaving the main entrance hall one by one to explore Luxurian, which gave Damien the idea to do the same. Luxurian's facilities are famous throughout the universe, but those outside of the angel race could only ever dream about them in envy. Elena commented in agreement. The two left the ancient god clan behind, as they'd agreed prior, and explored the castle. Shinua's attitude had completely changed since she found out about my position. I don't know if it's grievance or something else, but it's not fun to see. Damien didn't have any particular feelings for Shinua, but she was an acquaintance that he'd spent some time with. He didn't like that she now looked at him like an enemy targeting her clan. Nothing could be done about it. Damien shrugged it off and focused on the scenic walk he was taking instead. As Elena said, what the ancient god clan needed was time to accept their fate. If they want to view themselves as slaves, I should leave them with the black dragons and show them how those who were forcefully submitted are actually treated. The black dragons under his command were currently experiencing hell in the name of disciplining, but that wasn't a story that needed to be told. Putting aside useless thoughts, these facilities are truly amazing. If he wanted to benefit from training right now, these facilities would be a perfect tool. Unfortunately, his goal was elsewhere. For 2 months, I have to entertain myself without causing too much trouble and getting a target placed on my back. The end goal was to thoroughly crush the competition, but doing so this early would be idiotic. As the saying went, the first to show their cards would always lose. Damien explained his reasoning to Elena, who had the same thought, but for different reasons, and the duo made their way to the castle's battleground, a place where tens of arenas existed as one to create the greatest conjoined tournament venues in the universe. The arenas were already in use, with several tens of geniuses waiting to fight and even more sitting in the stands. As Damien had no interest in weaker fights, he went to the arena emanating the strongest mana fluctuations, which was also coincidentally the smallest one. The stands could only hold 100 or so people at most, and the ring was only a few tens of meters large. 2 men stood on opposing sides of the arena. I think you should take a look at silently and imperceptibly, leaving behind only the furious fluctuations of their existence. Laws clashed in the air between the 2 geniuses. They battled purely using the concepts they were learning without mobilizing these concepts as attacks. Damien's brow raised when he saw it. Smart. They can still show off, but they can conceal a majority of their power by fighting this way. Even more so, law concepts could go through a myriad of changes as one found methods to militarize them. They're not matching each other, but doing their best to force the other to attack through suppression. It makes me want to try, Elena said through sound transmission. Damien nodded in agreement, releasing his all-seeing eyes to get a more tangible view of the fight. As time went on and multiple battles started and ended, he became more certain. Their comprehension is impressive, but it isn't anything special. At most, they're average among Ion's forces and slightly above average in Hidden Death Valley. A frown formed on his lips. If they represent the average state of geniuses in the universe, it's not just a matter of this assembly being boring anymore. He fell into thought about how he could influence this situation for the better, only to be jerked back to reality by a hand that firmly landed on his shoulder. A man's voice came from behind, making Damien sigh. He turned around with a somewhat forced smile to greet the man. Atticus, I didn't expect to see you here, he said, brushing the man's hand off his shoulder. Atticus clicked his tongue. He sat down beside Damien, greeted Elena as sister-in-law, and began a conversation with the duo as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Damien's expression turned wry. He truly did appreciate Atticus and would forever be thankful for his recommendation that gave Damien access to a prime training location like Hidden Death Valley. But Atticus had become a bit strange after their last fight. Damien only experienced it for a few minutes before running away to fight the next genius. But he had a foreboding premonition. In his head, he sent a silent prayer. Was it a prayer or a jinx? Fortunately for Damien, he wouldn't have to wait long at all to find out. Chapter 9, 77 Day 1. With Atticus' arrival, the air became far livelier, and many eyes that previously had no interest in Damien's existence turned to scrutinize him. Atticus was quite a well-known figure in the universe. Those in the know were very clear on his appearance and aura, and now seeing him act so jovially with a mystery genius, how could they not be curious? Atticus himself, on the other hand, ignored these gazes as if they never existed in the first place. He dragged Damien into a conversation about what he'd been doing since he left the academy, why he left so suddenly, and other topics that basically put his life on display for those listening. Damien sighed wryly. He couldn't shut this man up, or he would just end up causing more trouble. The most he could do was lie a relatively bland story about his whereabouts and actions, eventually causing those eyes to lose interest. Even though they're outwardly disregarding us, they're still paying close attention. Atticus' status is too high for him to associate with anyone average. Did he perhaps make them even more curious with his actions? Regardless, the conversation continued on its natural course until it reached the event Damien was dreading most. Now that I've improved, you won't beat me like last time. Atticus' eyes shone with brilliant fighting spirit as he grabbed Damien's hand and dragged him to the arena floor, throwing out the two geniuses who were already competing. Damien spat in annoyance. Ha! Consent isn't important. Atticus responded brightly. Damien slapped away Atticus' grasp and backed out of the ring. Consent is key, Atticus. I'm not fighting you right now, he said as he walked back to the stands. Atticus' eyes narrowed. Didn't I say it already? That doesn't matter. His aura flared, and his law concepts formlessly presented themselves, shooting through the air and slamming towards Damien. In fact, while Atticus didn't show it outwardly, his defeat in the celestial realm weighed on him heavily, even affecting his training and blocking him from realizing the truths of the extreme peak. He understood that Damien had certain plans for this time from his behavior, but frankly, he couldn't care less right now. With his own path to power impeded by this roadblock, he needed to do everything he could to overcome it, and as soon as possible. From a moment he found and approached Damien, his intent had been to drag him to the arena and fight him. Now that the chance was in front of him, he wasn't going to let it go. Ha! A sigh echoed through the surroundings. Boom! A wall of invisible force appeared at Damien's back and swallowed Atticus' attack completely. he asked, turning his head back slightly. Atticus hesitated for a second when his eyes met Damien's. Those weren't the eyes of a friend, but a predator. Yet, Atticus didn't allow himself to be controlled by this hesitation. "I've already grown so much," he said out loud, firmly and with determination. Damien clicked his tongue. He was annoyed almost to the point of anger. He didn't care about his plans being ruined, since there wasn't really a plan in the first place. Damien wanted to try being low-key, so he wouldn't have to deal with as much troublesome nonsense. But he knew from the beginning that this entire grand assembly would be filled with trouble. Essentially, he tried for the sake of saying he tried. Damien understood that it could only be one's environment that could breed this kind of mentality, but still. "Fine," he uttered, turning around to face his opponent. Atticus stammered. "Didn't I say it clearly? I'll give you 3 free moves where I won't make any attempts to dodge." Atticus' eyes widened in shock. Damien showed no reaction. Atticus almost couldn't comprehend it. To be looked down on was one thing, but to be completely disregarded by someone one saw as a peer was completely and utterly humiliating. Atticus gritted his teeth. He summoned his mana and focused inwardly to gather his laws before snapping his eyes, opening and roaring. The atmosphere was dyed in bright yellow and black hues, a testament to the strength of Atticus' manifested laws. Though they were formless, their influence on the world was too strong for them to remain hidden. Boom! The colored hues rushed through the air, clouding everything between Atticus and Damien in its color as it struck fiercely. Clash! Sparks fluttered through the air when the law concepts were mere centimeters away from Damien. The yellow and black hue was forcefully dispersed starting from the collision point, and was completely vanquished a second later. Damien looked up with boredom written on his face. Atticus didn't respond, instead raising his mana for another attack. Atticus' main affinity was lightning, and the core of his strength was powered by the combination of numerous lightning seeds he'd taken into his body. In the first strike, he used the power of the 2 seeds he had when he first met Damien, just to test how far he'd come. However, it wasn't supposed to be deflected so easily. This time, Atticus gathered the power of 6 lightning seeds, each more powerful than the next. He combined the law comprehension they granted him into a single overarching web, which he then flung at Damien. The spectacle it made as it arced through the air, painting the world in a variety of colors, made its power all the more palpable. Clash! Until it met its opposition. It suddenly became pointless to describe the complexity of laws or the beauty of the attack, because none of those things mattered when the attack was swallowed in the same way as its predecessors, without a single hint of struggle. Atticus' face paled. Atticus inwardly fumbled as he tried to make sense of what was happening. He simply couldn't believe that this chain of events was actually taking place. And it was good for him to be submerged in his thoughts at this time, because Damien yawned. "You've got one more." Chapter 978, Day 1. "You've got one more." When these words entered his ears, Atticus almost snapped. He didn't waste any more time thinking about why Damien was able to stop him. He merely needed to let out a law concept so powerful that the why became irrelevant. And so, he did exactly that. He used his full power, gathering 9 lightning seeds as one and using their concepts to enhance and empower each other, not just forming a web, but a massive interconnected network that far outstripped a mere web. It was formless in the sense that it was given no form, but it had form nonetheless. At this level, it didn't just color the atmosphere. The law fluctuations created their own manifestations and existed in reality with their sheer intensity as support pillars. A lightning god formed in front of Atticus, its eyes looking down on Damien as if it was sentient. It raised its arms into the air and created a gargantuan spear out of ambient mana, forcing lightning laws into it until its properties changed. "Oh," Damien commented inwardly. He'd never tried something like this himself, so he'd never actually seen if his laws could create such manifestations. His fingers twitched with the urge to try on the spot, but his rationality held him back. There's a difference between overpowering Atticus and letting my law manifestation out. While shelving the idea for a more secluded location, he watched the lightning god stab its spear at him with a ferociousness that tore the atmosphere apart. He snorted lightly and crossed his arms. Unlike before, he didn't use his laws to consume Atticus' attack. He just stood still and allowed the spear to pierce his body and impale him against the arena wall. Rampant law fluctuations raged through his body, but they couldn't do any damage. The void physique didn't have to take action at all. Damien's bodily defenses were already at a level where 3rd and 4th Revolution Masters wouldn't be able to easily harm him. For Atticus, who wasn't even in the extreme peak yet, Damien didn't feel an ounce of pain. It felt like tiny static shocks were snaking through his skin for a few moments before they died down. And that was it. The lightning god projection faded, the law fluctuations calmed, and all that was left in the arena was an uninjured Damien and a devastated Atticus. This why Atticus collapsed to his knees. His words came out fragmented as he tried to piece together his sanity. Damien sighed in disappointment. He walked up to Atticus and placed his hand on the man's shoulder. The answer was always the simplest. He muttered those words so only the two could hear them, and in the next second, boom, a pulse of mana spread through Atticus' body. He coughed a mouthful of blood that was filled with chunks of organs. Damien didn't stay to watch what happened, and Atticus didn't try to stop him from leaving. He sat collapsed on the ground, unmoving as blood leaked from his lips and eyes. Just as Damien promised, he ended it in a single move. I think you should take a look at the man he once saw as a promising genius who could aid him in the future had grown into someone far more powerful than him before he could even blink. The answer, to let go. Atticus finally understood. His obsessions were only holding him back. His desire to do first and think later was making him overlook the most obvious truths. And because of that, he almost completely disregarded his friendship with the very monster that defeated him. He sighed in disappointment, a similar sigh to what Damien let out moments ago. Damien and Elena quickly left the battleground after the incident, but they couldn't stop rumors of his existence from spreading. In the end, it only took half an hour for almost everyone in Luxurion to know about the mystery genius who thoroughly crushed the fallen star Holy Land Young Master in a duel. Meanwhile, the man himself found a quiet corner of the castle with a view of the starry sky beyond and took some time for himself. He didn't expect his mood to be ruined so quickly, but after seeing Atticus' behavior, it couldn't be helped. He'd been traveling alone or with little company almost his whole life. So while he understood the base truths of the universe, experiencing them still hit him harder. Today, he was reminded how far people would go for the sake of power. Atticus' case wasn't too extreme, but with Damien's immense perceptive ability and the all-seeing eye's partial ability to see through reality itself, he could almost be considered an empath in his ability to read other people's emotions if he so desired. The deep-seated desire within Atticus that clouded his every other feeling, it was the same desire Damien felt within himself. Seeing that Atticus had the potential to fall prey to such desire reminded him that he was just as much at risk. And more than that, it's guaranteed that a majority of those coming to Luxurion in the next few months will have already succumbed to that desire. Those older experts have a hard time resisting the temptation of power after facing the ultimate limits of their potential. To others, it could seem like Damien was making wild guesses and acting as if they were truths. On such small scales, however, a guess from Damien was no different from truth. His understanding of universal flow made it easy for him to read the flow of people. The original plan was to show up and show out. That was fine, but at most it would get me recognized as a monstrous genius. His eyes hardened. The flickering flame of a nearby candle danced in his eyes, casting a shadow over his face that made him look quite villainous. The plan was set. Damien just needed to remove the ability to focus on personal interests. And to do so, he needed to play the villain role. I'll beat up your geniuses, and I'll beat up your elders. When that time came, what choice would these forces have but to band together to deal with him? Not only would this force them into cooperative relationships, which he could figure out how to make sustainable later, It would be great fun for him. I've never really had a hero arc, but a villain arc sounds like a great way to release stress. Well, let's call him Mini Arc. He smiled at himself, and even more so, he smiled at the universe beyond. Just trust me. Chapter 9, 79 Meeting. As Damien chose to avoid interacting with others after the incident with Atticus, the rest of the day passed smoothly. And soon enough, the true first day of the Grand Assembly began. The forces located within the reaches of the Divine Realm had all arrived, including those of Hidden Death Valley and even Azurane Star. It was estimated that the next week or two would be the prime time when most forces would arrive, which meant today was still a relatively relaxed day without many organized activities. Aside from the training areas and other rooms connected by the corridors of Luxurian, there were 3 halls open to entertain newly welcomed guests. These halls could each hold over 25,000 people and became the main area for building relationships and networking. It was a scene equal to a banquet of massive proportions. However, this naturally couldn't go on for months until the main conference. Damien wondered just how they were going to make it worth these experts' time to stay for the entire duration of the event as he and Elena made their way to the nearest of the halls. Originally, Damien wanted to take it easy today and let the talk about him die down a bit before showing his face again. But he quickly realized there was no point in hiding. Unlike other times, the Grand Assembly was filled with only experts. Whether it be the young geniuses who would spread rumors to the ends of the earth, or the elders who could see through the truths of the world and verify their words, both would eventually find a way to focus on him, especially when his disguise techniques couldn't yet fool demigods. Damien juggled his thoughts and entertained idle conversation with Elena as the duo approached the first main hall. Ceilings nearly a kilometer high, incredibly grand and ornate decoration, and people of such number that they formed a sea. It was exactly what Damien was expecting. Let's go see if anyone we know is here. If not, we'll try the other ones, he said. Elena nodded in acknowledgement and followed him into the hall. She was also a relatively prominent figure in certain parts of the universe, and she had her own connections, some that reached the level of the director from Hidden Death Valley. The two traversed the hall while ignoring the various eyes that turned to them, whether due to their appearances or reputations, until their heads both snapped in the same direction. The duo's voices interlapped, causing them to turn to each other in surprise as the two they called for also turned their heads. 2 old men voiced their surprise together. One was stronger and more well-built, with a physique like a bodybuilder despite his aged appearance. The other was shorter and chubbier, but his wild, mane-like hair and beard, as well as the fierce look in his eyes, made it difficult to underestimate him. They were none other than Alucard, the director of Hidden Death Valley, and one of Elena's greatest mentors, Commander Huoxian of Ian's Divine Graveyard Zone. The two duos met each other and introduced themselves, immediately producing a jovial atmosphere around them. I was just bragging to this old fart about the promising seed I found, and he said he had an even better one. The director said with a bright smile, I think you should take a look at, Commander. Thank you for everything you've done for Elena." He lowered his head sincerely. There were no lies in his statement. When Elena first arrived in Ian, she coincidentally landed in the most dangerous zone after no return pass, the Divine Graveyard. This was a place where high commanders were common, and supremes fought on the front lines constantly to fight off the unbelievable number of powerful Nox who tried to invade through this point. Divine Graveyard was on the opposite end of Ian from the blood-drenched wilderness, accessible from Hephaestus, the dwarven domain. Due to this location, Divine Graveyard was one of the Nox's main focuses, as breaching it meant reaching the main operations center of Heaven's army. Here, alone Elena went. Through terrible struggles, almost dying several times before she landed on the doorstep of a human camp, bloodied and nigh lifeless. Commander Hua, who led that camp, could have left Elena to die there. It wouldn't have benefited him in the slightest to take in someone as weak as her, and it would even be a waste of resources to heal her from such grievous wounds. However, the commander still made the decision to save her, out of nothing but the goodness of his heart. Under this just and powerful commander, Elena was able to steadily grow into her strength as a fourth class and gain a deeper understanding of her laws through combat. He turned the Graveyard of Gods into a training ground for a young elite, which was exactly the thing Elena needed most at that time. She didn't stay in his care for more than 6 months before she was sucked into a hidden realm with a severe time dilation, where she remained in solitude for almost a year, training her mental strength. But his influence defined her future travels in the divine realm, and his name allowed her to escape many troublesome situations later on. If there was one person who essentially guaranteed Elena's survival until she met Damien, it was Commander Hua. The commander looked Damien up and down, even scanning him a few times with his awareness. And this time, unlike anything he'd done before, Damien allowed the scan to read most of his being. Commander Hua asked, seemingly disregarding Damien's words of thanks. "Yes, sir," Damien admitted firmly. The commander glanced between Elena and Damien a few times, his brows furrowing deeper every time before finally they loosened. A smile formed on his face. "This lass, with the way she acted so cold to everyone, I thought she would be alone for the rest of her life." Commander Hua let out a boisterous laugh as he half-waddled over to Damien and patted him on the shoulder with ease that didn't match his height. "Boy, since Alucard approves of you, there's nothing more for me to say. As for me taking care of your little wife, just think of it as sponsoring a genius." Damien gazed into the man's eyes. They were clear and full of light, the eyes of a true hero. He said. He turned his attention inward and looked through the sanctuary a bit before nodding and pulling an object out of the air. Chapter 9, 80 Meeting. Flash. A set of 3 booklets appeared in Damien's hand, which he held out to Commander Hua. The commander's eyes immediately widened into saucers. No, they practically fell out of their sockets. "You," he stammered, reaching a trembling hand out to touch the booklets. "Take them," Damien said with a fox-like smile. Commander Hua gently ran his fingers along the worn seams of the booklets for a few more seconds before calming his astonishment and sighing. Damien's smile widened. As expected, these books were treasures the commander couldn't refuse. The 3 books were titled as such: Wrath of Odin, Skill Manual, Ultimate Force, Trait Manual, World-Bearing Tyrant Technique. They were 3 techniques owned by the Cloud Giants, who happily handed them over to Damien. As anyone could guess, the 3 were special techniques of the giant race, completely useless to all others. And while Commander Hua disguised himself well, he couldn't hide from Damien. Commander Hua asked, ignoring the fact that his facade had been exposed. The group was surrounded by multiple isolation barriers set by Damien, Alucard, and Commander Hua himself, so this key detail about his true strength was guaranteed to stay within their circle. Damien took a second to think before answering Commander Hua's question. Unlike their current state, the original Cloud Giants were also part of the main giant race. When they landed themselves in the wild continent, they took many core racial techniques with them. Now that countless millennia had passed, those core techniques were legendary lost ancient scripts that could immensely benefit the entire giant race. Commander Hua's eyes showed a hint of hesitation and worry. He clearly wanted to put up some resistance and courtesy, but he couldn't stop his hand from grabbing the ancient booklets out of Damien's grasp. The director's laugh filled the space. "Brother Xian, what did I tell you?" Commander Hua didn't respond. He deeply looked at Damien before hiding the booklets away in his spatial storage. He didn't say anything because he simply couldn't. Damien might have taken him out casually, but these booklets would help the giant race rise to a completely new level. Not only would they regain their connection to their ancestral heritage, but they'd also finally be able to understand the methods of the ancestors, which would allow them to chase after the domineering physiques of their even further removed Titan ancestors. A grand service to the universe. That was what Damien did with a single flick of his hand. I think you should take a look at no words needed to be said for both of them to understand that they would be brothers and allies of life and death for the rest of time. The barriers around their group dispersed not long after the booklets were put away, and the serious atmosphere around them also melted like snow. They returned to jovial conversation, Damien and Elena getting acquainted with their other halves' mentors, and Alucard and Huoxian doing the same with their protégés. And soon enough, many hours passed. The director suddenly said. Damien and Elena echoed together. I see. Even angels will show partiality. Eh? The hunt is tomorrow's event, the first event of this assembly. I see, Damien muttered. I'll explain this part. Commander Huo butted in. The hunt is honestly a competition organized with as little structure as possible. The angels have decided to open their holy light realm to the young geniuses of the universe for a single month. Elena asked. That may be true in normal times, but the current situation has forced many to make concessions. While it's true that the holy light realm's true benefits have already been claimed, the current realm is filled with treasures offered by the universe's finest. Commander Ho responded with a smirk. Really, those stingy angels didn't go easy on us at all. No treasures under Chaos rank were considered acceptable, and I'm sure at least a few of us demigods forked up a god-rank treasure of 2. The director chimed in despondently. Interesting. Damien was genuinely intrigued by the nature of the event. By the looks of it, the sole purpose of opening the Holy Light Realm with such conditions was to comprehensively raise the strength of the younger geniuses. Conversely, depending on the behavior of the geniuses themselves, it might turn into a situation where a small number of elites benefit and the rest face humiliation. Damien and Elena wrapped up their conversation with the 2 old experts by affirming their participation in the hunt before returning to their room. Elena asked once they had some privacy. Damien repeated, MHM, you probably have some things you want to accomplish in that secret realm, right? You say that like I wouldn't have done that to begin with. Anyway, as of now, I don't have a plan. I see. Elena muttered. Damien asked. From childhood, Elena was the smarter of the 2. No matter how much he thought he knew, he could guarantee she'd show him a different perspective. And of course, she wasn't about to let him down. If we put everything on the table, she started, this hunt is going to continue for a month without stopping, so the number of participants will rise to at least 20 to 25,000. She tapped her chin as she thought of the best way to phrase her thoughts. I'm sure you're thinking about whether to support a small number of elites or allow all of the geniuses a chance to rise, but that's just extraneous. She turned her eyes to Damien, a slight smile curving on her lips. With the moonlight illuminating her from behind, she looked especially enchanting as she continued. All right, I got it. Here's the plan. Chapter 981 Holy Light Realm. Dawn was felt differently in Luxurian. Due to the Sky Castle's special location and existence, it didn't orbit a sun, nor did it have any moons in its own orbit. Both of these celestial bodies would cloud Luxurian's stainless image with their light. So the castle itself was built with several regulations to guarantee that such bodies would never enter or be born in its vicinity. Time in Luxurian was defined by an interesting system implemented by angels who frequented the castle, utilizing fate lines and light laws to create a special mechanism that provided a falsified sense of day and night that actually originated from the air itself rather than a specific light source. The system was realistic to the point where one would only notice its existence if one took the time to truly perceive the starry sky outside. Nevertheless, this realism was exactly what made residing in Luxurian comfortable. On this particular dawn, the castle was bustling far more than usual. Almost 1,000 geniuses made their way to the first banquet hall with those experts who brought them to the assembly. As the number of incoming parties thinned, 3 figures walked into the hall and walked onto the elevated stage that had been prepared beforehand. All 3 of them were beautiful blonde-haired angels, though only a single one was female. Of the 2 men, one was a familiar figure, the angel named Luciel who led the heavenly clan. He panned his gaze across the experts below and smiled charismatically. It makes me proud to see how our universe's people can put aside their personal biases and unite as one in times of crisis. I am honored to stand before those of you here and those who will later arrive and host this grand assembly, he started. Due to the nature of this gathering, I will not give any lengthy speeches at this time. After all, I don't think any of us would want to hear me repeat my self-righteous spiel over and over again. Today, we have gathered for the opening of the Holy Light Realm. This event is for geniuses under 200 years of age only, and the only rule is that killing is not allowed. Within the Holy Light Realm, there are countless peak treasures offered by the experts of our beautiful universe, as well as our own heavenly clan. Luciel wrapped up his speech quickly, just as unwilling to drag it out as everyone else, and smiled when he felt the anticipation radiating from the geniuses in the crowd. He exchanged nods with his two companions and turned around, his back facing the crowd. His hands became blurs as they moved into several complex formations. His mana swirled through the air, connecting with the mana exerted by the other two angels until it finally materialized as a beautiful compass-like array that flew into the air and rotated fiercely. Boom! Along with a strong pulse of vitality-filled mana, a pure white portal opened at the end of the hall behind the three angels. Finally, Luciel turned back to the crowd with a smile. Geniuses, enter at your own discretion. Remember, you can enter at any time, but once you leave, you will be disqualified. Immediately, a wave of geniuses flooded the area, rushing into the secret realm as fast as they could to monopolize the opportunities within. The three angels left the stage, allowing the crowd to pass. Luciel's gaze panned over the crowd once more as he made his exit, and just before his figure disappeared into the corridors of Luxurian, a mysterious smile illuminated his face. Standing at the back of the crowd, Damien twitched slightly. His eyes shot over to the receding figures of the angels, his expression hardening. He frowned to himself as he tried to think of a connection between him and the Heavenly Clan, but there was none at all. In fact, the only connection they had was through Parcial, who befriended the human domain's forces, though this was something neither the Heavenly Clan nor Damien knew quite yet. I think you should take a look at, he asked. Ready? I've been ready for a while now. You're the one who suddenly got absorbed in your thoughts. Elena quipped back with a teasing smile. Damien shook his head wryly. The duo waved goodbye to the two mentors who were watching over them from afar and flew into the air, joining the crowd of geniuses rushing into the portal. A grin lit up Damien's face. This is going to be fun. To think this plan was something Elena came up with. His eyes were bright with a light of genuine amusement for the first time in a very long time. He couldn't wait to see the looks on those geezers' faces when it was over. The Holy Light Realm, as its name suggested, was a hidden realm related to light and life laws. It was formed on the remains of a destroyed mystic realm, using its residual energy to create a completely new environment. The inside of the Holy Light Realm was mainly a collection of forests with a few plains separating them. These forests oozed with strong vitality that empowered the plants and animals within, mutating them into greater species. In the far north of the realm was a stunning pyramid made of sandstone-like material that shone in the artificial sunlight. In the far south was another pyramid, made of pure gold and radiating an even stronger aura than its opposite. When Damien and Elena materialized in the realm, they were merely a few steps from the gold pyramid. They could see every detail of its figure clearly, including the line of geniuses racing through its doors. Elena asked. Her tone was clear and cool, lacking its usual playfulness. You can have it if you want. I'm more interested in the rest of the realm, Damien responded with a shrug. When Elena got serious, bantering with her was pointless, let alone going in one ear and out the other. Extraneous words would never enter her ears at all. Elena nodded, acknowledging his words as she began to walk away. Then I'll start here. Don't forget to keep in contact. Damien nodded with a wry smile as he watched her leave, when suddenly, whoosh, a breeze brushed past his face, and a pair of soft lips quickly met his. By the time he processed it, Elena was already gone, disappeared into the golden pyramid. His smile warmed up considerably in that single instant. He remarked inwardly as he turned around. Now then, let's get started. Chapter 982, Holy Light Realm. Damien flashed through the secret realm rapidly, mentally mapping out its topography. It was a relatively large realm around twice the size of an average continent, but this distance was still easy for Damien to cover within a day. Aside from the two pyramids, there are a lot of subterranean tunnels that lead to unknown locations, as well as hidden groves with even more hidden secret paths. Damien came to a stop, his body several thousand feet above the continent. The pyramids obviously hold the greatest rewards, but they'll also have the most difficult challenges. It's not worth challenging the period if the goal is monopolization. It'd be much easier to just... Damien clapped in delight as he set his sights on a target. His body vanished, reappearing soundlessly on the ground below. He walked a few steps to the right, one backward, and 3 more forward before stomping his foot against the ground. Rumble. A small tremor swept through the earth. The ground within a few feet of Damien vanished, dropping him into the subterranean world. It should be around here. Damien walked a bit and felt the coarse walls around him before his senses finally picked up what he was looking for. Boom! His fist slammed into the earthen wall to his right with immense force, sending clouds of dust flying through the tunnel. However, only some cracks? Evidently, certain areas have been fortified several times to keep the things hidden within safe, but Damien wasn't perturbed. He brought his fist back once more, this time covering it in a dense layer of compacted mana. Boom! 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 Rumble. Just as he promised, he slammed his fist into the wall 4 more times, targeting the exact same spot until the wall lost its integrity and collapsed. Damien stepped through the rubble and into the small room beyond. There, he found a podium about as high as his waist, atop which floated some sort of grimoire that held a mystical aura. He unceremoniously snatched it off its pedestal and flipped through it. Feeling nothing particularly special from a book, he simply tossed it into his spatial storage and moved on. A wild grin spread on his face. This subterranean world is good. I guess the geniuses were presumed to have a maximum of first revolution strength, so the fortification only accounts for this much. Without a moment wasted, his body shot through the tunnels of the subterranean world, stopping occasionally to break through the walls and steal the treasures they hid. He didn't even bother checking what the treasures were before throwing them in storage, purely moving with the goal of grabbing as much as he possibly could. As he snatched the 10th treasure and moved roughly a fourth of the way through the observable tunnel system, a thought popped into his mind. After all, he is blatantly robbing us. I think you should take a look at it as one thing if he was just stealing treasures. Those treasures he took were merely chaos rank artifacts that were slightly stronger than their peers. The problem was, these artifacts were provided by the experts viewing the holy light realm from the outside. He wasn't just stealing miscellaneous treasures. He was basically slapping them in the face. "Everyone, please calm down," said Lucille, who returned upon noticing the commotion. "Remember, we all agreed to set this event with the loosest rules possible." His actions still fall within the realm of what's acceptable. A gruff man yelled angrily. "How could I? He is not a member of our heavenly clan. I am merely enacting the rules we collectively set." KHH. The man gritted his teeth and shot a hateful glare at Lucille, but didn't retaliate. The angel was correct. The rules for the hunt, as well as several other events, had been corroborated by most of the experts that would be attending the Grand Assembly. Luxurian's involvement was kept undisclosed, as was every detail about the main conference, but at least these smaller activities were spread to most forces, which was why people like the director and commander who already knew of the event's existence when they arrived. The fact that Damien and Elena didn't know could only be attributed to the fact that the angel race somewhat disregarded smaller forces like the Ancient God Clan and distant forces like the Golden Dragon Clan. Nevertheless, the few words from Lucille quieted the dissenting experts, but he didn't clear their grievances. He had no motive to do so. As he said, he wasn't backing Damien, merely enforcing the rules. The outwardly loud voices maintained their loudness, but expressed it through mana. Several communication artifacts were withdrawn at once, and within the secret realm, around 30 geniuses received the same message. Suppress and eliminate Damien Void. Their orders were accompanied by projections of Damien's appearance, as well as rough estimates of his location. These 30 geniuses, all spread in different parts of the secret realm, turned their attention to one location at the same time. Among them were two who were already together, a man roughly 25 years in age and a little girl no more than 16. He asked without much emotion. The girl immediately responded, "Senior brother, I can feel that something fun will happen where Master told us to go." The man didn't respond, gazing into the distance with an unreadable expression on his face. His nose twitched slightly. The man's eyes narrowed, a barely discernible light of interest alighting within them. He stood up from the tree he was leaning against and began walking in the direction specified in the message. The little girl happily hummed as she happily followed him from behind. Just like the two of them, none of the geniuses tasked with attacking Damien turned down the task. Whether it was due to interest, competitive spirit, or even just greed for treasure, 30 geniuses congregated just a few tens of kilometers east of the Sandstone Pyramid. As for their target, Chapter 983 Blade. Chapter 983 Blade. Nice, a total of 35 treasures. Damien nodded in satisfaction while tossing the 35th treasure into storage with the rest. This subterranean vein has been cleared, but I only traveled in a straight line for a few thousand kilometers. 35 treasures in a single vein was a great harvest, but it also meant that other similar veins would have plenty of treasures as well. When Damien was mapping the realm, his all-seeing eyes saw the subterranean tunnels as a massively interconnected system, but his experience showed differently. That can only mean there are powerful illusory walls that I can't see through unless I actively use the all-seeing eyes. Damien was only able to take a single step forward before, boom, the ceiling collapsed inward, revealing tens of meters of the subterranean tunnel to the world above. Damien looked up into the open air with intrigue, tilting his head when nothing else happened. He commented, shaking his head lightly as he pressed off the ground and leaped out of the tunnel and onto the solid ground of the surface. I knew I'd get ganged up on, but I didn't expect it to happen on day one. Let's see, there are 30 of you? A smile lit up his face as he felt the slight twitches of alarm that came from the surroundings. Or maybe even, he must be bluffing, but I assure you I'm not. Want proof? Then, bang! Damien flicked his finger, forcing space to implode in an empty area around 10 meters away. Cook! A man was thrown out of the empty air, slightly roughed up by the previous attack. He immediately spat a few words of grievance before making distance and warily watching Damien's movements. I think that guy was the second best among you in terms of concealment techniques, so the rest of you have no chance. Damien's originally ineffective taunts became super effective, as if he had a type advantage. 27 geniuses joined the first man, surrounding Damien in the large clearing he was currently standing in. Damien's eyes lingered on the distant horizon for a second before he turned his attention to the gathered geniuses. Mostly late-stage 4th class and a few in the middle stages? Damien immediately scoffed after reading their power levels, snapping his finger and wrapping the 8 mid-stage 4th class geniuses in his mana. His mana tightened around them, and with a flash of light, they disappeared from the area entirely. A young man yelled, pointing his sword at Damien. Damien replied offhandedly. The man practically screeched in annoyance. "Oh, this is a current grudge. My bad. I thought you were an old enemy's pupil or something. If she was one of those who just disappeared, she's probably in this secret realm somewhere," Damien remarked tauntingly. The young man roared, charging at Damien without a second of hesitation. Seriously? Damien watched as the man approached with his sword outstretched. He put a finger out into the air. Clink! The sword stabbed against it and halted in its tracks. Within a second of the young man forcing it forward. Shatter! It broke into countless shards that fell powerlessly to the ground. The young man cried out, "Brother, I quite literally did nothing at all. If you were half as smart as your peers, you'd realize how dumb the shit you just said is," Damien replied with a deadpan expression. He glanced around at the others, who showed clear hesitation after seeing his defensive ability. With a sigh, he turned his attention to the sky. If you're going to send people after me, send the ones that actually have balls. Also, how badly are you treating these kids for the destruction of a single treasure to make them hesitate so strongly? He shook his head in disappointment, unaware of the storm his provocation had just incited, and turned back to the geniuses. I'll forfeit. The first to flee was the man Damien dragged out of hiding first. It was to be expected from a man who specialized in concealment. But his cowardice started a chain reaction, sabotaging other geniuses in the secret. Realm went without saying, but to do so at their own expense was nothing more than foolishness. One by one, the geniuses cleared out, either saying a few words and fleeing or directly apologizing before leaving with their heads held high. Damien watched them go wryly before finally turning his attention back to the horizon. He said to nobody in particular, "Naturally, I have come to test your skills." A response came from the void. A man materialized in the distance. He had a chiseled and handsome face, the definition of traditional male attractiveness. His eyes were sharp like blades, his irises painted in a beautiful sakura pink color, unlike anything Damien had seen before. His hair was long and black as midnight, similar to Damien, but his build was far more robust, that of a man who rigorously trained his body every day. There were two blades strapped to his back, one pitch black and the other shining platinum, mirroring the twin moons. Despite the distance separating them, Damien could feel the mysterious aura coming from the man, as if he was severed from the real plane by a field of unknown intent. He asked, his tone that of an equal rather than a superior. The man nodded, cupping his hands and offering a slight bow of introduction. "My name is Su-Run. I have spent my whole life sharpening my blade and searching for challenges. You can consider me a wandering blade master seeking advice," he said firmly, neither arrogant nor submissive. Damien nodded and returned the gesture. "Damien Void, those are quite the grand specialties," Su-Run commented, drawing his blades. "I guess they are." Damien quipped back. Su-Ren's lips curled slightly. Bang. Chapter 984 Blade. Chapter 984 Blade 2. The first banquet hall that only calmed down a few minutes ago was once again thrown into an uproar, and it wasn't just a meager 30 dissenting voices this time. Damien's provocation only struck those specific 30, but his words actually had an unknown splash effect that hit almost 100 elders for one simple reason. The director and commander who watched, unknowing of whether to laugh or cry, as this very statement was echoed over and over again while these elders contacted their best disciples and placed targets on Damien's back. In this situation, what could the two of them do? These elders wouldn't calm down if they used force and status to suppress them, and that bottled-up resentment would become an even greater blade aimed at Damien's throat. The only real solution was for Damien to utterly crush their geniuses. If that happened, force and status could be used with justification, and these elders wouldn't be able to act no matter how hard they wanted to. In fact, this was usually the strategy used by larger forces to support their most promising young geniuses. As the commotion grew, a voice echoed through the hall. "Gentlemen, I will not stop you from targeting that genius, but I advise you to be patient," Lucille said with a mysterious smile. "Why should we listen to you?" an elder shouted out. Lucille replied with the same calm expression. He directed their attention back to the various screens displaying the secret realm situation, particularly the one that followed Damien. Wait, don't say anything." Two elders were quieted instantly before they could say anything they regretted, and with the reminder of the last, all those watching the screens suddenly understood what was happening. Their eyes no longer lingered on Damien, but focused earnestly on the man facing him. Lucille's eyes curved into crescents as he watched the immediate shift in their attitudes. "Let us observe for now." His words were met with silence, a complete contradiction to the atmosphere of the secret realm. Boom, boom, boom. A set of dual blades crossed over each other to block the attack of a single sword that slammed into their intersecting point. The air exploded upon their collision, adding to the atrocious melody of explosive impacts that reverberated through this specific portion of the secret realm. Void Sword Art, first step. bladeless mirage turned into a haze as the atmosphere was torn apart by spatial gashes. Damien pressed forward and attacked ferociously, leaving not a single opening for his opponent. Su-Rin exclaimed as he twisted his body impossibly and avoided the terrifying strength of Bladeless. His white blade rose upward along Mirage's edge, while the black blade slanted downward to break Damien's stance. Damien stepped back and leaned his body, just barely avoiding the blade slashing at his face. He laughed boisterously and twisted his waist, gathering momentum as he held Mirage up parallel to the ground. Void Sword Art second step. Horizon Break clang. Unlike the usual dull thump heard after Horizon Break, the atmosphere rang with the sound of metals clashing. Su-Rin stood with a swirl of gray mana covering his white sword. In the finest layers of space, Damien could just vaguely see this mana suppressing the spatial rupture created by his attack. "Oh, that's some interesting mana," Damien complimented with a grin. "I am aware." Su-Rin shot forward like a speeding bullet, that mysterious gray mana swirling into a storm around him as he slashed his blades together as one. Perfection in form, in technique, in movement, in internal regulation, in mana control. Merely perfection. Damien's eyes widened. 999 dimensional cages rose around him in a single instant. In the next, a horrifying wave of mana crashed into his defenses. Crash, crash, crash. One by one, the spatial fields were shattered and sentenced to oblivion. 999 became 100 soon enough, and Damien was forced to teleport over a kilometer to the right to avoid the mana storm. He thought to himself, his eyes hardening. He lifted his hand and wiped a drop of blood from the cut on his lip. Su-Rin proved himself to be a complete subversion of Damien's expectations of this secret realm. Not only was he powerful, he was extremely adept at utilizing his power. Even now, seeing the way he calmly watched Damien from the distance, it was clear that he expected his opponent to easily dodge the previous attack. Or rather, it was a test, and I lived up to his expectations. Damien exclaimed, "The world bisected. Its two halves split by a fine line, slid against each other like the lifeless halves of a body. Within the severed world, only Damien existed. All other beings were trapped by the dimensions of reality. Or at least, that was the usual scenario. However, in this very moment, Su-Rin stood filled with vitality and life in this world lacking any. The field Damien sensed before, the pure natural materialization of his blade intent, cut him away from the dimension itself, allowing him to exist uniquely in almost any environment. Damien's grin widened ferociously. Void breathing second technique. Absolute mastery, rapid fire, without pause, before Su-Rin could comprehend the situation. All of these descriptions accurately portrayed the speed at which these three domineering abilities were launched. Frozen Wheel, a technique similar to a domain. Damien established a dominion over a certain area, and, within that area, used his and finally, a technique Damien was testing for the very first time. A technique that used the ethereal aspect of the breath of influence to freeze the wheel of samsara, the cycle of life and death. This immediately disabled any sort of healing factor the enemy possessed and made sure the embrace of death was always lurking around them, breaking their mentality. Space-time severance struck once the wheel of samsara was frozen, severing the bisected world once more, this time on a far more conceptual level. Space-time severance had one purpose and one purpose alone, to wipe all things from existence. And finally, a technique Damien was testing for the very first time. A technique that used the ethereal aspect of the breath of nothingness to artificially enhance Damien in a single aspect, bringing him to what he hypothesized should be a state near absolute mastery, hence the name. Absolute mastery was a technique that could only be tested in combat, but Damien had been in a special situation where he couldn't find any opponents who could properly match him. Phew! Damien took a deep breath and relished in the enlightening feeling filling his body. And he kept his awareness trained on the man he was so thankful for, the man who would finally allow him to gain a relative understanding of his strength, and the man who, even after facing space-time severance, stood completely unharmed. Damien raised Mirage and pointed it at that man as he roared with fervor. Chapter 985 Blade. Damien's roar exploded through the atmosphere and sparked Su Ren's fighting spirit into a burning blaze. He slammed his foot into the ground and shot forward like a comet. His blades moved before he even reached Damien, twirling around each other like twin snakes in a mysterious dance. And suddenly, they were in Damien's face. His eyes widened. It was too late for him to react. The strange sword dance wasn't an illusion technique, but an ethereal misdirection that Damien couldn't see through with his base abilities. Damien twisted his body so the attack would hit a more manageable area, but before he could finish his motion, clash! His arm rose, completely instinctually, and wielded Mirage to expertly parry Su Ren's blades. Damien's mouth opened slightly in astonishment. Without warning, he had become a spectator in his own body. It was a situation similar to when he used Devour for the first time. Only in this instance, he was fully conscious. But in both, his body succumbed to instinct and became a beast. Shing! Mirage did an impossible maneuver, shifting from a parry directly into a pierce in a motion that would have normally shattered its user's wrist. And in fact, it did exactly that. Snap! Crack! A series of grotesque noises emanated from his hand and wrist, but transcendent regeneration immediately went to work, healing the injury before the sword finished its movement. Su Ren's eyes narrowed as he witnessed this, his body moving backward with his blades coming up to block Mirage. Su Ren's thoughts were extremely strict at the moment, only appearing when they needed to. He was completely focused on the battle from the start, as Damien's physical strength and law comprehension were truly incredible. However, this was different. This wasn't the strength Damien showed, and most of all, Screech. The unknown crystalline material of Mirage and the contradicting metals of Su Ren's dual blades scraped against each other as Su Ren parried the sword's path and pushed it to the side. The sparks created by the event were colorful, almost iridescent due to the magical nature of the blades. His previous scent was wild and untamed. His claim of being a jack of all trades was completely backed by this nature. However, the current scent is like that of a master's body, that of an expert of untold proportion. How intriguing. Master, you were right. Su Ren made an expression he only knew how to make in battle. It was an expression often seen on Damien's face in the exact same circumstances, a wild grin. Su Ren's eyes shone with ferocity. He finally decided. There was no need to continue suppressing himself. Boom! His mana raged into the atmosphere, dyeing the severed world gray. I think you should take a look at Spark. Sparks flew through the air as the invisible blade intent clashed against Damien's sword, which didn't stop its movements even after being pushed away. Damien was also pushed back several steps by the sudden wave of mana, his body riddled with shallow cuts. Interesting, so you want to compete in domains, he said enthusiastically. Indeed. Due to the current circumstance, it is impossible for us to fight with our full strength. However, if it is just for a moment, Damien finished. The Holy Light Realm was just a secret realm in the end. The two of them had already fought long enough to understand that a collision of their full force would collapse the realm entirely. Even disregarding this fact, their interaction was being watched by countless eyes. It was never a wise idea to reveal one's cards to those whose affiliations were unknown. But just once, they wanted to experience what it was like to fight without holding anything back. Damien canceled the absolute mastery state. He was satisfied with the preliminary test, even if it only lasted for a few seconds. Any further testing could be done at a later time, when he and Su Ren were in a safe environment. Instead, he let go of all else and put his everything into space-time. Space-time was his lifeblood, his origin, and the concept he loved the most. The space-time river was merely a copy, a tribute by him to the true peak entity of space-time. But even a copy of such an existence couldn't be weak. lest it stain the name of the legendary original entity. Boom! An iridescent blue river of stars slowly revealed itself in the air above. It was several kilometers long, stretching into the distance, and its width was almost 100 feet, a far cry from its past minuscule form. If you want to see the peak of my achievements thus far, this is what I will show you. The concept of space-time, the very fabric of reality that allows all things to exist. Face its truth and tell me what you can glean, he uttered, a slight hint of reverence in his voice. Suren nodded in admiration. Then I shall reciprocate. The peak of my achievements with the blade, the path I have followed that allowed me to create my own variation of mana and is guiding me to the very peak of existence, is in this very domain. It is the deepest truth of humanity and reflects the deepest truths within oneself. Two men faced each other, their stances far too different for them to be compared. Damien stood tall with his hands behind his back. His body was illuminated by the light of the space-time river, painting him as a celestial descended to the mortal world. Meanwhile, Surin stood with his knees slightly bent, his center of gravity lowered to the earth. His stance was grounded and reflected that of an average mortal practicing the blade, yet held a hidden profundity that was simply indiscernible to almost all. A pregnant silence descended on the atmosphere as the two men faced off with their auras, the spirits of the battle gods shining in their eyes. Even in the first banquet hall, the same was taking place. All those elders and experts held their breaths, no longer daring to speak out for fear of missing a single instant of this interaction. Their battle was short and packed with constant back-and-forth action, and in that tiny speck of time, the two managed to showcase a level of law comprehension that seemed unfathomable for a genius. Their words were reflected clearly to these experts. Those two geniuses were going to do everything in their power to cast a veil over the eyes of onlookers when this final clash happened. To see through that veil, even these old monsters and influential figures opened their eyes wide and focused. Until finally, that moment happened. Two opposing intents clashed beautifully and chaotically, and the impossible was actualized. Chapter 986 Blade. How would one describe such a clash of laws? With more base-level laws like the elemental laws most people had affinities with, it was easier to describe even their conceptual states, since there were only a select number of concepts they could actually harness. This was both due to the simplistic nature of the most basic foundational elements of the universe, and the fact that, even when these elements harness higher laws like with tapping into life, it was only ever an emulation, not a true connection to the higher laws. Now, that wasn't to say those connections couldn't be made, merely it took an extremely high level of comprehension to truly elevate a base element in such an intrinsic way. When comparing this relatively comprehensible structure to those of the true higher laws, it was like night and day. The reason higher laws were elevated from the rest wasn't just due to their primordial existences, but due to their complexity. In fact, these two factors were directly connected. Because higher laws were formed in the very first moments of the universe, they were responsible for maintaining far larger and more important facets of the universe's existence. This, of course, meant the number of concepts within these higher laws far outstripped lower ones. Space-time was even higher than its individual parts, and when it came to something like the space-time river, it wasn't possible to describe its effects on reality without breaking down the very fundamental workings of the universe. As for its opponent, it was even more complicated for an entirely different reason. Weapon intents were a human contribution to the universe. The laws that they represented were actually incorporated into the universe's original workings due to the success and widespread usage of such weapon intents. Therefore, while the visible concepts within weapon intents were scarce and simple, their actual meaning on a universal scale was extraordinarily grand. Only those like Su Run, who reached extreme heights in their professions, could tap into these elusive meanings and utilize them, transforming weapon intent into a magisterial law unlike anything seen before. Such was the cause of Su Ren's special mana. Nevertheless, Damien and Sue Run didn't move in the slightest. On the screens, showcasing the battle, and in reality itself, they stood completely still. But currently, a scene that could only be seen through their eyes, the eyes of those who had unearthed such profound concepts, was taking place. The physical manifestation was like an enchanting dance performed by the most beautiful women to ever live. The space-time river flowed freely through the air, unrestrained by any and all. Its waters looped and twirled, twisted and snaked through the air like a lithe and ethereal fairy above the mundane world. Meanwhile, Su Ren's blade intent formed into an ethereal avatar that accompanied the river in its dance, its movements far more precise and ordered like a trained professional who had been dancing for countless years in practice. They were equally otherworldly, yet their magnificence contrasted in the most perfect way, as if uniting heaven and earth in a sacrosanct ritual. It wasn't a clash in any sense. It wasn't some world-breaking scene, nor was it impressive from an outside perspective. It was almost embarrassing to watch. Yet, for Damien and Sue Run, this experience was one they'd never give up. They wished this dance would never end. They wished they could forever gaze upon this bewitching entwinement of cosmic forces and remain enraptured by its heavenly aura. Yet, all things had to come to an end eventually. A final blow containing their absolute everything, both delivered as promised. But before today, neither of them knew that ferocious combat could be so divine. No, what they just witnessed was a glimpse of what it meant to be truly divine. The peak, I think you should take a look at. They had the same thought as they remained arrested many seconds after the fluctuations of their laws died down. All practitioners chase divinity, but until they reached that final instance of supremacy when divinity was just a few steps away, it was impossible for them to ever understand what divinity truly meant. It wasn't a generalization, but an established truth of the universe that was formed after untold generations of practitioners lived and died. Yet, today, two beings who both only recently stepped into the 9 revolutions before divinity saw a hint of something they were never meant to see. Damien and Sue Run, while they had no interaction with each other before today, were actually very similar, especially in their strong mental fortitude built through harrowing experiences. For them to be frozen, unable to form coherent thoughts as they did everything they could to regain their lucidity, only further affirmed the absurdity of the situation. The first banquet hall once again mirrored their emotions, as the air was stained in confusion. Comprehending a unique law was a rarity in itself. 99% of the universe's practitioners had affinities for base laws, and of those in the final 1%, an even smaller percentage managed to rise to prominence. The strength of the experts in a hall didn't matter. Their inborn talent disallowed them from ever understanding what they witnessed. There were 5, however, who didn't share their feelings. 4 of them were executioner-level elders who specialized in weapon intents. Though Sue Ren's blade intent didn't exactly align with their practice methods, the vague vestiges of his unbelievable blade intent they were able to glean gave them unlimited new comprehensions. Without a single word, they left for their personal quarters to make the most of this blessing. As for the final one, it was a beautiful woman who, coincidentally enough, almost married one of the geniuses pictured. The only other spatial practitioner at the Grand Assembly for now, and the only other celestial Damien had ever met, Leona, the Star Master of Azure Rainstar. The path she chose was one of stagnation. She, like the Golden Dragon Emperor and many noble rulers, sacrificed her talent for her people and ruled Azure Rainstar without fully exploring the potential of the celestial class. She never thought she would improve again, but somehow, every time she saw that man, she would experience a miracle. The first time they met, his departure made her realize the depths her class could have, which she couldn't have done without meeting another celestial. And this time, she finally found a path to explore those depths. The 5 of them were the main beneficiaries of the preceding event, aside from the 2 directly involved, but they weren't the only ones who gained something from it. In fact, there was one more. The angel, Lucille. His eyes maintained their unreadable light, and the smile on his face remained unchanged, but his thoughts were swirling chaotically. What was that? Although I could not sense their final attacks, the Holy Light Realm reacted extremely. The spirit of the Holy Light Realm was originally the artifact spirit of a god-ranked artifact that was transferred into the Holy Light Realm when it was created. That spirit had accompanied several demigods over tens of thousands of years of existence, and even the angel race's best geniuses were never able to attract its attention. The last time the spirit showed a reaction was... Lucille's eyes hardened. Chapter 987 Blade. Hugh. Two deep exhales resounded as one. Damien and Surin closed their eyes before slowly allowing them to flutter open, clear and unperturbed. The two men stared at each other for a single moment before their faces broke into wide grins. Damien exclaimed fervently, "Indeed, I never thought I would witness such a sight in my life," Surin said, his voice steady and filled with reverence. Damien shook his head, an air of confidence surrounding his body. Nothing changed, but something about him felt different. He carried in his natural gait the slight aura of an emperor above the mortal world. "No, we're aiming higher," he responded firmly. Surin's eyes widened. Indeed, he was not aiming for a glimpse of divinity. His goal was to surpass the peak of everything. A slight chuckle left his mouth. "I cannot argue with that," he said in concession, straightening his back and continuing, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Surin. I belong to no faction and only hold loyalty to one master." He walked up to Damien with his hand outstretched. Damien looked down with a smile and firmly shook it. Damien void. The two nodded at each other and let go of their grasps. Damien stretched lightly and got reaccustomed to his own body. He never left it in the first place, but the pull of that law collision was literally soul-snatching. The reason he and Surin ended up in such terrible states was because they were pulled into their law manifestations. They simultaneously viewed the phenomenon from both internal and external perspectives, which was extremely taxing on the mind. After exerting myself so much, I only received what could barely be considered a glimpse of the divine, and of that glimpse, what I could retain was... He smiled inwardly as he clenched his fist, feeling the definitive change in his mana. What he gained was a hint, just like Leona, of a path forward. He had too much to do with the Grand Assembly to act on it immediately, but the feeling fresh in his memory was currently being immortalized. Damien sent the breath of nothingness into his own spiritual world, severing the memory of the past battle and storing it in the mind prison so it would never fade. It's good that I have more control of the mind prison now. As a consequence of removing that memory from the stream of memories existing in his head, he truly couldn't remember its contents. However, he still clearly understood what it represented and the fact that it was being stored in the mind prison, which represented an extreme level of mental strength. Damien didn't comment on the grand title, as it didn't have anything to do with his relationship with Surin, but he surely knew what it meant. How could he not? Anyone who'd ever seen the Dimensional Leaderboard would clearly remember the title that had been the #1 spot on that ranking for over a decade, and everyone who witnessed it would forever remember the day he was dethroned by the enemy. The Saint King never truly entered his eyes until this very moment. With that thought, Damien returned his attention to reality, where he suddenly became the only witness to an extremely comedic situation. Currently, the domineering and stalwart Surin was helplessly collapsed on his knees with some kind of sloth-like animal wrapped around his head. The sloth-like little girl cried out loud enough to scare all nearby beasts away. She hugged Surin's head as tight as she could and pounded on his back in anger. "Xiaoyu, calm down already. I think you should take a look at Senior Brother. You are not alone in the mountain anymore. You have Xiaoyu now, and you can't leave me alone." Damien tuned out at that point. With an ironic expression on his face, he waited until her rant ended, and Surin was finally able to pull her off of him. He stood up and patted the first off his body before cupping his fist towards Damien. "I'm sorry you had to witness that," he said, slightly embarrassed. Damien shook his head. "It's fine, I understand," he responded. "Memories of..." his little disciple and sister popping into his head. I am. Damien patted his new friend on the shoulder in solidarity. After all, he fell into the same trap when he met Schwerer and somehow ended up with a new sibling. Damien asked, turning to the little girl. Only senior brother can call me Xiaoyu. She harumphed. Damien chuckled slightly. All right then, Xiaoyu, I have a little sister around your age. Why should I care about your little sister? Suren shrugged helplessly. She's an orphan I found in a secret realm. I eventually sent her to a sect to grow, but now that she's seen me again, she refuses to let go. Damien shrugged back and turned to Xiaoyu again. You know, our Schwer is only at the peak of 3rd class right now. She's never met someone her age who is such a genius. He spoke coaxingly. She hummed, clearly moved. Xiaoyu's eyes immediately brightened. Yup, but only if you could be a proper big sister. Of course I can, Damien exclaimed, winking at Su Run as he received the man's silent thanks. I'm such a genius. The only thing that could possibly combat a teenage girl is another teenage girl. Damien snapped his finger, and his Schwerman spawned into the battlefield. Big brother, she said, rubbing her eyes and adapting to the new environment. Schwerer turned her attention in the direction Damien was indicating, and her eyes immediately narrowed. Chapter 988 Blade. Xiaoyu said, introducing herself to Schwerer. Schwerer immediately turned back to Damien. She exclaimed, huffing and pouting as she glared at him hatefully. Damien stammered. Xua interrogated. She's my friend's little sister. I thought the two of you would be good friends. Xua's brow quirked curiously. Damien declaimed, appalled by her wild assumption. But Uncle Bai said that if I don't practice hard, you'll sell me off? Damien rubbed his temple and sighed defeatedly. That damn old man. Schwerer grew up in the sanctuary, so she was quite naive to the reality of the outside world, which she'd only heard about in stories. Because of her tragic past, Damien tried his best not to expose her to things like death and violence. But maybe sheltering her so much was a... Schwerer stuck her tongue out playfully. Actually, Uncle Bai told me to tell you that. He said you'd make a great expression if I did. And he was right. Damien gave Schwerer a firm knock on the head before wryly turning to Su Run and Xiaoyu. Su Run patted his new friend on the shoulder in solidarity. He now understood. This was truly a brother in arms. Finally, someone who understood his pain. As Damien experienced déjà vu from his current situation, Schwerer ran away to escape punishment and started chatting with Xiaoyu. The conversation went something like, why should you be the big sister? You're lying. That's only because my big brother didn't want that spot. It was enough to make a grown man lose his mind, which is why Damien and Su Ren left the girls to their own devices and switched their focus elsewhere. You said Xiaoyu is part of a sect, right? Damien asked. Divine Feather Sect, if I'm remembering right. They're just under the Holy Land level. I'm sure they won't be too happy about this outcome, Damien muttered, glancing over at the girls who couldn't decide whether to argue or get along. Surin shook his head in disagreement. Xiaoyu's master is trustworthy. He likely only wished for her to witness a clash of greater forces. Damien hummed in agreement. Just as Schwerer was 15 and at the peak of 3rd class, Xiaoyu was 16 and just recently passed her universe baptism. Her talent was immense, but her real strength wasn't enough to hurt a fly in the Holy Light Realm. That only goes to show how much they trust Surin. All right, it should be fine. I think you should take a look at... I only came to this realm to find worthy opponents. However, there are none other than you. Suren said after a moment of thought. I see. Damien quickly summoned his mana and drew a map of the secret realm in the air, blocking off a certain area in the far corner near the Golden Pyramid. I recommend this area. There should be 50 or 60 Chaos Rank treasures and at least one God Rank artifact there. Su Ren's brow raised in intrigue. Don't tell me you plan to... Shoo, it's already been a few minutes since our battle ended. Why should I mind them? Haha, I mean, that's true. They only saw the aftermath of the battle rather than our actual combat. Yet they're still too scared to approach. Su Ren panned an indifferent gaze through the surrounding forest, causing several bushes to shake as those hiding within their leaves jerked. "Then, I shall take my leave now. Let us meet again at a later date," he finally said, once more giving Damien a bow. Damien returned it in kind with a smile. "Of course." Damien shook his head, dismissing what he was about to say. Originally, he was going to ask Su Run to take Schwer along with him so she could get some real-world experience, but he immediately realized it was a stupid idea. When was the last time Schwer actually came to Grand Heaven's boundary? She was born in a secret realm, and she was raised in an isolated world. Damien brought her out with the singular thought to distract Xiao Yu and introduce Schwerer to a genius her age, but his actions were far deeper than that. First off, he openly teleported a stranger into the Holy Light realm through unknown means. The sanctuary's existence was too improbable to be guessed, but those outside would definitely be curious about his methods. He needed to think up a valid excuse, and while he did so, he would give Schwerer the best possible first experience as a genius of the universe she could possibly have. Damien and Su Ren wrapped up their conversation and pulled their respective children away from each other, bidding farewell and moving in opposite directions. That Xiao Xiao is so annoying. Big brother, I don't need a friend like her," Schwerer complained as they left the area. "Haha, you're saying that, but calling her by a nickname? No, I don't think that's how that works, but let's roll with it anyway." Damien was genuinely surprised. When did Elvira start studying up on Earth? And it wasn't just to the level of knowing Damien's homeland of America, but the entirety of Earth. After all, Damien wasn't Chinese, nor did he speak Chinese. It could be said that Elvira managed to become even more knowledgeable on his home planet than he was. It was heartwarming to know that she'd been making these efforts without a single word to him, just as she did with everything else. If it wasn't for Elvira, Thevel wouldn't have become what it currently was. She was his most trustworthy aide, and someone whose back he knew would always support him. Wasn't that why she was the first of the 5 emperors? Damien happily conversed with Schwer, learning more about Thevel from the perspective of its residents, and learning more about what Schwer had been up to in the time they hadn't been together. Her progress was almost reality-breaking. She managed to reach the peak of 3rd class in only 2 years, not slowing down at all from when she was in the earlier stages of power. It's time. He couldn't delay it anymore. Schwerer needs to make her debut in Grand Heaven's boundary. Chapter 989 Shrine. Elena's original plan was simple, at least in its first stage. The first step was to monopolize the treasures of the Holy Light Realm. Of course, the real meat of the plan came after this step ended, but it was essential for the days ahead to take hold of every treasure he possibly could. However, Damien now had a secondary goal: to use this secret realm as a stage for Schwerer, and if possible, initiate her baptism under the eyes of all those experts outside. Schwerer needed to make a proper wave upon her introduction, or she wouldn't be taken seriously at all. The current Schwerer was naive and easily exploitable, something unacceptable if she wanted to survive without his umbrella shielding her from the rain. It hurt him to even consider it, but he needed to expose her to the cruelty of reality while she was still under his complete protection, so that when the day came when she decided to leave and experience it on her own, he could have a semblance of confidence. That day would surely come. As an extreme peak expert himself, Damien was perfectly clear on the importance of forging one's own way. This was, in fact, the only way to grow in the extreme peak and beyond. If the path she picks is to follow me, I'm sure she'll grow fine and bloom magnificently. But how can it compare to what she could achieve on her own? He shelved the thought for now. That was a decision to be made in the far future, and for now, he only needed to focus on what he needed to do. He asked with a slight smile. "Fun?" she questioned back. The demonic duo happily walked through the secret realm, plodding deviously along the way. The advent of a little girl who acted like a mini Damien. The universe was in for a treat. That much was for certain. The Golden Pyramid, as those geniuses learned as they entered it, was called the Tomb of Ayakashi. According to the story told by the tomb's walls, it once sealed 100,000 demonic spirits and was erected opposite the Holy Light Tomb to weaken them until they eventually dispersed after countless years. After all, these demonic spirits were once peak entities that tormented countless races, and they were far too ethereal for them to be killed easily. Over time, several tens of thousands of them dispersed, returning to the heavens, but an unknown number of them were still sealed within the tomb, awaiting their eventual demise. The trials of the tomb were plentiful, and mostly related to the concept of demonic spirits and illusions. The geniuses who rushed in at the very beginning were still stuck in the first corridor of the tomb, unable to get past the tens of trials that existed within a few steps of each other. The tomb was designed to never be infiltrated, and while the Holy Light tomb was rebuilt by them, the tomb of Ayakashi was the original tomb they encountered in the original mystic realm. When the angels raided it the first time, they spent an immense amount of time in preparation and avoided thousands of the trials and traps in the tomb, which meant they remained to this day, awaiting those who fell in their grasp. It was silly in a sense. There were many traps, but they weren't unavoidable. As long as one took the correct path, one could avoid every single trap in the tomb and reach its center in an hour at most. However, it was easier said than done. Unless one possessed the all-seeing eyes or a similar perception ability, it was impossible for them to see the swerving and patternless path they were meant to take. Elena surpassed most geniuses in many facets, but perception wasn't one of them. Her perceptive ability could only be considered above average at best. Her mental specialty was instead intuition. I think you should take a look at patterns were present everywhere. Once Elena experienced a situation enough times, she was able to intuitively understand the patterns and plot the best path forward. Unfortunately, the tomb of Ayakashi was made opposing order. To contain the most chaotic of spirits, only total chaos could be used. Order was simply too predictable, something Elena's talent essentially proved. When she first entered the tomb, she was able to traverse the path relatively easily by relying on her strong mental fortitude. However, upon moving 100 steps, the floor below her dropped out, and she fell into a completely dark space. She kept her eyes closed, and her awareness spread thinly around her. The illusions impacted her mind constantly, showing her horrifying imagery both of those she knew and of general scenarios of tragedy. They wanted to see her break, to see her succumb to their will and become their puppet. She could hear their voices calling out to her. "You are worthless," they said. "You are destined to be useless," they said. "You will die without accomplishing anything," they said. She would have been swayed a few months ago, back when she was still doubting if she was doing things the right way, back when she was still traversing this cold world on her own. Perhaps she would have entertained their voices a little, but no more. Meeting Damien was the trigger, but it wasn't the reason. The reason was rather the blooming of her new title, something that would have happened with or without his involvement in the War of Beast Emperor Star. With that event, Elena formed a direct connection with the universe's source of life. She gained validation from the universe and the void, these forces that silently encouraged her and told her to grow as she desired. It was hard growing without a guiding influence. Damien had the void that removed any need he had for one, but Elena had nothing but her own thoughts. Thoughts that were now backed by life in the same way Damien was backed by the void. Boom! A powerful surge of life, laws shot in all directions, centered on her body. The vigorous aura illuminated the darkness and tore the voices to shreds, disallowing them from nearing her. Skeletons and crazed writings littered the ground. Far more disgusting objects joined them, but Elena paid them no mind. She walked to the center of the dark space, where a dim glow lit a nondescript shrine surrounded by skeletons, still in the prostrated position they held until death. Transcended Death Shrine. Elena muttered, reading off the text on the main tome. Her eyes widened. Her pupils shrunk into dots as her eyes glazed over. Elena's mind was transported to a new space, and her body was left unattended in the resting place of demonic spirits. What could possibly go wrong? Chapter 990 Shrine. Elena opened her eyes to a world of blackish gray, almost ash-colored rock. It was relatively flat, to the point where she could see the curve of the planet on the horizon, but there was a scarce amount of erected stone pillars and other structures formed over years of weathering. As she stood there, Elena was forced to wonder. Her expression was solemn as she walked through the dark world and tried to understand it. It isn't safe to leave my body alone in that unknown place. She remembered the prostrated figures she saw around the shrine and shuddered as she thought about ending up like them. If they were her prospective future, her current situation was the cause of their strange deaths. If it was an illusion, at least the method of escaping would be more streamlined, but this is far too real to be an illusion. If she didn't remember her mind getting sucked into this world, she would have thought her avatar body was made of flesh and blood. That is the worst-case scenario already. If the environment is tangible, my spiritual world will take damage as if it's tangible as well. Understanding the situation didn't take long once she set aside time to think, but finding her way out was a different story. She'd been walking for what seemed like 2 hours or so, and the scenery hadn't changed one bit. An hour ago, she started paying attention to the protrusions and structures that occasionally presented themselves as well, but she soon realized there was no pattern among them. Of the three options, the underground seemed most unlikely. Bang! Elena stomped her foot on the ground, watching her spiritual intent spread through the earth and disperse. With my strength, entering the subterranean world would be impossible. If the shrine was a hostile entity, this would have made it obvious that the answer is underground. However, was the shrine truly hostile? The words transcended death didn't allude to evil, nor to darkness in any sense. While transcending death seemed to be a battle with the concept of death, a constant effort to evade its embrace and live another day, the concept was far less related to death than the concept of life. After all, who would desire to transcend death other than those obsessed with life? Those who accepted death never moved to transcend it. They moved with other purposes and eventually transcended the concept as a byproduct of their efforts. In this case, rather than saying they transcended death, it was better to say they ascended to a higher state of life. The concept of transcended death, at least in Elena's eyes as she internalized it, was an extremely different vein of life laws than what she specialized in. It was life that oppressed death. The league of this concept is far higher than what I've been able to comprehend on my own. She looked into the sky. It was dark and starless, just as bleak and desolate as the earth below. If this world was not a test, but rather a physical manifestation of the concept engraved on the shrine. Huh! Elena jumped off the ground, but found that flying was disallowed entirely. With a smile, she wrapped her body in fluctuations of life. I think you should take a look at the previous suppression immediately vanished. The transcended death shrine was never a hostile entity. Merely, it was too profound for the common man to understand, which eventually led those who tried to their deaths. If one stays on the ground, it's like embracing death. The heavens could be called the birth giver of life, the arbiter of samsara, or as many other titles as one wanted to create. Because the concept of the heavens and the concept of universal will were one and the same. As Elena ascended the skies, the suppressive force pierced her defenses and entered her body, converting into strips of comprehension that she digested as soon as she received them. The higher she went, the greater the reward she attained. By the time she could see the dark world's atmosphere in the near distance, she felt like she could almost grasp the true meaning of transcended death. Unfortunately, her strength was merely at the peak of 4th class. She felt a wall blocking her from going any higher, a wall formed not only from her own exhaustion of mental strength, but also from the realm's refusal to grant her more. She thought with a wry smile. Well, I can't blame it. She shook her head and cleared her thoughts. Regardless of the realm's intentions, she was at her limit already. Transcended death, you might view it as an all-powerful concept, but to me, it's just another step on my path to finding the source of life. Elena pressed her hand forward, flexing her fingers as she commanded the life mana within her. Shatter this. Boom! Her mana burst forth and filled the atmosphere with vibrant white light. The greatest gain Elena plundered from transcended death was simple: attack power. The life laws she practiced until this point rarely had attacking moves, more focused on healing and vitality. Transcended death was a concept built on oppression. Thus, Elena's life laws gained an oppressive quality when it was incorporated into them. In using this oppressive quality, she pressed down on the atmosphere until it cracked, giving her leeway to reconnect to the real plane. With one last bow of gratitude to the hidden realm spirit, Elena vanished, returning her mind to her physical body. The realm went silent, and a few seconds later, a small brush of wind swirled into the air, revealing the figure of a young woman with eyes clearer than any spring. She stared into the space where Elena disappeared, tilting her head curiously. The girl asked. She received no response, but remained unperturbed. "I see." The girl took a few steps body, and her body merged into the realm, vanishing from perception. She was the very realm spirit Elena noticed before she left the place. However, unbeknownst to Elena, she wasn't a realm spirit at all. Instead, she was a manifested spirit representing the concept of transcended death itself, almost like a sentient law concept. Elena's meeting with this entity meant far more to her future training than she'd ever imagined. Chapter 991: Arrival. The second Elena returned to her physical body, she attacked. Without any specific target in mind, she wildly flung chains of life mana through the surroundings, blasting the air apart and destroying the rock below. Ethereal shrieks rang out. There was no physical presence, nor did Elena feel any impact when she struck these entities, but their screams were enough to alert her to their presence. She slammed her foot on the ground, shooting a pulse of mana into the earth and allowing it to spread thinly before exploding outward. The rocky ground broke apart, waves of life mana flowing out of it and filling the entire space with a thick vital aura that, to these demonic spirits, was a curse. "Oomph, you disgusting things." Elena roared. She could feel the demonic aura in her veins, a clear sign that they tried to corrupt her into one of them while her mind was gone. If she hadn't come back in time, her body would have truly become their possession. At that point, the worst possible scenario she could think of would likely be only one of the terrible things they did with their newly acquired physical presence. On the other hand, since she was able to come out in time, these demonic spirits served as the perfect targets to test her new offensive strength. "This is great. My base attack power is almost twice as strong as it used to be, and my law concepts are all now backed by the ferocity of transcended death." Elena's sharp gaze cut through the dark space, locating the hundreds of demonic spirits that swirled around her cautiously, no longer daring to approach after seeing their brethren slaughtered like chickens. Elena harumphed, not bothering with them any longer. She paid her final respects to the transcended death shrine and walked to the end of the dark space, punching a hole in the wall and entering a new corridor within the depths of the pyramid. I couldn't see it at all before. Elena realized quickly that she was nowhere near the original route she was taking before she fell into the dark space. She was at least several hundred meters deeper into the earth, and the structure of the pyramid around her was far more decrepit and unkempt, with various small creatures skittering through the corridors and nondescript, overgrown flora infecting the walls. Elena thought wryly. As far as the temple hieroglyphs told, the greatest treasures of the tomb of Ayakashi resided at its very peak, so all those other geniuses were ascending with all their strength to this very moment. Who would have thought the pyramid was actually hiding such a large portion of its body underneath the earth? Even if those geniuses knew of this, they wouldn't be able to reach this place unless they had a similar experience to her. Which meant Elena moved with purpose, killing demonic spirits and avoiding the tomb's traps with as much efficiency as she could produce. And slowly but surely, she made her way to the very central point of the tomb, the true burial site of the demonic spirits. A starship docked at the entrance of Luxurian. The experts who were focused on the geniuses in the Holy Light realm didn't notice it immediately, but as soon as one caught sight of the crest on its side, all the rest turned their attention as well. This phenomenon became especially pronounced when Lucille personally went out to greet the incoming guests. A portion of the starship's body turned holographic, revealing those inside. I think you should take a look at he was followed by Parcial, his angelic counterpart, and the royal demon clan's elders and geniuses. Lucifer, Parcial, it has been a while. Lucille said with a smile, welcoming the duo. Clan head, Parcial said as he bowed in respect. Meanwhile, Lucifer returned Lucille's smile and shook the man's hand. It has indeed been a while. Lucille's eyes narrowed slightly. Misunderstandings? Ew. Lucille's words suddenly halted as his attention was drawn back to the starship. Suddenly, the air stilled as a thick and viscous aura filled it. It wasn't an exerted aura, but the natural aura of strength that existed around a strong demigod. An old man stepped out of the ship. His appearance was that of a wise sage, but his eyes held the domineering light of a war emperor. Flanking him were 5 elders, including 3 more demigods, as well as 5 younger geniuses, 3 women, 1 man, and a little girl roughly 10 years old. And among them, there wasn't a single unfamiliar face. Lucille asked curiously, turning to Lucifer, who shrugged. Don't ask me. Yes, clan head. As you know, I left years ago to contact forces I believed would aid us in the coming battles. These are Parcial. There's no need for you to introduce us. We are more than capable of speaking for ourselves. The old man at the head of the group interrupted. He walked up to Lucille, facing the angel directly without a hint of disturbance in his eyes or aura. I am Tian Yang, the void, old immortal. His words were sincere, but the undertone behind them was slightly taunting, just barely laced with mockery that normal people couldn't sense. Lucille hummed, glancing over the group. The forces of the human domain indeed should not be neglected. Haven't you heard that the new generation always surpasses the old? The one who spoke was the female among the 2 demigods, Tang Lingzi. She and the drunken old immortal stepped up, silently supporting Tian Yang with their presence. Lucille showed no change of expression as he guided the group into the main hall. However, the same couldn't be said about the experts watching the interaction from afar. The human domain. It was widely looked down upon and regarded as the weakest of grand heaven's boundaries remaining sectors. Nobody present believed the human domain would show its face at this assembly, and they surely didn't expect them to show it so fiercely. To make their first introduction by flaunting 3 powerful demigods wasn't a courtesy, but a taunt. They were practically screaming in the ears of these experts. You think the human domain is trash? Chapter 992 Arrival. Tian Yang led his group through the halls of Luxurian, standing side by side with Lucille as they entered the first banquet hall. The hall was filled with a pregnant silence, as those within cast a variety of gazes at the group. Gazes filled with disdain, with mockery, with interest, and even those with just a hint of fear targeted the human domain's people, almost as if testing their grit. Tian Yang snorted lightly, diapering the invisible pressure as he walked through the crowd, followed by the rest who didn't lose confident and upright postures once. In all honesty, the experts in this hall were not solely good people. A large portion of them were greedy and self-centered, uncaring for the fates of those who didn't benefit them. To these people, the human domain represented an unknown threat. No matter how much they were looked down upon, the tales of their past deeds were enough to make these people wary. After all, the human domain may have fallen, but its people were clearly still standing strong. However, they were forced to hold back their desire to humiliate these people and establish dominance early. Because the human domain forces didn't arrive alone. They arrived along with the royal demon clan and were personally invited by a member of the heavenly clan. This kind of silent support was hard to read, as it wasn't known how far those large influences would go to protect the ones they were backing. Therefore, they needed to observe the situation until they had a proper understanding of how these powers were operating before doing anything. This led to a silence unbroken as Tian Yang and his group reached the front of the hall, while Lucille calmly and smilingly filled them in on what had happened thus far at the Grand Assembly. Meanwhile, Completely unnoticed due to the extremely prominent presence of those from the human domain, another force entered the first banquet hall of Luxurian. They were the Sapphire Soul Clan, a mid-sized force in Soul World that was led by a council of 9 supremes and only a single demigod ancestor. They were already prepared for a lukewarm reception. They didn't have much status, and were lucky to even be allowed into the first portion of the Grand Assembly, a blessing they only received for being a subordinate sect of Nirvana Soul Palace, one of the strongest spirit race forces. However, the reception they received wasn't just lukewarm, it was colder than ice. Not a single expert in the hall noticed their entrance. Their eyes turned to the center of attention. The reason for this humiliation that they were silently suffering. A small group that didn't look remarkable at all. Upon further observation and learning the identities of those people, the head of the group, a supreme named Thale's eyes narrowed slyly. The human domain is a relic of the past, but they still have a strong reputation. The Sapphire Soul sect's ultimate goal was to escape the shadow of their mother sect. This grand assembly, in their eyes, was the perfect place to start working towards this goal. Gumhar, take your fellow disciples and test those human domain geniuses. His sound transmission entered the ears of the sect's top disciple, Gumhar, who nodded with a vicious grin. He motioned for the 4 behind him to follow him and push his way through the crowd, his actions finally alerting others to the Sapphire Soul sect's presence. Though Gumhar was being extremely rude to those he didn't have the status to offend, nobody stopped his charge. How could these experts not guess his intentions? Since they couldn't probe the human domain on their own, why would they stop someone for doing it for them? Gumhar made it to the front of the crowd soon enough, and immediately stomped his foot on the ground. He roared. Tianyang, Lucifer, and their groups turned their attention to Gumhar at once, bored looks on their faces. Gumhar felt a bead of sweat forming on his temple, but he quickly ignored it. He knew how important his role was. Besides, he really did want to conquer the human domain's geniuses, especially the 3 women among them, each a peerless beauty. The human domain is just a pathetic relic. You people should be embarrassed showing your faces here. If the human domain wants to help in the war, you should just send some beauties to entertain our hard-working soldiers. His taunting shouts echoed through the walls, provoking many reactions from the crowd, but none at all from the human domain. Or rather, there was one. For the younger geniuses and the 2 elders who weren't yet demigods immediately scurried away from a certain woman, who stood with a bright smile on her beautiful face. She clapped her hands happily. "You're right," she exclaimed, eagerly supporting Gumhar's words. He stammered, feeling a little strange. "I think you should take a look at," the beauty continued. "Then, here's the first." Gumhar was forced to gulp as he heard the words. Following her finger to find the beauty she was referring to with anticipation written all over his face. HM? Until he was forced back to reality. The woman's finger was pointing at him? He glanced around, looking to Thale in confusion, only to see his elder's pale and horror-struck expression. "What's going on?" Gumhar turned around, facing his 4 comrades. For figures frozen in ice, their faces still twisted in the mocking expressions they held moments prior. Gumhar's face twisted in shock. He exclaimed, stepping back several steps. Only was his chest supposed to move like that? It can't. He shakily looked down, and indeed, entering his vision was a pair of voluptuous breasts. And no, he fell to the floor and crawled backward, his eyes falling on a happily smiling pink-haired beauty. She said. Gumhar immediately coughed blood, which looked strange coming from a spirit, and fainted, unable to accept his new and improved body. It was so quick that even these experts would have missed it if they weren't paying attention. The pink-haired beauty imposed an illusion on Gumhar, so strong that it nearly became reality, and within a second, the white-haired beauty next to her froze the remaining 4 geniuses on a molecular level, killing them instantly. The white-haired woman scoffed scornfully and turned away, not bothering with the situation anymore. Meanwhile, her companion directed her attention to the crowd itself, especially the petrified elder standing at its rear. Her words were met with silence. And with that display of power acting as an early introduction, the geniuses of the human domain walked together and approached the portal to the Holy Light Realm. Rose Adelaire, level 380, Weaver of Reality. Shui Ryue, level 380, Een Spirit Queen. Long Chun, level 390, Draconic Sword Emperor. Shui Fang, level 360, Iceblade Grandmaster. Together, the five stepped onto the universal stage. It was time to show the entirety of Grand Heaven's boundary what it meant to be from the human domain. Somewhere in the Holy Light Realm, Damien's body twitched. Something within was showing itself, reminding him of its eternal existence in his heart. It was a little wisp of soul that connected him to a single person. Rhea. Chapter 993 Goals. Damien's heart was practically beating out of his chest, but he kept an outwardly calm facade. He was currently with Schwer deep within the Holy Light Tomb. It was the location he decided to use to both train her and acclimate her to danger. And though he could use the all-seeing eyes to find the shortest route to the center and easily snatch the tomb's treasures for himself, he didn't do so. Instead, he used the same ability to find the longest and most grueling route to the center and unapologetically push Schwer along that route. As she encountered traps and illusions, her mental strength and battle sense would improve. But it would take a lot of suffering before she could reach that point. The current Schwer was covered head to toe in small scratches and dried blood from wounds Damien healed long ago. Though the threat they posed was gone, she still clearly remembered the sensation of pain that came along with them. It was scary. The outside world she'd heard so much about was just as cruel as those in Thevel made out to be. Yet, while it may have been unexpected from Schwer, who grew up sheltered by Damien, she was a girl with her own ambitions and dreams. A single nightmare still haunted her every once in a while. It depicted the scenes of her childhood, where she watched those in her village die brutally, where she almost joined them in the underworld. It was a memory that Damien saved her from, but she always thought back to what would have happened if he wasn't there. As he heard the terrible stories of those who were saved from Calypto, and even those from the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, she realized that she wasn't alone in her struggle. People all over the universe were suffering, and the only way they could save themselves was to become stronger. It was that realization that pushed her to beg Elvira to teach her until the latter finally succumbed. And it was the same deep-seated idea that pushed her to receive Damien's training regardless of how harsh it was. As her older brother and mentor, Damien could clearly see the fiery glimmer in her eyes, and thus, he didn't stop her from acting as she pleased, merely staying behind her and making sure she would never face death head-on. I know this state very well. This is the same state that allowed me to survive through the first dungeon. He wanted to ask where such a desperate desire for power came from, but he withheld the question. When she was ready to tell him, she would. This kind of desire by itself is extremely dangerous, especially for a growing teenager. She needs me here, silently supporting her to balance that desperation with warmth. Damien could feel his soul bleeding from the terrible longing he felt for his women, but now wasn't the time to be selfish. They are here as representatives of the human domain, which means they're here with something to prove. If he outright claimed himself a part of the human domain, his light would overshadow them and have the opposite effect of what he desired. If he waited until Rose, Ryue, and the rest proved themselves, and then swooped in at the end as a cherry on top, the human domain would be held in legends as a sector that retained its ability to create countless geniuses even while in its worst state. Good. I can train Schwer without worry and leave the situation outside to them. Damien flicked his fingers slightly, sending a ball of white light into Schwer's body, healing her injuries and replenishing her stamina. Huh. Thanks, big brother, she said as she stabilized herself. It's fine to take breaks, you know. We have months to train to our heart's content, Damien said gently, expressing his worry. However, Schwer shook her head in refusal. Now that I'm older, I don't want to be weak anymore. The aunties and uncles all told me that Big Brother had to go through terrible things to become powerful. She said it firmly without any sign of the childish immaturity she usually carried. Damien felt a slight pain in his heart, realizing that she was going to start growing up soon. But he quickly shook off the feeling. Swear, don't worry. I think you should take a look at, and at the same time, he wished good fortune upon those from his homeland who were currently fighting for its sake. The Holy Light Realm situation became more complicated with every passing day, but the plan was still the same. Only, the end goal was no longer Damien's domination over the universe's geniuses, but the human domain's domination over the entire rest of the universe. Whoosh! 5 people surfaced in the Holy Light Realm. Bang! Immediately, an explosion wrapped around them. Ryue harumphed and tossed up a barrier of special ice that blocked the explosive force entirely. She exchanged nods with the 3 adults behind her and took down the barrier. Xiao! Longchen shot out like a ballistic missile, the Empyrean dragon sword in his hands, sweeping in a wide arc in front of him. Shing! An extremely crisp sound rang through the air, and immediately the world was severed in 2. Trees, beasts, and all geniuses in the path of his swing were bisected. The geniuses were immediately transferred out of the secret realm and healed, while the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. A shout suddenly reverberated, bringing the geniuses and the surroundings to their senses. The group that just entered was a threat. Roughly 40 geniuses dropped their hostility for each other and acted as one to take down the newly appeared enemy. But this was exactly what the human domain group wanted. Rose grinned deviously. All right, it's time to start the slaughter fest. Whoever gets the most kills gets a random box of their choosing. Except you, Riva. Shuefang's attention was immediately piqued. Don't get excited yet, Long Chan said before he could continue. Right, Ryue agreed. Rose smirked smugly. Do you think I'd snuff you guys? Since this is a few-month-long event, we'll split it in 3. Everyone's eyes narrowed as one. She's finally bringing out a mithril box, huh? I was wondering what she was saving it for, Shuefang muttered. And at the same time, his expression got serious. If there was a mithril box at stake, not a single one of them could afford to slack off. Chapter 994 Goals. The experts in the first banquet hall were all stoic characters in their daily lives, but in the past 2 days, they've been forced to show a wide range of emotions. In fact, at this point, the experts had split into various cliques, mostly of forces who were already affiliated or those from the same domain. However, the human domain only sent a single group to represent themselves, rather than multiple groups from strong influences. While the murmuring of the crowd leaned towards shaming the domain for having only a few worthy geniuses to showcase, Tianyang and the rest didn't let the crowd bother them at all. After all, why would they care for the opinions of those speaking without a single hint of knowledge? They alone understood the true capabilities of their domain, and this knowledge bestowed them with supreme confidence. Of course, not all the experts held such bias. There were a few who took the time to greet Tianyang's group and introduce themselves. These were mainly those without strong affiliations that forced them to pick a side, such as the Ancient God clan. And, of course, the very familiar director Alucard and Commander Hua. There was only one influence in the universe that could claim to be completely unbiased, and that influence was none other than hidden Death Valley of Death Emperor Star. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, the director said amiably, nodding in greeting as he approached. Tianyang uttered with a slight smile. The director asked in slight confusion. Tianyang shook his head in amusement. Young Tian. The director echoed before his eyes suddenly widened. The director laughed boisterously. How could this be? Tianyang smiled warmly as his old acquaintance slapped his shoulder happily. I also thought I was dead, but instead, when I awoke, I had returned to my home in the human domain. In this universe, Tianyang's youth took place in a time when the human domain wasn't so utterly disconnected from the wider universe. Back then, while the divide existed, it was far easier to find safe passage through the destroyed space if one was willing to risk their life for the chance. Tianyang held a secret that nobody in the human domain knew. Under his wise and sagely exterior was a man who, in his youth, was a mad barbarian enough to wear his universally bestowed title was Crazy Bastard. Not many he knew back then were still alive now, and of those who were, only Alucard, who he just revealed his identity to, could make the connection between him and his past. Tian Yang and Alucard began to jovially converse, catching up on the details of each other's lives, while Tang Lingzi and Albius entertained the other influences who came to greet the human domain. Suddenly, a wave of gasps spread through the crowd. Tian Yang's attention was attracted to the front of the hall, and his smile immediately widened into a haughty grin. With no warning, tens of geniuses started dropping out of the secret realm portal every minute, collapsing to the floor and writhing as they readjusted to being alive. I think you should take a look at they took the 4 cardinal directions for themselves, moving forward without pause and destroying anything in their paths. To the south was a dark, icy hellscape. The souls of the dead wandered the air and corrupted any genius they came across, while the ice below froze their bodies and minds for eternity. To the west was another icy land, but far purer and brighter than its counterpart. It was flat, as all obstructions in the path were sliced to nothingness, and the razor-sharp sword aura in the air raised everything that touched it. To the north was an atmosphere with no change, but perhaps that was the most terrifying part. Despite the land of death and destruction the north had become, not a single person could see a hint of it through its peaceful appearance. And finally, to the east was a path that truly represented the concept of destruction. The land was torn and sundered. Golden dragons of sword aura streaked through the air and devoured any enemy they found. The one thing all these paths had in common was the fact that at their ends, one could faintly hear the sounds of continued slaughter, making it evident that those who carved them were nowhere near done with their domineering killing spree. And of course, they were all created by human domain geniuses. This, many experts thought as one. Was this the so-called decrepit and declined human domain? If this was the trash human domain, what did that make them? The people whose geniuses were being crushed like ants. The negative stigmas surrounding the human domain were already crumbling with every second, but neither those geniuses in the secret realm nor Tian Yang and the elders in Luxurian planned to stop here. Just like anyone else, they had no desire to stay in the shadows of the past. Whether it be at the genesis of a universe or the very ends of time, when creation returned to nothingness, the human domain would remain a legendary existence to all. That was the ultimate goal. It was a large space, far too large to fit within the bounds of the tomb of Ayakashi. The walls were made of weathered dark brown bricks that were covered in damp green moss and vines that snaked around like they were alive. The ground was lined with ancient letterings and hieroglyphs depicting various symbolisms that were long lost in the annals of time. Chains spanned the ceiling and draped down several feet, clanging against each other as they were swayed by the mysterious wind that wrapped around the space and filled the already eerie atmosphere with disharmonious melodies that sang songs of death. The entire area showed signs of extreme debilitation except for the very center, where a massive stele stood by its lonesome. This was the central point of the tomb of Ayakashi, the very room that held the ancient secrets hidden within the tomb. And as Elena stared into its darkness, she firmed her will. The aura in this place is not natural. It's coming mainly from that stele, but there are strong pulses of it coming from several other areas. I'm afraid this tomb was already in the process of breaking down. She covered her body in powerful vital aura and light laws, warding off all evil as she stepped into the unknown. A single display in the first banquet hall went dark. From this point forward, Elena was truly on her own. Chapter 995 Shadow. Chapter 995 Shadow in Top. 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 Elena's steps echoed through the damp and empty space as she made her way to the stele in the middle. Her thoughts were slow, as if matching the quiet atmosphere around her. She expected to be dragged into battle or a mental struggle as soon as she entered, but it was strange how peaceful the space truly was. It almost makes me want to take down my defenses. Elena frowned lightly as she realized her thoughts were becoming irrational. It seems too subtle to be everything this place has to offer. There were two possibilities for the current piece. The first was that the tomb was doing its job properly, and all the demonic spirits were properly sealed within the steel, unable to make trouble. But how could such a good thing exist? The second scenario is that Elena reached the steel and carefully placed her hand on its surface, sending a pulse of life mana into its surface. The steel reverberated, and a set of ancient letterings appeared on its surface. These words were from an archaic language unknown to Elena or anyone alive in the current era, but they shared similarities with the current universal language, almost like it was a predecessor. Heaven, spirit, body. Elena voiced the four words she could comprehend from the tablet. They were spread apart, with context connecting each to the next. Unfortunately, these words could mean anything if I try to fill in the blanks. The fact that this is a tomb of demonic spirits should be the greatest clue to the meaning of these phrases. Elena Sigid. Her knowledge of ancient history was negligible since most of said knowledge had been erased from the universe. She had no idea what could have been going through the people who etched these words' minds. But she could feel that they put their souls into their art, etching these words with all their power and wisdom. She removed her hand from the steel and glanced around the tomb, her eyes hardening. There isn't any sign of a formation on the steel, nor is there any evil aura contained within. Most likely, the spirits that had yet to decay and cease existence were loose, spread out within the tomb. If they're on the level of the previous spirits, it won't be too hard to exterminate them. In that case, Elena didn't know enough about souls to save those geniuses or exterminate the demons who controlled them. Elena glanced at the steel and quickly wrapped her mana around it. In the next instant, it disappeared. This new spatial ring is far better than the usual stuff. The guy is really... She smiled as she shook her head. The spatial ring was given to her by Damien after he saw her old one. It was connected to the sanctuary, which meant its storage space was almost infinite, and its attractive power was great, so objects rooted in the ground could be directly pocketed if she so desired them. Unlike a normal spatial ring that merely had an internal space that the user could access, this ring could produce its own spatial field to wrap and transport objects, which was what made it so magical. After taking the steel, Elena quickly left the main tomb. Bang! Or at least she tried. An explosion collapsed the tomb's entrance, trapping her inside until she could get through the pile of rubble. She yelled, her eyes sharpening. She summoned her mana and let it wrap around her body protectively in case she needed to attack. And she scanned the surroundings, her gaze taking every inch of the space into account. She gritted her teeth in realization. That's right, she smiled ironically. Even after she realized it, it still affected her and made her lose any sense of danger. And because of this, she spent too much time studying the steel and completely forgot the matter of demonic spirits for a second. Hush! A strong wind blew through the space, its origin unknown. Elena felt the growing auras in the darkness around her. She could feel those eerie voices from the shrine area returning. Top! She took a step back, projecting light mana into the air in front of her. Her face paled. That wasn't darkness at all. That was the darkness morphed. It rippled like waves, and high in the air, near the chains hanging from the ceiling, something like a face formed. She glanced at the exit. Her eyes went back to the shadow looming over her, just in time to see its eyes and mouth curve into a twisted, smiling expression. Shing! Bang! She withdrew her sword and shot into the air, meeting the shadow face to face. Her sword slashed through the air in a clean arc, sending a wave of light and life into the shadow's body. Hum! An odd hollow whoosh resounded as the slash disappeared into the shadow, its connection with Elena cut entirely. Right? She muttered. Demonic spirits were ethereal beings. It was their greatest strength, but also the reason they couldn't leave the tomb without possessing a body. The body of an individual who, with nothing but her own strength, made it to the very center of the tomb of Ayakashi. If not her, then who? Whoosh! Elena's eyes suddenly widened. She twisted her body sideways, just in time for a massive wave of shadow to slam against her side. Bang! She shot backward and crashed into the dense walls of the tomb, coughing a mouthful of blood as she pulled herself out of the cracks. Tui! She spit out another mouthful of blood as she stared back at the shadow that was still smiling at her with that same creepy expression. Her mentality went through a change. Her mind entered a state where the battle in front of her was the only thing that mattered in life. Because she made the realization that if she didn't win here, she'd die and become a puppet to their will. Her sword shone with beautiful white light. Crack! 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 Boom! A massive tree filled with vitality grew in front of her, reaching the ceiling of the massive space. She hopped onto its nearest branch and traversed its canopy until she was once again facing the shadow. "Thanks for waiting," she said coldly. Chapter 996 Shadow. Chapter 996 Shadow. Hai bang. 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 Explosions rang through the main tomb of Ayakashi as Elena and the massive demonic spirit fought fiercely. Bursts of light flashed across the space as Elena moved through the spirit's body. They were earth-shaking and soul-rattling, but the infrastructure of the tomb didn't budge. Shio! Elena shot back and pressed her sword forward, commanding the massive world tree behind her. Rumble! The earth shook, thousands of roots shooting into the air and slamming into the ground below, sending furious shockwaves of life mana into the shadow-like entity. It's not working. Her eyes sharpened. She'd grown much since the past. She wanted to stop this threat before it could hurt anyone, but she wasn't willing to sacrifice her life to do so. Swoosh! She shot to the side, avoiding a wave of terrifying mana that arced toward her. Gritting her teeth, she slashed out and sent a beam of the two forces collided, and Elena borrowed the force to retreat further. Pure white mana into the attack. Boom! The two forces collided, and Elena borrowed the force to retreat further. Boom! 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 The spirit's attacks became fiercer. Not only did its mana improve in quality, the laws that supported it became far more complex, affecting reality at a deeper level. Elena wondered. It was eerie like death, but contained more properties of darkness. It clearly represented an inattributed law, but without knowing which one it was, Elena couldn't form a proper plan of action. After all, she wasn't like Damien, whose mana capacity was nearly infinite. If she wanted to heal herself, she needed to expend a considerable amount of effort. Currently, she was facing an unknown and extremely strong opponent, which didn't leave her space to waste energy. When she found the perfect time and method to kill this entity, she would strike with everything and slay it. To do that, she weaved through the darkness around her, entering the shadow's body once more. Immediately, she was struck by its cruel and cold laws. Her perception went black. No matter how far she stretched her awareness, she couldn't see even a single centimeter in front of her. Even her sense of touch was dulled, the sword shining with mana in her hand the only thing grounding her to reality. She reminded herself constantly. Her ego felt like it was slipping into oblivion. Her mind was submerged in a deep lake of nothingness, the whispering voices of death enchanting her to join them in their splendor. Boom! Light shined through Elena's body and soul. That's it. Boom! She wantonly released her mana into the surroundings, filling the air with vitality. Though the mana still had no effect on the entity, it illuminated a path in the darkness, guiding Elena back to safety. Whoosh! She shot out of the spirit's body and was immediately confronted by an attack. With her new knowledge of the laws contained within, she expertly wielded her own life laws in a split second to disperse it. Ru! The sound that emanated from the clash was strange on its own, but the two attacks actually wrapped around each other like stars on a merging path, creating a beautiful picture of yin and yang. Elena's eyes widened as she made space. Her gaze focused on the middle point of those two forces. What she saw was the interaction between life and death, a representation of samsara. Her eyes widened at the thought that originated from deep in her subconscious. Right, that's not what I want, she reiterated, completely aware this time. What she chased was not peace. What she chased was not life that acted as one half of a whole along with death. She was chasing the source of life itself. Elena Pierce, an individual recognized by the void and granted a connection with forces far above her station. If she only wanted this much, she would have never been granted such an honor. Boom! The essence of life raged around her body. Life that transcended death swirled into the air. In the end, ethereal beings, just like all others, relied on mana. Therefore, thoroughly. Crushing its mana would reveal an opening to strike. My goal has never been to chase a beautiful life. Her declaration was to the universe itself. Life that balanced death? The universe could keep that. Elena Pierce was not a person who conformed to anyone's will, even if it was the heavens themselves. She pushed her mana and slammed her foot in the air as if it was solid, shooting into the air like a comet. She put her sword away. It was just a tool, no longer strong enough to support her. Her hands clapped together, and her fingers twisted around each other, forming a symbol like an eye trapped in a pyramidal cage. As she slightly closed her eyes, her hands slowly pressed forward. The ring of an ancient bell resounded through the air. The atmosphere was dyed white. No, a beam of white light shot into the skies of the holy light realm like a beacon was lit atop the tomb of Ayakashi. The beam pierced reality itself, shining through luxurian in the outside world and immediately causing a stir. The pure white light was brighter than brightness, purer than purity. Its existence was sacred in the world for the few seconds it blessed the eyes of those lucky enough to witness it before it died down. However, just a few seconds was enough to create massive waves in many hearts. That sacrosanct beam represented something far greater than its appearance, after all. Of the experts in the first banquet hall, Lucille's thoughts perfectly summed up those of his compatriots. The Holy Light Realm was proving to be of far greater significance than anyone expected. Lucille immediately left the area and called a meeting with his fellows in the Heavenly Clan. Meanwhile, in the very center of the tomb of Ayakashi, Elena's attack manifested. A powerfully glowing heavenly ink, no smaller than the demonic spirit's titanic body shot toward it with impossible speed. Black splotches, almost like ink, splashed into the air, coating the ink. Sizzes. The ink gutturally sizzled as the ink's mana burned through it and sent it to oblivion. The concept of transcending death thoroughly suppressed the demonic spirit's laws, making its attacks completely ineffective. And as the attack finally collided with the spirit's body, Elena went through a qualitative change. The understanding of her ultimate goal was accompanied by the comprehension of another elusive concept: legends. Because in that moment, Elena defined her own legend. Even before Damien, she took a step towards forming her own divinity. At this moment, Elena had stepped into the extreme peak of fourth class. Chapter 997 Shadow. Scree. A soul-shattering screech pulled Elena back to reality, giving her no time to adjust to her gains. Elena cracked her neck as she watched the ink and the demonic spirit's body fight each other fiercely. The demonic spirit was clearly feeling pain, evident through its screeching and the lashing of its shadowy tentacles. Elena realized the ink was powerful, but it was only the result of her preliminary understanding. How could it be that easy to kill an entity formed by the merging of countless demonic spirits? While she finally had a method to hurt the entity, she needed to put in far more work to rid it from existence. Boom! Crash! A pulse of dark mana reverberated through the air, and the ink was finally shattered. The demonic spirit's massive hollow eyes were slanted in anger, its mouth producing a multitude of teeth and tongues that seemed to be screaming in rage and humiliation. Elena realized as she swerved to the side and slashed the air, cutting through a tentacle of darkness. She flashed forward at the speed of light and spun her body, loading her leg with power and kicking out heavily. Bang! Her foot collided with the ethereal spirit body like it was a material object. The mana of transcended death rippled through the darkness like the spotlight of a lighthouse in the deep seas. Elena immediately felt the resistance of the spirit's laws. The dark and deathly fluctuation of that unknown concept clashed against the mana of life, slowly nibbling away at it, until it could no longer hold its structure. Still, this nibbling was gradual. Elena's attack still had its intended effect. Scree! The demonic spirit screeched angrily and swept its massive arm at Elena, essentially sending a wave of mana that covered the skies in her direction. However, the mana suddenly split in half, two streams coming from opposite directions with the same target. Elena shot upward through the gap between them and grinned. She confirmed her assumption with that attack. From the ancient hieroglyphs on the wall, Elena learned of the individualistic and greedy nature of demonic spirits. For them to combine like this was for the sole purpose of survival, and now I only have a single body. It seemed the yin-yang effect of the previous attacks didn't just allow Elena to promote, it returned a piece of sentience to those demonic spirits. Elena flashed to the very edge of the room where Yggdrasil was located and landed on its branches. Bang! A holographic green shield covered the tree and blocked the spirit's continued attacks. Crack! Elena rushed to the center of the tree, a flat area where the trunk spread out into tens of thousands of branches. She placed her hand on the solid wood and closed her eyes, sending a prayer and a hint of mana into its trunk. And in response, a single branch snapped off the tree and landed before her. She thought as she picked it up. Crash! She left the tree just in time to see the barrier break. I think you should take a look at Xing. It sliced through the deathly mana around it like a true blade, its seemingly feeble body acting with the same power as a heavenly material. Elena's smile was like sunlight that illuminated the world. She felt a sense of freedom that came with the enlightenment of her promotion. It allowed her to act without qualms, following her natural instincts to achieve exactly what she wanted. And what she wanted was the death of this being. Elena wasted no time. Armed with her new weapon, she entered the spirit's body once more. Its laws assaulted her as always, but the feeling was different this time. It was almost like they were fragmented, originating from entirely different sources. She was no longer facing a single extremely powerful demonic spirit, but a horde of weaker ones. So I just need to kill all of you before you can kill me. Elena swiped her branch of Yggdrasil through the air. It was the beginning of slaughter. From the start, individual demonic spirits had no chance against her. This much was proven when she killed those that were in the shrine area. It wasn't that her perceptive ability magically increased or anything of the sort. Instead, the mana of transcended death forcefully separated these beings, severing the threads that held them as one. The fact that they were internally warring was only an added bonus. Elena cut through demonic spirit after demonic spirit, transcended death filling the atmosphere. Thousands were felled at her hand before she finally ran out of mana and was forced to retreat. Its body is clearly getting smaller, she noted as she gathered herself. She immediately took shelter within Yggdrasil's powerful frame when she felt herself running out of steam, and at the current moment, the tree was holding back the demonic spirit army. Yggdrasil can maintain its existence without my aid, but its actual combat power isn't high. The Valhalla army didn't understand the concept of transcended death, as it was a completely different vein of life laws from what the Valkyries studied, and it would take a considerable amount of time to teach them to use it, so they weren't a viable option. An escape is no longer as beneficial as fighting, as long as I can find a way to rapidly replenish mana. She didn't have pills, nor did she have any outside help. Elena gritted her teeth. Without hesitation, she set her own body alight. The smell of burning blood vitality curled through the air, and as Elena's stamina and bodily strength weakened, her mana replenished itself, reaching a new high. She shot out of Yggdrasil's protection, hiding her mana and using the darkness as cover to make her way towards the demonic spirits without being noticed. Naturally, this wasn't possible, but for a single second, the demonic spirits failed to realize Elena had left the world tree. Whoosh! A terrifying tornado erupted as Elena powerfully kicked off the ground, shattering the nearly impregnable bricks below. Her body turned into a streak of pure white light that submerged into the darkness and burned like a candle in a lonely study. 500 spirits died on impact. 500 more died in the following second as Elena flared her mana, creating a myriad of symbols that represented eternal life and directly striking individual demonic spirits with their holy aura. Scree! The cacophony of roars that followed was like a symphony in Elena's ears. Her eyes sharpened. Chapter 998 Shadow. Elena's battle was catastrophic, but the tomb of Ayakashi itself was built so sturdily that not even a ripple of it made its way to the surface, projecting a calm aura over the tomb. Unfortunately, those within weren't feeling the same calm. Those who fell into traps and were unable to free themselves, those who were injured and weak, they found their bodies leaving their control as their consciousnesses were swallowed by a foreign entity. In total, the number was only around 100. Compared to the tens of thousands of demonic spirits still in the central area with Elena, it was nothing. However, these were 100 young geniuses of the universe. Their potential and their importance weren't light. Every single one of them was to become a pivotal force of the universe's strength. But that future was no longer available to them. Those targeted were at their weakest, which gave these demonic spirits an opportunity to completely take them over. Their egos were erased, and their bodies became mere vessels. Those 100 demonic spirits immediately left the tomb of Ayakashi, easily avoiding the traps they spent countless millennia observing. And finally, they made their way into the Holy Light Realm. The group immediately split as the demonic spirits followed their individualistic instincts and separated to strengthen themselves. Boom! Fearsome explosions filled the air in all parts of the Holy Light Realm with clouds of smoke. It started from the east. A man with shining black hair and domineering golden-red draconic eyes stared down a group of about 10 demonic spirits with his brow raised. "That's quite odd. I didn't expect to see something like this," he said casually, resting his massive greatsword on his shoulder. The demonic spirits looked at each other and came to a consensus. A dangerous enemy was in front of them, so they would work together just this once. It seemed eons of isolation had some effect on their mentality after all. They pounced as a group, strange mana erupting from their bodies. It was a twisted mix of the original mana of the body's owners and the deathly mana of the demonic spirits, a result of the rapidity of their possession and preceding combat. Long Chen's eyes twinkled as he watched them. "These entities are pure Een, right?" he said, glancing at his sword. "BRR." The sword purred in response. "No, you can't have her." Bang! Ling Chun casually jumped back and avoided the strikes of his enemies as he continued his conversation. "BZZT. BRR." He sighed as he interpreted the sword's thoughts. "Look at them. BZZT. BRR. Damn, Brad, can you learn to be less greedy?" BRR. Long Chun sighed in annoyance. The Empyrean Dragon sword was just as gluttonous as it was domineering. Long Chun shook his head and slashed the sword through the air. "I think you should take a look at a simple slash that represented just one claw of a dragon, that tiny piece of its body holding the grand ability to destroy countless living beings with a single touch." Splatter. The demonic spirits' physical bodies were immediately torn to shreds, and unlike other geniuses, they remained in the realm, becoming fertilizer for the trees that would grow in the future. Meanwhile, the demonic spirits rushed out of those bodies and fled madly, their every instinct screaming that death was near. Though, running was never an option. The Empyrean Dragon sword suddenly began to glow, and a projection of a massive 5-clawed golden dragon appeared in the air. The dragon opened its mouth, and a suction force like a black hole filled the atmosphere. One by one, The 10 demonic spirits were directly swallowed by the dragon, who happily burped before returning to the sword. Oomph! Longchin snorted. He took a vial out of his spatial ring and downed a few pills, easily replenishing his mana and stamina. This time, the human domain came wholly prepared. Whether it be pills or artifacts, strength or mentality, the human domain's group arrived with it all in spades. 100 demonic spirits? What did that mean to them? Ignoring Long Chen's strange method, Ryue was a literal ruler of Een, and Rose's entire path to power was based on controlling the ethereal and bringing it into reality. Demonic spirits were nothing more than snacks to them. As for Fang, he didn't personally have a method to interact with the immaterial, but he did have a treasure that could imprison spirits. After he killed the host bodies, he collected the demonic spirits, which was actually the most beneficial method in the long term. The screens in the banquet hall were only chaos-ranked treasures. Their ability to project was just as much as the perception of a fourth class who had yet to step into the 9 revolutions. Originally, there was going to be a riot in the first banquet hall when those experts saw their geniuses dying without the realm's protection. However, it was Fang's actions that gave physical presence to the demonic spirits themselves and allowed the experts to understand the situation. Rather than a disaster that could have ruined the universe's chances at survival, the release of demonic spirits became an event for geniuses to rise. And all of its gains were granted to and monopolized by those of the human domain. Each of them had a nigh-infinite supply of pills, and now that they'd been in the Holy Light Realm for an entire day, their kill count had rapidly risen into the hundreds. Luckily for the poor geniuses who fell prey to their assault, the Holy Light Realm was filled with alluring treasures, and slaughter wasn't the only way for those 4 to prove themselves. Eventually, they halted their killing spree for a single reason. In Rose's own words, it was a genius plan, and oddly enough, it was a plan proposed by 2 of Damien's wives on completely separate occasions. One had to wonder, just who influenced them to think like that? The Holy Light Realm was originally planned to be an exciting event that lasted roughly 2 months. This was because, frankly speaking, nobody expected the sheer number and power of the universe's geniuses. Because each of the individuals that stood out so far were those who didn't show themselves on this grand stage often. If at all, the actual standard for geniuses was considerably lower than their level. Therefore, a change was proposed, and within a day, it was implemented. Heaven and earth rumbled as the Holy Light Realm began to expand. Chapter 999 Growth. Rumble. The ends of the Holy Light Realm were once represented by an illusion barrier that made the realm seem ever expansive when it, in reality, was anything but. However, this illusion shattered as a true scenery appeared in its place. The plane expanded exponentially until it was almost 10 times its original size. New structures appeared with new treasures hidden within, and new dangers populated the lands. Every genius outside the 2 tombs felt the change directly as the earth under their feet stretched and cracked. Their interest was piqued. The Holy Light Realm was already explored to its maximum potential. It wasn't that there weren't treasures or new environments to find, but rather the fact that a select few geniuses established such a dominance that the rest had no motivation to compete with them. The expanding realm represented a new frontier. Those who were already in the realm, and those who were newly entering all had their eyes lit with a newborn fervor as they shot into the vast expanse to meet their destined chances. Unlike the rest, however, Ryue's eyes didn't explore on the new territories. They were directed at the Holy Light Tomb, a contemplative expression on her face. She and Rose anticipated the grand assembly not only for their own ambitions, but to meet the man who disappeared from their lives over 2 years ago. And unlike Rose, Ryue could feel him in her heart. Literally, she felt his calm and reassuring heartbeat, and she felt his presence in that magnificent sandstone tomb. But she didn't know whether or not to follow her instinct and find him immediately. Among Damien's wives, Ryue was always the coldest outwardly. Though she didn't care, for wouldn't even be graced with a word from her. And for someone with such an exterior, one wouldn't expect the warm and emotional internal struggle she was facing. During her baptism, she saw a vision where she was forced to choose between her love and her power. She almost failed due to her inability to make this choice, and in the end, she didn't choose at all. She could never abandon her love, the love that saved her from desolation, and she could never abandon her power that did the same. Both were crucial aspects of her being, and only after realizing the dual importance they held could she move on to the next stage of baptism. Currently, she had to make the same choice, but with far less dire consequences. And thus, she chose to pursue power. Her cold exterior could only be melted by the warmth in her heart, and in order to preserve that warmth, she would do anything necessary. Rose never talked about that day, but Ryua knew well that she felt the same. They were devastated, and suddenly understood why Damien chose to follow the lonely path of a paragon genius. Whoosh! Ryua pressed off her heels and glided through the air, heading deeper into the unknown that spawned in the south. She hummed, watching the geniuses on the ground below clear out as they discovered her presence. As Rose said, there was no longer a point in continuing their killing spree. They originally expected the geniuses they were competing against to be stronger, which is why they planned for a month of fighting, but that plan fell through. No, it's only been delayed. The human domain geniuses received a quick course on the structure and major influences of Grand Heaven's boundary on the way to Luxurian, and Partial made sure they overestimated their opponents as much as possible. I think you should take a look at Ryua, moved several thousand kilometers within an hour, passing by several strange structures and monuments that made the expanded realm seem like an ancient ruined society. Suddenly, her ears perked up. Ryua's eyes went to the horizon. The sound she heard was like water, but there was something strange about it, something that separated it from every other stream and river in the vicinity. Flash! Her body arrived at her target in an instant, and, as she looked out into the mountain below, she found a mundanely beautiful scenery. It was a house, roughly large enough for a family of 4 to live comfortably. It had 2 stories, but its design was quite unique even amongst the things Ryua had seen. It sat atop a lazy river that calmly twisted through the densely packed trees. Its floors almost hovered above the river, making it seem like the river was being produced by the house itself. This structure could best be described as a fusion of water and land in a fashion that almost seemed ethereal and separate from reality. Ryua gracefully landed on the ground and walked up to the house, scanning it with her awareness. She raised her brow as she carefully made her way up the stairs and into the structure itself. Ding, ding, ding. Wind chimes danced, sending beautiful melodies through the peaceful air. Ryua closed her eyes and appreciated this sense of calm as she stepped through the house's sliding glass entrance. Swoosh! Her eyes widened. She felt like she entered an entirely new world. Her mind was filled with a strange connection, as if she could feel the earth connecting to the seas, and the seas connecting to the sky. Looking out the translucent walls of the house that gave a crystal clear view of the outside scenery, Ryua felt like she was a part of the water and a part of the earth, a true staple of the environment. Water and earth were both elements of Een, and though Ryua never truly utilized either, she could still intrinsically connect to them at any moment. With the house's mysterious effects, this connection was enhanced exponentially, and Ryua's mind entered a plane she'd never seen before. In the law she followed. She always classified Een as dark and cold, but she failed to see its other face. Een was the picture of serenity. It was the most flexible law, able to bend anything towards nothingness. Ryua always chased strength above control, because she had always felt the need for immediate power. Neglecting control was never the answer. Rather, as someone who followed the path of Een, control should have been her utmost priority. Why didn't she realize it sooner? No, she was just too focused on a decision she never needed to make in the first place and got distracted from the path forward. Her strength didn't rise, nor did her comprehension suddenly expand. However, Her mind cleared. She received what she needed most, assurance in and realization of herself. Ryue's eyes flashed with countless imageries as they rapidly cleared, the haze that clouded them disappearing entirely. She once again looked out into the environment, and a small smile decorated her face, immortalizing her beauty in the painting-like scenery. Good. If this was the reward from the first interesting thing she found, she couldn't wait to see what came next. Chapter 1000 Growth. A week passed. The Holy Light realm quieted down considerably after its expansion. The size was greater than even some planets now, and the geniuses were able to spread out far enough to avoid each other and focus on their own growth. And in this time, many more forces arrived. For those in the divine realm, 1 week was enough to reach Luxurian regardless of how far they were. Now that such a time period had passed, the last of those forces made their arrival, and their geniuses also entered the Holy Light realm. Of course, excluding the bigger Holy Lands. How could they arrive so early? It was a matter of face, something extremely important to those large influences. Nevertheless, there were now over 10,000 geniuses in the Holy Light realm. The experts in the first and second banquet halls watched these geniuses closely, taking note of those to be befriended and those to be nurtured. And naturally, those who witnessed it were curious about what exactly happened to the Holy Light realm. Lucille's charming smile was quite wry as he explained. After reassessing the strength of these young geniuses, we realized that the Holy Light realm isn't quite enough for them to fully display their gifts. His eyes lazily turned to the displays as he continued. In fact, this is not the Holy Light realm at all. We built on what the ancestors started and turned the Holy Light realm into its own hidden world. This time, we merely took down the barriers and allowed access to the entire hidden world. Only, his smile shifted, once again becoming unreadable. There may be many unexpected things on Holy Light Star. He let his words trail off, only making the surrounding experts more curious. Tianyang, who stood among them, observed the screens in interest. He quietly used his inherent senses to locate Holy Light Star, properly giving himself insurance on a genius's safety. While his means were unique, he was only one amongst many who used various methods to ensure that their geniuses would be protected. After all, if Lucille himself was saying they would encounter the unknown with such a mysterious expression, there was bound to be something truly dangerous in that world. Perhaps the only people who weren't experiencing the air of change were those in the 2 great tombs at the center of Holy Light Star, those who had yet to even realize the realm's changes. Among them were 3 who held a special position compared to the rest, 2 of which were Damien and Schwer. Schwer was at the peak of 3rd class, and to promote, she needed to define the law she wanted to practice going forward. What Damien found while watching her progress through the tomb was that Schwer was genuinely a genius. Whether it be in her use of mana or combat sense, she excelled far more than someone who remained sheltered for the majority of her life should. It made him wonder. The only master Schwer had until now was none other than the elf queen herself. She had a gentle demeanor, but she turned into a true demon in battle. He could imagine the type of trainer she'd be, but he couldn't imagine Schwer suffering through that type of training. She proved him wrong in just a few minutes, and over the past week, she'd only managed to impress him further. It had to be reiterated, Schwer was still at the peak of 3rd class. In this tomb made for 4th class beings, her ability to traverse, no matter how slow it was more than just the marking of a genius, but the marking of a true heaven-defying talent. I think you should take a look at what law did she study. Schwer's single affinity was to natural spirits, but there was no law governing natural spirits. In a certain sense, it could be said that Schwer studied all of the base elemental laws, but there had never been such a case of a single individual having over 5 affinities, let alone one that was greatly talented in all of them. Even Damien only had 3 affinities. His ability to use any other elements came solely from the void, not from his own body. Schwer was currently facing an illusion that guided her further and further away from the tomb's central area. While Damien was well aware of this, he didn't make any moves to correct her. I can't say for certain about her affinities, but her perception is lower than average. She's able to instinctually understand many things, and the things she doesn't understand are taken care of by the spirit she utilizes. In Damien's opinion, this perceptive disadvantage was exactly the thing preventing her from realizing her affinity and triggering her baptism. As for Schwer herself, she looked up into the empty air and tilted her head curiously. She asked, "BZZT?" A small light, like a firefly, materialized before her, dancing in the air as it pointed her through the halls around her. She complained naively. She genuinely couldn't tell which direction was right. At every turn, there were 6 new corridors leading to completely new routes, almost like a true labyrinth. Schwer was never a planner. Elvira tried many times to teach her tactics, but she couldn't digest the knowledge whatsoever. But did she really need to? She asked herself a while ago and found her answer. There was no need for her to worry about these things when they would never be worries for her. Or at least, she thought. Damien's insistence made her consider differently. Therefore, instead of relying on the spirit's help to traverse the corridors of this labyrinth, she tried to do it on her own. And of course, she failed miserably. She finally accepted the spirit's help when they alerted her that she was nearly back at the entrance to the tomb. In her attempt to use her own perception, she completely backtracked. Schwer was still a teenager in her growth phase. The only way for her to realize that she didn't know as much as she thought she did was to truly experience these new situations. Even more than Damien, what Schwer understood in the Holy Light Tomb was her own weakness. She skipped happily behind the spirit that led her along, but the light in her eyes wasn't so naive. She'd bled and she'd hurt. She felt the consequences of her actions many times since she entered the outside world again. She was still a frog, but she was taking her first steps out of the well. And now that she'd begun, she had no plan to ever stop climbing.